Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Yes. Okay, cool. Everybody's in the right spots. That's good news. All right. So, as a reminder for everybody, thank you so much for calling that out there, TrueNet. If you're going to resub, gift sub, anything to do with subs, if you're going to buy bits, share bits, gift bits, anything to do with bits, my suggestion, bust open a laptop or a PC to do that. I mean, otherwise you're paying your carrier a significant fee that you could otherwise avoid just by simply turning on a different device. So my suggestion is definitely to do that. It is worth every second of those 8 seconds to do so, if you have a device. All right, cool. Just real quick going into this, stuff happened last night. Just leave it alone at that. I was kind of like, yeah. All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Neil, for the resub. Oh, I love you, Neil. How you doing, buddy? How are you, friend? I miss Neil. Cool. So let's kind of like dive into the session. Unless you guys want any tangent side things, we kind of started late because nobody did their homework. Typical PC.
Well, we didn't because, one, we're busy. Two, and most importantly, we don't like you.
Typical PC.
Yeah.
I mean,
just want to make sure we're clear.
Keegan, you're a longtime DM. How often do you have a PC that does any amount of prep work between sessions? I mean, they might level up.
If they're new, yes. Usually the new people are like excited and engaged and they're like, look, I did all this cool stuff. And then after a while they're like, which game are we playing again?
Jesus Christ, Wade. Yeah.
Look, you are paying me double
for
today
7
for being
months.
Here, so I get double what I spend.
Yes, that's how it works. Yes.
I'm going to gift 100 more before the end then.
Something like that. Where was I? Sorry, got distracted by that. Yeah, Keegan, you're not wrong. New people will come with so much excitement that they want to come prepared. They ask questions. If they want to go shopping, they try to do it in advance, get those things set up. If they're going to level up, they ask questions of how it is that rules work or how it is that they can do it. They come to the table. Oftentimes, if you're playing IRL, they bring snacks. They're like nice. But then, I don't want to say like 8 months in, but definitely by 18 months in, they show up late. They expect snacks. They did their own level up, which is just they cheated on paper. Like as much as they
we
thought
were
they could
30
get away
minutes
with.
early to this call today.
We were.
We were talking about other things.
We're diligent.
And this is the first character I've not been like that on because I was literally told before we started this campaign, Wade, this time, don't plan your character out to level 20. 1, because it's level 6. 2, don't do that either. And I was like, okay, that hurts me to do, but I won't do it. So if I start doing my homework, then I start thinking, I'm like, ooh, man, maybe I want to save for... I'm trying not to play that way this time. I'm trying to be a little bit more in the moment. And that's hard for me to do, Scott. This is actually very challenging for me to do.
I'm like, guys, I know that some of the shopping can be a little complicated, but to make it quicker and easier, just let me know what you guys want to go shopping for. And Wade's like, I can't level up. And I'm like, no, let me know if you want to buy some armor, if you want to do something with like a weapon. He's like, oh, I can't level up.
Yeah, I don't want to spend the money on that. I want you to give me stuff. I want to go on a dungeon crawl, find the big chest at the end, get an entire new set of armor and weapons, and feel really good.
That'd be dope.
It's like Diablo, man. I'm ready to get to the end game and go legendary farming.
Listen, this is my response to you. Kitten2233. Wow, you just followed the channel and you already got a gift sub. That's pretty good timing for you. That's pretty gnarly. Good for you.
That is dope.
And welcome. All right. Let's get
had nothing to do with me.
Oh wait, most things don't. So let's do a recap, which totally has to do with you. So a real quick recap of last session. Your characters had already won the fight, and you were preparing to kind of like wait. Yes, your characters had already won the
Lost
fight.
Initiative.
I remember
there,
now.
I'll give you the intro.
I remember now. Sorry. You guys had already won the fight, and it was a matter of kind of like looking through the supplies that were there, the amount of coin that was there. How do you handle the prisoners? How do you handle the people that you just released from being prisoners? Transporting whatever you can back to Haudh-Gwenn. Planning to try to capture those that were going to be doing the transactions, we'll say, back at these ruins, etc., etc. And so you go through the coinage, you found your thief, you did all these fun things, you discovered all the information you can, and then you head back to Haudh-Gwenn. When you get back to Haudh-Gwenn, you hand over the peoples for the guards on the bridge. You eventually, I think Jake's character gets drunk, whereas the two of you go do a slightly bit more exploring. Eventually, you end up at Ashara's home, where you knock on the door. She opens it. You kick in the door, punch her in the face, and drag her up and down some stairs, and then I don't know, piss on her or whatever you do. Like you guys are mean, and then she's like, guys, you're mean. And you're like, yeah, but we're going to do worse. And she's like, but you're really mean. And you're like, unless you can cut us a deal. And she's like, you're really mean. And you're like, all right.
We didn't even get anything from her but info. We turned down the fucking money, man.
You got it? You got stuff from her info.
We got info.
Yeah.
That's it.
You got info. All right. And
Yeah,
then,
we're not denying it. We turned down the money.
I can't believe we dragged a slaver down some stairs.
I mean,
yeah, straight to jail.
So you make a deal with her, you get some information, and in exchange you let her walk. There's conditions to it. She can walk, but she has to leave Idir and never come back. And that's kind of it. So where we had left off is that was all kind of like summed up and taken care of, and now she has like I think 4 days in Haudh-Gwenn, 3 days in Harrod, and then she needs a GTFO. She needs to be gone from there, out. And considering you can get from Harrod, depending on which direction you take, it would take maybe a day or so, maybe less than that, depending again your direction. She can get out of Idir within a day or so after that, and that's good. So I suppose technically there's some, if she's has to be gone in 7 days, but she also negotiated to be 4 days in this town and 3 days in that town, then maybe it will actually take her 8 days to leave. That was, I guess, a hanging chad nobody was thinking of. But Jesus Christ, Wade. That's where that's where we were. So
okay, I'm done. I gifted one to Ken, and now I'm pissed.
Oh no.
He's my cousin-in-law, and I want nothing to do with him. Get him out of here.
Oh well.
I hope if he
So
shows
you
up
can
and
use
says thank you.
the hype train bonus, like when you deal with Gwen. So you've got that added sense success rate there, right?
It is technically it is sitting at
Damn it, he's here. I can.
Oh, that's funny. You do care. So I think we've completed level 4, so that would be a +4 twice this session. So unless the hype train keeps going up, so that's up to y'all. I think it's a +4 mean chip guy because I think only 4 has been completed so far. But
yeah.
So let's pick up where we left off. Your characters made your deal. You walked out. You went through the cellar. You got a big, thick kiss laid on your lips, and the notice that was given to you about going to the tailor. You walk out of the place. You walk out the other side. You wipe the lipstick off as best you can, which anybody who's ever gotten a heavy lipstick put on them knows it's more than just a simple wipe to remove that shit. And you start heading over to where you need to go next, which was to go to the tailor, right? And I believe, Keegan, your character's intention was, in fact, to go to the tailor and get done up.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I don't think the other two would go with you. This sounds like a you go by yourself situation, and the other two would probably go do their own things. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what we said last time, too.
Well, we've got
yeah.
I want to take a step back. We've got some armors and stuff from the people. Only one of them was studded leather, right?
Yeah.
You had 1 studded leather and 2 leathers. Yes, the ones would all have to be refitted for you if you wanted to wear them, which takes a bit of time, but not a big deal. Keep going with your questioning, sir.
Once you have something that is already created, like studded leather, can you pay to have that masterworked, or do you have to make masterwork from scratch?
No.
Correct. What Jake said. You have to make it from scratch.
Yeah.
Okay. So in theory, if we wanted to use that armor, we would either take the armor penalty, or we'd have to sell that and then make a new one That is masterwork.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The armor penalty is generic. You're talking about the -1 or -2 ACP, yes? ACP is an armor check penalty.
Yeah.
The one that makes you worse at other like dex things.
Yeah. Armor check penalty.
Yeah, ACP. Well, there's
The armor
multiple.
check
There's also max dex bonus. There's also the weight
none of us
encumbrance.
hit
There's
that.
also ASF,
Yeah.
which is arcane spell failure. Like,
Mortifer wore like a loincloth, man. I didn't learn all this shit whenever we played Pathfinder last time around.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was balls out, hammer up at all times.
okay, Jesus.
The thing you're talking about is the armor check penalty, Wade.
All right, thank you.
I was gonna say spheres out, but then I remembered Jaaek groping the sphere.
Which were still smaller
Okay.
than Mortifer's balls when he went to 48 feet tall.
Oof.
It's pretty cool that a sphere of annihilation is literally like a black hole that has no gravitational field, right? It's like a black hole with no, dip in the space-time, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's always been a dope item.
Yeah. But all right.
Horrifying, but cool.
So Kiken, so your character's doing that, and I imagine you're going by yourself. So just to sum up that up really quickly, the outfit that you're doing, they tell you that they're going to tailor this outfit for you, and they inform you so they ask you very simple questions like, when is your date, when do you expect to be spending time with her, because I can have something prepared for you for this evening, though it will be limited in the quality that I can offer you. Or if it's something for tomorrow evening, I have a bit more time, though preferably I would like to have several days to accomplish this task. And so it's a matter of more or less, how long do you want to wait to acquire this? You're the one that's spinning the story here, so you kind of have narrative on this.
Since I don't have to pay for it, and we do already have those courtiers clothes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, because we're in Haudh-Gwenn.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, he'd probably give them like a couple of days. There's like 2 full days, and he'd just wear the courtiers clothes the first 2 meetings.
Cool. Which works out really, really nice. That's pretty cool. So what ends up happening, because courtiers' clothes themselves are normally worth about 3 gold each. These are very valuable items. If you're giving him, you said how long to accomplish it?
Like 2 full days from request.
Okay, so 2 full days. So if you give him 2 days, he can produce another item that's similar to like a courtier's outfit. So again, something that's worth about 3 gold pieces. Because you can imagine a lot of the extra money that she would have been investing into this would have been in the reduction of time to accomplish the task, right? So so you get effectively another courtier's outfit for your character, which is useful. It's nice to have multiple outfits if you're going to be spending time in those scenarios. Just to bring this to the mechanics for everybody to understand, Wade, Jake, and otherwise, if you are in certain settings and you don't wear at least a courtier's outfit, you actually take a penalty on all charisma checks. And this could be like a -2 or so on, just because you're not dressed for the scenario. So,
Okay.
yeah, so having those outfits is like important for certain societal things.
Wait, are you getting fitted for another outfit? Because we do have a courtier and a dilettante or whatever each, right?
Yep, he's getting a whole new outfit. Yep.
So you're gonna have 2 courtier outfits.
Yep. They're heavy
Yeah.
too. These things aren't
Yeah,
light.
like 6
so,
pounds.
Yeah, so transporting them is one of those things you don't necessarily always do. You leave them somewhere. We'll get to that in downtime stuff later on.
Oh yeah, the dilettante is the more expensive one, isn't it?
Oh, wait, is it? No, courtiers is
it
30
is.
gold. Sorry, courtiers is 3 gold. Dilettante is 2 gold.
Is it? Okay.
Yep. Has lots of little
Oh.
pockets inside of it. Pockets is inside of it.
Okay. There's a thing that says, as this outfit does not cost 10 GP or less, player cannot choose it as a free outfit in beginning play. I'm guessing that's a holdover from 1E costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're.
It's part of the text of the dilettante.
Oh yeah,
outfit. It's
That's
at the very
because it's
bottom.
more expensive than 10 gold. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right, back to you guys. So while your character's doing that, Jake, can I just kind of assume your character's off drinking this evening?
What my character does is, especially after this really hopeless feeling from everything that's happened, he's not happy right now, even though he thinks that the situation has been dealt with in the only way it really could have gone. he's going to go and commission some armor before he gets drunk, because he knows that once he starts drinking, you know what I mean, that's where the gold will go. So
Yeah, definitely. So and you're doing this the next day, like pretty much right after the Ashara thing. You're realizing,
yeah.
I might be making some enemies. I'm going to make my way there. Cool. So if you think about
Yeah, not only that, seeing Koa and how close he more or less came to death, right? Aldo taking some wounds himself, he's like, I need protection. Like, I never had he didn't have any armor on or anything. He needs something, especially with what's going on.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So Haudh-Gwenn is definitely I don't give a fuck about anybody else kind of town. So tanneries require a lot of flow of water. So when you go to the eastern part of Haudh-Gwenn, because that's where the water flows west to east, that's where the tannery is, at the edge of town, removed from everything else. The closest building to it is the garrison, which is also kind of removed from everything else. Because when you tan goods, you like literally collect high volumes of like piss and stuff like that you use to like work the leathers, and then that just gets rinsed downriver. So sucks for anybody else downstream, but good for anybody in Haudh-Gwenn because they do it downstream. And so you go to the tannery. Approaching a tannery is always one of those things where I imagine your character, from what you had, whatever supply you have on you at this point, as you're approaching the thing, you stop and you have to like, okay, no, it's not me. Like it's been a rough night or whatever. Like, okay, cool. You take another swig or whatever and you go into the place. Now, the good news about this place is this is not just a tannery, like a place where you can get leather goods, like a belt, maybe, a saddle or something like that made, a hat, who knows. This is a proper tannery, like a place where you would go to have like quality equipment made. So when you're walking in thinking, I'm going to get myself some armor, maybe I'll have them refit the stuff that I already found. I'll check this place out, whatever. You walk in and you just like look at the quality of the stuff that they have here that's being worked on. And it's pretty quick for you to identify like, oh, this is like orders that are being filled for like in bulk for others. And these are things that, can kind of like look through. And you're not there for clothing or for your gimp garb. You're there to make armor. So you quickly are able to make like conversation with the individual and try to like set up to have something made for you. Jake, to do this, why don't you go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check, because you're trying to negotiate with them a price.
Yep.
And you don't mind if they take some time. You just want to make sure it is quality materials, right?
Yes, that's correct. All right. Let me see.
I'm not looking at your result because I'm scrolling to where I gave you a quote before. Oh,
Scott, may I just say you look especially good in gray today.
Thanks.
And you're looking taller than usual.
How much he hates it. That's crazy.
So,
Man, I had 2 compliments and an insult. I wombo comboed 2 of them, gave the other. I've done my deed. Fuck you, chat.
I was not even paying attention.
Thanks. Moving on.
Ugh, I want to vomit.
18 totally a diplomacy check. Nothing fantastic. You know what I mean? It's an okay diplomacy check. So they inform you, they're like, yeah, we can get that done for you, but it's going to take, I don't know, about 2 months to get done. You know what I mean? Definitely no less than 40 days. Probably take about, 2 months for you to, a month, by the way, is 28 days as a reminder. Take about 2 months to get done. A little bit less than that. At least 40 days it'll take for them to complete it for you. And they tell you they can get it done for you for about, they will do it for 18 gold pieces.
Oh, well, I'll give them 9 now.
Yep. So, you offer 9, and so you're doing the half up front and tend to pay half later on. And they're going to they end up having you stuck there for like an hour and a half or so of properly fitting you, getting all the measurements, and then going over certain details. So some of the details they're going to ask for is details about, like, say, what style or coloration or what have you that your character might want. If there's any, like, if there's within reason requests, they can fulfill it for you. If you're like, oh, I want to make sure, like, I have a pocket on the inside of the breast or something like that, they can do that no problem. But if you have, like, specialty requests, which is more of a mechanical thing, then it costs extra, so on and so forth. But I think, Jake, at this juncture, we're looking to just get really good studded leather armor. Yeah.
Yeah, if possible, he would like it probably possibly dyed a little bit to like Goldaria's colors as just like a bit of a
Yeah, the
homage
green and gold.
to back home.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's actually really fun. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you for the resub. So that's really cool. I think what you would do is probably just the leather itself, like instead of just being like a brown leather, probably like a dull gray, like a dull like green, like almost like a forest green is its color, and then having some of the accents because it's studded. This is what we call studded leather armor. It's called, what was it, brigandine, or
Brigandine? Yeah.
right? If we call it studded leather, not brigandine, I think Neil might have a conniption in chat. And if we don't also call out how technically speaking, quilted armor is better than brigandine armor, Neil might also again have a conniption in chat. And if we use the phrase long sword instead of arming sword, I think he might chase us with either of them. So those were all for Neil. Back to the actual campaign.
But that means we get to see Neil. Longsword.
Ooh, longsword. Yeah. Yeah. A thick longsword. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm out. I'm out. That's
I got
crazy
bored and zoned out for like 5 seconds. What the fuck's going on?
All right.
We all get longswords?
We're trying to summon Neil.
All right, so back to you, Jake. And then you can imagine you have like gold highlights or whatever. Maybe it's the studs or whatever. You can give us details later on if you care to. But like a forest green colored leathers. And they're like, yeah, we can do that for you. It might just take an extra day or two for us to get all the dyes in there, right? But we can definitely do that for you, right? And that's all taken care of. Cool. At that point, you pay the 9 gold up front. You just go get pissed, or is there anything else you want to have looked at or done?
No, that's exactly what he does.
Awesome. And now we're gonna go to Wade, because Wade was the one that we're kind of like waiting for. It never gets old for me. While we were going here. All right, so I know when you left Ashtara's, your character was pissed. You were furious. But you're like, I'm going to go visit Gwen. And
I threw gold on her counter after breaking in her door and bringing a bloody body in there. So I kind of felt like maybe I should stop in and help clean up. Yeah.
Might be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the plan.
And how long ago was that, as a reminder? You were in there dragging her up and down the stairs for a while.
We went straight from there to hospital to Ashtara back to here.
You went from there to hospital, and that was hospital with what's his name, who was
Casper, who told us.
Yeah, that's right. Who was dying. That's right. And they were able to. Okay, cool. Then you had the tickle fest with Ashara, and then what's up, Keegan?
Yeah, no, we didn't wait for her to finish the documents either.
No, because she said it was going to take hours. So to be clear, Wade, this is probably about 2 hours later, maybe a little bit more than, because of like travel time and so on and so forth of what you're doing from departure to a rearrival, right? So when you come, hey, Solo Wolf, wow, thank you so much. Solo Wolf, if you don't get
the tip,
Solo Wolf, if you don't get in it for that, let me know. Like DM me. So I can make sure that on Discord, if you're on Discord, so I can make sure you get it. Back to you, Wade. So you go walking back up to the place to see what it's like that's there. And as you go walking up, you can actually see that there is the door is still open, ajar, as you get there. And so like you walk up the 2 steps or whatever to see to get to the door, and the door is ajar because you had cracked the frame. But you didn't fully break it, though. You had cracked the frame. So when you like swing the door open, you can see, some of that inner frame has already been removed. Like maybe she or somebody else, maybe a carpenter, came by and like removed some more of that frame. So now it's just kind of like free swinging at the moment. And so as you go walking up and you push the door open, you hear the little ding of the bell when the door opens. You like a moment later hear the voice in the back says, "Sorry, not open today."
It's me again. Koa.
You hear nothing?
Koa from breaking your door.
Oh, yeah, I know who you are.
Oh, I just thought I'd come back and see if perhaps I could help with the mess I left you.
Is a pause? A pause so long that I imagine your character's like, ooh, this is awkward. Maybe I should say something. But before you chime in, she says, yeah, you can help.
Great. Is the bloody mess still there?
So when you go walking like around to see through the shelves to see the counter, you can see that all of the bloodied rags, what are they called? Gauze, that were around and kind of tossed on the floor. They have all been piled into one bucket, if you will, to like as gathering trash. You can see that there's another bucket that is deep crimson, filled with a lot of liquid that looks like blood. It looks like a whole bucket full of blood, but it's probably water, and was using that to like wring out the cloth and go back to work or whatever it is. But despite all that, you can still see, just because of how thick blood is and how much it stains, like it's still like run down into the counter where the person was on top of, and like is staining into it. And she's like literally actively trying to like scrub out the blood that's stained into the wood that's there. Because you imagine she has had this treated with like linseed oil or something before, but like if it's not very well lacquered, this will definitely soak into the wood.
I can give you a hand. Where would I be most useful?
There's a pause. Again, like it's like a second and a half or so.
I know the DM needs to think.
Wow. It's like a second and a half or so pause. And then she says, I am just trying to remove the discoloration from the counter and the floor. And kind of like looks towards the floor.
I will try to assist in whatever way I can to not get in her way, but also to help. So I can imagine that I'm scrubbing a different spot or replacing soapy water, whatever the hell it is to do. I am very sorry for getting you involved in everything. I panicked when I thought he was dying.
No, it's I from what I understand, he's alive, and that's what matters.
We talked to him for a moment, and he gave us some useful information, and well, in the best way we could, we tried dealing with another bad person in the meantime. And well, if it weren't for you helping stabilize him and us saving his life, we may not have gotten that chance.
I don't generally deal in what you were asking for when you got here. It's a reminder of, and she kind of like mindlessly goes to like grab at her arm where you would see the markings before, but then realizes like hand is also discolored red at the moment, like stops just shy of like grabbing her sleeve with her like red hand and pulls back from it. So I'm glad that he's alive, but I know I helped you before, but maybe I gave the wrong impression. So I think we should make it known now. I'm trained in medicine, and I'm an herbalist. I even make lots of mixtures and provide supplies for the hospital. But I'm not a hospital. In some small towns, I know you travel a lot, which is nice. In some small towns, apothecaries or herbalists, or what do they call them, witches or whatever, might have multiple responsibilities or whatnot for that town, but that's not the case here. So if a scenario like this happens again, I don't want to tell you don't come, because a life was saved. But maybe this shouldn't be your first thought?
No, and to be fair, it actually wasn't. I thought of the hospital, but we were coming from the ruins, like motion out, and carrying a body like that, as strong as I am, I wasn't sure how long I could do it at that speed. And to be honest, it wasn't a very clear-headed moment. I remember you patched me up, and for some reason I was like, oh yes, health potions and blood block and all that kind of stuff. She'll have some inside, and then I saw the door was closed, and I panicked. I didn't even try knocking. I just ran through it. It was kind of a one mistake after another on my part. Lapse in judgment, and just I'm not trained to do what you've done or what the doctors can do, and I panicked, and I messed up, and I'm sorry for that.
She'll actually make eye contact for the first time since you got there. She wasn't even really looking towards you most of that time. She'll actually make eye contact for like a second or so, and then before looking away, and says, well, let's see what we can clean.
And I know I just kind of threw money and ran. Another probably lapse in judgment, but I can try taking a look at the door, or more than likely have someone more skilled at that than me fix it as well. I don't know if what I left would even cover it. I don't even remember what I left, to be honest.
One of the other shops is friendly with a carpenter in town, and they already fetched them. They've come and have started working on the door, so that'll get repaired. So that's good news there, and I'm able to get that done in trade. This, however, she says, gesturing towards like the bar on the floor, if I can't clean it up, I might have to have it replaced, or maybe the shop can go for a painting, she says, like looking around. It's been the same color for as long as I've been here.
Red's in style.
She doesn't think that's funny. She did not like that.
Damn, not even like a chuckle?
Yeah, I mean, you said red's in style. Our hands are soaked in it.
So are his. He's helping.
I'm not. I think the joke is funny. She did not.
I disagree.
Move over, DM. I got this one.
Yeah. Get in your lane, man. Just because no one laughs at your jokes doesn't mean no one laughs at mine.
Wow.
I'm the funny one.
No, from what I understand, Mark is the funny one. Bob is the smart one, and you're the other guy.
Gotta disagree with you on that one. How
Chat,
I know you don't watch the podcast.
Jack, can we get consensus on this one? Who is the smart one, who is the funny one, and who's the other guy?
I'm definitely not the smart one. All right, anyway, what happened? Oh yeah, she laughed at my joke.
What? No, she did not find it funny. She wasn't awkward. It wasn't awkward any more than her not chuckling, but she didn't like make like a face or disdain. It wasn't a scoff, nothing like that. Just didn't chuckle.
All right, he'll perhaps we can sand it down and, like you said, paint it. Or I'm assuming staining is in this world. You can stain wood.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100% you can.
We could sand it down and restain it, or if it needs to be replaced, obviously I'll help with that too.
No, I was thinking about stain, but the issue is then it won't match because the other stain is faded, and I don't know. This seems silly to talk about right now with, she, again, gestures at the scenario before you guys. But if I'm going to have it done, I might as well do the whole area to make sure it looks nice. Otherwise, I'm just going to be staring at a freshly stained spot on the floor, and, well.
I mean, sure, I agree you would have to do the whole thing, but that doesn't mean it's not my fault, and I wouldn't be responsible for it, so. I'm saying that I did this, and I will make it right.
She'll actually stop what she's doing and then again look at you and be like, "Are you offering to sand and stain my shop?"
Does she say that?
Yeah. She actually asks you that. Yeah.
Sanding I could certainly do. Now, if you want it to look professional, which I imagine you do, I'm going to have to go out there and earn a bit more coin to pay for that. Otherwise, it's going to look worse than this.
She thinks for a second and says, "I might take you up on that." And her tone is actually like playful. Like that's a ridiculous offer. Like she's like, "I'll take you up on that," but she doesn't sound like really serious. Like it's such a ridiculous offer. She's like teasing you. It's like one of those like, "No, let me pay the bill. No, let me pay the bill." And it's playful, but like it's meant to be playful, right? It's like almost like she's calling your bluff, if you will.
Great. Well, then we're settled. How does one sand?
I imagine with sandpaper.
Okay. I imagine then, kind of like using a whetstone on a blade, I'll just kind of maybe one direction or a circle. I could do that. He looks around at like probably this small shop, but then sees how big it feels when he's thinking about sanding the whole place down. Should only take a while.
Fun fact, chat. I have been spending my evenings and my weekends sanding and painting and staining for my...
Yeah, but Koa is
father-in-law.
average height.
Listen, you motherfucker. And I'm using... I went out and because the one that... Like, I was using Grandpa's sander.
May
and
I
it's
add,
awful.
no baby
I bought
hands.
a brand new one. And it's still awful. Moving on. Right. So back to you, Wade. So yeah, so you're kind of like taking in, you make your comments or whatever, and then before she responds, you actually hear from behind you. Maybe you didn't hear them come in; they're still at the doorway. You actually hear somebody go, "If you're looking to have this place done over, I can give you a quote on that." And you look behind you and you see somebody has like a tool bag or whatever with them, as like those old toolboxes. I actually have one right behind me. It's literally like a wooden box that holds like a bunch of tools inside of whatever. They have that and they're like putting it down on the ground as they're standing there. Like, I can give you a quote to have that done, or, help you, let you know where you can get some supplies.
He'll look to her and just kind of like, he's not going to take charge of her shop, but he'll look at her like, up to you.
There's like a moment where she like you actually look back and forth. I'm gonna go ahead and let chat roll something real quick. Now, chat, Wade's gonna choose who. I'm going to say in advance, the higher the roll, the better for Wade. The lower the roll, the worse for Wade. Okay.
All right. We need a 10 or higher, and we're going to roll a D1000.
No.
Roz?
No. It's a D100. Oh, sorry. Wade, you have the superstition that chat can't roll above a 50. Is that correct?
No, we're going to trust him this time.
Okay. So you want
I
Roz?
do believe that, but we've already
Because
agreed.
I'm offering to flip it if you want.
No, it's okay. Roz is going to roll well for me.
Okay, Roz is going to roll 69. Let's go, Roz. D100. I'm really not. Ah!
Hey, that's not low. Like mid-range.
Yeah. The classic Roz. Yeah, I know, Roz. Leaving people hanging. So, where were we? The she like you said, you give that look like she goes, "No, I'll take a quote when you have time. Somebody did leave me some gold recently, so."
This one's on me, he'll say, like, to the person. I will gladly cover this one. Whole ordeal is my fault.
He just shrugs and says, "Well, let me finish up this door, and I'll talk to you afterwards." But now there's like somebody in the room with you, like actively working, so it makes it a little bit more awkward. So she falls silent as you guys are kind of like going through your work. Now, I don't know how much Koa is going to continue trying to talk, or if he also lets it fall silent or whatever it might be. But more or less at this point, it's literally a matter of scrubbing a couple more times, emptying a bucket, filling it up with water, as you had suggested earlier, Wade, and then eventually you have the mess cleaned up to the best that it could possibly be, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Whenever we were at the cave hideout, at one point Koa went running around looking for Aldo. And if I remember right, one of the rooms we went into had stuff like her place has here. It was a little bit charred, but it did have stuff like this.
Yeah. There was an alchemy thing, and later on, you guys discerned that this wasn't just a standard like alchemist. This is somebody who identifies it's a hobgoblin, but they identify as being Mole. As a reminder to people, Mole was a culture or a nation. The Mole Empire was a nation
I
that
know
existed. Yeah. The Mole Empire was a nation, just like you know about Romans. Now, you might not know about as much about like Romans and Roman culture as Anno, but you do know that there was this empire that existed some time ago, right? So the Mole was an empire that existed, hundreds of years ago. That was comprised of hobgoblins, but their nation fell, and now hobgoblins are just whatever nationality that they happen to live in. So back to you, Wade. Yes, to answer your question, you do know that.
Scott.
Oh, yes.
You might want to start the AI in the session.
Oh, Keegan.
Yeah. I said it earlier, but I was trying not to interrupt.
I didn't hear you say it earlier, so it was never.
I typed it to you directly.
Listen, your name's wrong, and so I blame you.
I was focused on something else more important.
Yep. But back to back. What was I saying to you?
You just explained to me the alchemy stuff.
Yeah, so Koa knows, but like just like in real life nowadays, if somebody told you that they identify as being Roman, like I'm part of the Holy Roman Empire, you'd be like, what? You know?
Yeah.
So
I think just as like a conversation starter, he'll kind of bring it up and see if any of it like interests her. Because now it's kind of like, okay, well, I'm not going to talk to her about her magic stuff or anything like that she's obviously not wanting to make public. So, but work stuff, I mean, obviously she has this shop. I guess change a topic, something that might interest you a bit. Out in our travels recently, we obviously took care of the horrible bit with the slavers and whatnot, but they had a person throwing these objects that would make a big boom on impact, and the fellow apparently called himself Mole, and he had a lab of sorts that had the same kind of stuff you have here. Honestly, tried to burn it down, I think, but if you ever want to get out and about, might be worth something worth looking at. Maybe you could help us figure it out and make sense of it all.
Wait, they had alchemy supplies, and they said that they were Mole.
I don't want to bore you with the details, but we didn't have a long time for conversation. Just kind of what we gathered after the mess was over.
I'd be interested in seeing that stuff, but she looks around the shop. I don't know if I can spare the time to leave town.
Well, it'll be there for a bit, I suppose, and I think in a day or two we might venture back out that way. I have to talk to the others and figure it out, but if, say, in a day or two you can spare a day trip.
She thinks and says, I don't know if I can. It might be better if you brought the stuff here, but then she thinks again and says, if you're saying that there was all these supplies and he was using an old method of doing things, I don't know how volatile those could be. Safety measures that were put in place about this that was taught sometime later. I don't know. That, and if there was a fire, there could be all sorts of dangerous things. Transporting it might not be safe. It might be better to leave it there. If I can make a trip, I will, but I'm not sure if I can.
Well, suppose we'll see. Let's see what we can get done in a couple of days.
So jumping forward a bit here, the guy eventually comes over. What did you throw down? Was it 3 gold pieces?
Yeah.
Okay. The guy eventually comes over and he's like, all right, repairing that door right there. That wasn't too bad. It's just going to cost you, 4 silver. Now, looking about this place, it's not small. If you're going to be sanding the whole place down, restaining the whole place, it's like, it's going to cost you quite a bit. We could go with a darker stain or color if you'd like, and that makes things a bit easier because you can just kind of like go over a good bit, but
he's gonna let her decide what she wants her shop to look for. This is a young smitten man.
Oh yeah. He's like, yeah, if you're looking to do that, then it could save you a little bit, but if you're going with the same kind of like color or something like, it's going to cost you a good bit. I'm thinking it's probably about 8 gold to get it done. And she's like, oh, that's is that required all up front? He's like, well, you don't have to give it all up front. We can do it in installments. Give me 4 payments of 2 gold. Yeah, 4 payments of 2 gold would work. I'd be fine with that. I mean, if it was just doing the staining, that would save a considerable amount of time. It's the sanding that really is drumming up the cost here. He's like, otherwise, yeah, 8 gold. 8 gold seems right.
Is this a sense motive moment where I feel like
You're
he's
welcome
like
to roll it.
fleecing me? I never roll higher than
I was
10,
hoping you did.
Oh, 15.
Okay. He was watching what was happening here, and you're saying that you'll pay for it, and he can clearly tell that this is some young kid that's like salivating. That's like, he's like, let's see how much I can make this work. It's the typical mechanic. No offense to mechanics out there, but the typical mechanic that's trying to earn the extra buck or whatever it is. He's going that route, or plumber or what have you, right? And so he's definitely drumming up the cost a bit. Maybe you don't know to what degree, you just don't know this shit, but he's definitely drumming it up.
Koa will stand up and look at him. Now, friend, I don't mind covering good, honest work, but you and I both know that price is obscene. For someone who just put an end to a slave ring, and a young lady here who saved a man's life at the expense of her own shop, to come in here and try to raise a price like that's gotta be beneath you.
At first, it sounded like you're going the intimidation route, like the standing up and whatnot. But now I'm torn if it's intimidation or diplomacy.
Definitely intimidate. He's standing up and like...
Yeah. Like if you're leaning to intimidation, I'll accept.
He's definitely standing up and like looking the guy in the eye like,
yep,
you don't want to be that guy.
Yep. All right, cool.
Like the words are a bit sweeter because like he doesn't want to sound mean in front of Gwen, but like the look he's giving this guy and like I just took down a slave ring and you're gonna fuck with me. So the look and the stature are not today.
Yeah.
The words are kind of like slightly honeyed because it's like, I'm not gonna be a total dick in front of the lady here.
You go right ahead and roll the intimidation. That's not bad. And so you say the lines, and he's like, "Why don't we go with the 5 gold then?" And again, at this point, you don't understand this. That might still be a bit high, but you don't know. You just heard him say earlier 8 gold. So it's like that definitely sounds like much more reasonable. It's almost half the price. It sounds high to you, but you genuinely don't know the cost of this.
Okay. 5 is much more reasonable, though I imagine you're still inflating a bit there, which is unfortunate, but...
He shrugs and says, I'll do it for 2 if you do the staining. Sorry, if you do the sanding.
I don't think I know how to sand, and that would be a terrible idea.
In real life, like legit, it's easy. It's
no, I know.
If you know the pattern,
if you're gonna make me roll for it in this game, I don't want to fuck this up, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I suppose you know what? I will make you end up rolling a profession, whatever. But the DC's not hard though. Like a DC would be 10 or less. Like it's not going to be like DC 20 sanding. Let's go, like masterwork sanding.
Yeah, what happens if you fail a DC 10 sanding check by 5 or more?
So, by 5 or more? Oh yeah, they'd be like moments you're like gouged in, whole chunks that are left undone, areas that like you didn't realize you didn't sand it enough, so like the stain doesn't take like.
Well, wait, how long would it take? Okay, realistically, how long would it take him to sand it? Because I've only got, let's say, 2 days before we're planning on leaving.
It would take a long time to get the sanding done. Like it would take a long time to get the sanding done. And like Neil's suggesting that you could actually take a 10 on the roll as long as you don't have a negative modifier. It just takes
Well, that's
more
fair.
time
It's
to
just,
do it.
the problem right now is time, I think.
Yeah. If you're doing it today, it doesn't have to be something that's done today. It's one of those
that's
things
fair.
where it's like
Okay.
you can plan out this kind of job.
And you know what? That gives him a reason to hang out with Gwen. Yeah, okay, Koa found some downtime here to do.
Downtime or
Fine. 2 gold and I'll do the sanding myself.
He looks a little like he didn't actually think you would take it, like because again earlier it seemed like you were joking, and she's like, no, you don't have to do that. Like almost immediately jumps in, like now feeling bad because the joke's gone too far.
No. It's fine, honestly. It's after everything that we just went through, it'd be nice to have a little bit of downtime and do something a bit more menial.
That's funny because it's insulting him.
Yes.
Um
It sure is. And you better bet he looks at the guy when he says it.
Ouch. So the when you do that, she's like, well, you said yourself that the harder part is going to be the sanding, and so maybe if he's doing the sanding, it shouldn't even be 2 gold. And he looks at her and frowns and says, the amount of stain it's going to cost me in materials as well as going through. And she goes, well, how about this? 2 gold, understood. But if he messes any spots, you have to check on those. That way the stain comes through, because it's going to be your name that's on the end result, not his, right? And he frowns and he's like, fine. If I notice something that happens to be off, I'll see to it. As long as it's not egregious. He probably doesn't know that word, but a dumb equivalent of it.
For 2 gold, I'd say even if it is, we have a deal. And he'll slap him on the back.
And he's, like, fine, let me know when the job's done. And I'll bring over swatches. No. And he's like, let me know what color you want to go with, kind of a thing. And he'll turn to leave, being like, door's done, heading out.
Whenever he leaves, Koa will turn to Gwen. Honestly, the least I can do, again, as an apology for everything I've put you through and perhaps made you relive some traumas or things you didn't want to, or have new ones. And I wasn't being entirely dishonest about needing some time to just keep busy. This whole line of work, while rewarding in the end, it put me through some things I've never had to face before.
Roll sense motive for me. It's not an easy check. And you fail. So,
Hey, you know what? Honestly, of all the ones to fail, that one's okay.
cool. So, so you say your bit. She just doesn't respond.
I can get going on the sanding right away. I do need to talk to my my friends about our plan. We need to escort some people back to Leshev, including the councilman's son, and we need to stop by Harad and talk to Captain Jaaek over there and report some the more nasty people we got the names of. But I can get working on this right away and hopefully finish it up before we have to do that. But if not, are you okay with
no. This, thank you. Just even coming in and paying and offering to help, and again, you didn't really. It was to save a life. I don't want that fact to be overlooked. It was. It's just you can see like there's like a moment, and then she like clearly is moving past it and says, "Thank you for making the choices that you did. It was. He's gonna be okay now. You are working on something much more important at the moment. Go finish that. Those people, I mean, I've seen a couple, but I heard the stories, that were saved, and there are others that were captured. That's way more important than a stain on a floor."
I think helping good people is all equally important.
You don't imagine there's any more of them out there, do you?
Unfortunately, I know for a fact that there are, and we're hoping to take care of that soon. But based on the amount of money and other things involved, maybe not here in Idir, but anywhere, yeah, it probably has to be. I've seen some of the best and a lot of the worst that people have to offer in the last few weeks. I could bore you with all the details, but perhaps not the time or place.
She says, "Well, I do like boring work." Like looking around, the fact that it's herbalist shop or whatever. Then she like looks down the camera and says, "Oh, hi Tesh. How are you?" And then looks back to Koa.
Roll for jealousy. Roll for
looks back at Koa and says from the camera she looked down and says, where was I? Sorry. Everything that you just said there. She says, but before you go, in case there is anything, the hospital did a great job patching you up. You look to be in great shape, which is good news. But in case something happens again, I have 2 more blood blocks that I was able to get together. I can give those to you and your companions. Again, consider it a thank you for what you did for Haudh-Gwenn.
Oh, I can buy that. You don't have to provide it. Save it for next time I come barging through your door. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was like, oh. No. She says, no. You're still doing this. There might still be people out there. I'm not offering. I'm insisting, she says, and like turns on the spot and like walks over to the shelf where it would be. And like grabs like the 2 like, ointment bottles that are there, brings them back.
I won't say no. I'll just simply say with thank you. Thank you for patching me up. Thank you for saving Casper, and thank you for this. As I've said, I've encountered a lot of good and bad people, and you're one of the good ones, and it's nice to know. Sometimes you can drown yourself in the bad and kind of forget the good are out there.
Is it one of those like she nods in agreement but doesn't say anything? At this point, it sounds like your character is going to start like walking like to leave the door or whatever it is.
I guess, man. Yeah.
She says, "I'm not going to be able to properly open the shop up for the rest of the evening, so I'll just be doing some inventorying stuff, but I don't mean to be offensive, but it does require a bit of thinking or getting my recipes together and making sure I have all the things I need for balancing a ledger is never fun.
So don't come start sanding tonight.
She shakes her head with like a little hair tossling about and chuckles a bit and says, No. Again, we no rush for any of that. I'll be fine.
All right.
You finish whatever it is that you're doing.
Got you. And you're balancing ledgers, so any immediately dying people, I'll go next door.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'll stop back by tomorrow once I know a plan, and I'll talk with you about it and see if you're interested in traveling with us to, well, I guess it's about halfway between here and Harad, give or take. Don't know the exact distance, but, in any case, I'll stop back by tomorrow whenever you're, properly open, and we'll figure it out from there.
Yep, cool. She will, from there, let you go.
Anything you boys are doing, or are we meeting up?
It's a little over a quarter way to Harad, just for clarity, but that's fine.
Koa's never ridden the distance. He rode it on a boat.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. Just for people like Joey, who's like, I know what that map looks like. You know what I mean? Like, making sure.
We have to be here, 4 days to make sure what's her face checks in?
That's up to you if you want to be there for every one of those 4 days. I know that you, Keegan, can't leave for what? You're giving him 3 days to do the thing so you can leave on the 4th day? Right? That's that and so you can be there for 3 full days and leave on the 4th or whatever. Unless there's anything else your characters want to do. So I imagine your characters meet up probably not even that evening, right? Because Aldo probably gets pissed. Hey, Aldo, you want to roll for luck on that? You want to have somebody in chat roll for luck?
Yeah, Neil.
Oh, Neil. What was he gonna roll a D69? Higher the better.
Yeah.
All right, Neil, D69, baby. And for the other two, Keegan and Wade, I imagine if your character's going to meet up, we could just assume that you meet up. Oh no!
What was that for?
The two.
He walks up behind somebody. He's like, couldn't help but notice you from across the room. And they turn around and like, hey, Aldo! And you're like, oh, Tony.
Tony's trying to work on his disguises.
I love Josh Johnson comedian talks about how when he grew his hair out, he's like, he's like, all I know is that from behind, he's like, because I got a booty from behind, I look like a bad bitch. He's like, and people walk up behind and they'll be like, hey baby, blah blah blah, and then I turn around and they get mad at me.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's so funny. Anyways, so yeah, so we'll just assume your characters can meet up in the morning if you want to have any degree of RP or whatever it is. So you could assume in the morning your characters are going to meet up. Let's not assume like bright and early in the morning. We can, whether you're waking up late because you're drunk, whether you want to sleep in because you're still recovering from any injuries, whatever it might be. If your character is missing health points, you do gain one more as we're transitioning to the morning. And we could assume, Keegan, that your character does put on his outfit, make sure he is prepared for when she arrives, and she does actually get together some paperwork for you. So when she comes by, it's one of those things. So she shows up and she meets you downstairs by the desk, where she is very flirty with you, like over the top flirty, to the point where like you occasionally toss a glance over at the person that's working at the inn that you're staying at, and they're like, that guy? How did this guy? You know what I'm talking about? And so,
I'm that guy. Okay. What's he fucking?
Did you
want?
roll really bad on your hotness skill? You like a 2 or something? Why is he upset at you?
It's one of those things where like clearly they're like, what the fuck? As she's over the top flirty with you, for about 5 minutes or so. I imagine your character puts on the acts to the best of his ability while clearly not being happy about it. But
Yep.
she does hand you the paperwork that's there. However, what's more important is I want you to go ahead and roll me a bluff check, sir. No, sorry. Is it? Actually, I may have just screwed up. I should have looked this up beforehand. It's either bluff or sense motive. Give me 1 second.
After eating a lot of bread, I get very bloated.
No. Okay, hold on. So convey.
It wasn't funny. I'm glad no one laughed.
Yeah, it will be a bluff check. There we go.
Ah, cool. Oh. Oh, the lag is returned. I'm glad I didn't react. Okay.
Cool. So she's very flirty with you. Some of the stuff that she says seems a little out of place. But it just seems a little out of place or whatever it was. But you don't really think too much of it. You get the paperwork, you separate from her, and eventually you're separate upstairs. It's not until several minutes later on, maybe it's even like right before your friends come to talk to you, that you realize, wait, no, I know she seemed a bit odd, but fuck, was she trying to like tell me something? I feel like she was trying to tell me something, and I didn't get it. Okay, no, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like she was trying to tell me something, and it didn't click. God damn it. And that's kind of like an impression that you get. And then we can jump to your characters are together. This is the next day. Aldo is either tail end of hungover or beginning end of drinking again. Actually, you know what? There's a lot of overlap there. Never mind. He's both. And you can kind of jump into your character's plan, whatever you want to do from here.
All right, so we're all three together, we'll assume?
Yep, and we can also assume you're not back at the inn. We can assume you're actually at some tavern or wherever it is that you're sitting and eating, blah, blah, blah.
Good morning.
With space, go ahead.
Morning, it's mid-afternoon.
Right. Good afternoon. Just kind of felt like the proper thing to say with the first meal more than time of day, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess it's
Yes.
that. I did get some of those documents. I was going to start transcribing them. Figured maybe we have our own set of them for whatever we want them for, and we could give Jaaek a set when we meet him again, or for the first time, really.
Speaking of Jaaek and all of that, I was hoping we might be able to figure out a plan of sorts as to how we're going to handle things. I may have committed myself to needing to return here probably pretty quickly after Leshev to completely sand down an herbalist shop.
Huh.
Turns out that blood dyes things. Blood colored.
Who would
Yeah,
have thought?
Yeah.
I could have helped, but I figured you just wanted the time, so.
Wait, you could have just.
Well, Koa, I'm
Oh. He'll actually look like he's hungover for a minute, remembering your prestidigitation.
I didn't. I mean, you said you gave me the look like you didn't want me to go, so.
Well, you could have mentioned that. I'd forgotten that you could just clean things with a flick of a wrist. Now I'm going to be sanding down wood for weeks.
Are you actually
Aldo laughs at you.
sanding, or is that like a really odd euphemism? Turn of phrase. Entendre? A thing that means what it doesn't sound like it
I know
means.
what you're saying. No, I'm
Yeah.
actually going to be sanding down her shop. Now, if that leads to a dinner and then maybe a few drinks or something, then sure. But I did break down her door frame while trying to bring in what was basically a corpse bleeding all over the place at the time and kind of ruin her day.
Yeah, you did do that.
Kind of just trying to make things right here. Gwen seems like a good person. and well, kind of ruined her whole place of business. So,
I'm sure you're doing right by her. Look, I have to make sure our deal is abided by, so I'm committed to here for at least the next 3 days, and then Herod for 3.
yes, and about that, are we going to just have one nice trip where we're going to go to meet up with Jaaek and then stop in Harad and then maybe Forvin and then straight to Leshev, or are we going to kind of back and forth this a bit? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping to maybe take a moment to go back up north to see my family and such, and
Oh,
if there's time, obviously now I need to get back to here and stand down a place, so maybe there won't be, but
I mean,
Well, the way I see it, at least for myself, is we go drop by see Jack at what were they calling it? Jetta's Crack.
is that what they were calling it?
That's what I heard. I think everyone's
That-
calling it that.
Is that a little blasphemous?
Hang on. They're definitely not all calling it that.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I heard. But yeah. After that,
Sure.
we've got the other paperwork, right? Forvin and where's the other one? Baron?
Baron. Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to take Gemsmith's kid back, right?
Yeah.
at least him. There might be several others that want to make the journey to Leshev. I'm not sure. I guess we have to speak with them.
Yeah. So why don't we
welcome
travel
to
up the
go if they
river
like.
to Leshev, and then where'd you say what you wanted to go, Koa?
Well, I need to get back here and sand down the shop, which not a euphemism or an entendre or a sexual inference. It's literally
Too
lack
bad.
of magical way of taking the color off of wood so you can restain or paint it.
Right.
Some
could've got the stain
idiot
out,
wanted to charge me 8 gold to do it. I was like, well, I offered to fix it, so I'm just going to do it myself.
Okay. I'm glad you saw
What
through
did
that.
you say?
That's absurd.
8 gold?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I stood up and gave him the old stink eye, so I'll call it, and he's like, okay, maybe 5, and I thought 5 gold to sand and stain is still an obscene price, so I'll just handle it myself. Plus, it does give me a reason to be around that area.
If they were making money like that, we'd have a lot more carpenters.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I dress up as a carpenter and just go do some quotes.
8 gold, yes, I think it's a lot easier way to make money than what we've been doing.
Why don't I do the quotes and you do the work and we split the profit? I'll drum up the business. You know what I mean? This is more profitable than anything I've heard of so far.
Aldo, I'm
Well,
a
it
bit
didn't
worried
work for
about
that
you
guy.
today. First of all, I didn't buy your let us crack, and now this remark. I think you're losing your touch. Normally, I can't
Yeah,
tell
you-
whether you're telling me the spin one way or another, but you're 0 for 2
You know what?
this
I
morning.
blame that on you. I'm 9 gold down since yesterday. And it's really completely your fault, Koa.
What did you spend 9 gold on?
Did I bust down another shop I'd forgotten about?
Well, that roughly matches up with the quotes you've been receiving, so possibly. But no, just in our little you got really hurt. And
A couple times now, yes.
hang on, I got a call. I got to take. Sorry. Oh no, it's gone. Seeing what happened
What's
to
the
you,
call?
and I don't know myself. I decided it might be time that, I wore something to actually protect me. Me and Mikhail had nothing at all.
Yeah.
So, I figured,
Yes.
why not try and mitigate the risk of dying here?
it would have been a lot cheaper just to get some of that armor we found fitted. You know.
Yeah, but I didn't like that, and I don't know. I told you it's Koa's fault. See, I was depressed from yesterday, and he got me thinking, and then I wanted the best armor I could buy, and one that didn't impede me very much, and I just on a whim spent 9 gold. So, like I said,
That's a hell of a whim.
I still
spend.
owe 9, by the way. It's only half paid for.
18 gold. What is it? What you're getting made of gold?
I hope so. 1 second.
His character just steps away to do one of those, just right in the middle of
You gotta go.
He has showed
go.
us he's willing to do that.
Yeah, exactly. He
He just gets up to go pee or something, go vomit, to go get another
It's
drink.
just like in the corner.
Yeah. Not in the corner.
He's just like
It
just
is
too tired
very
to walk out
Aldo.
of the room.
like literally, effectively mid sentence, definitely mid conversation. He's like, "Excuse me a second." Walks outside. Oh, okay.
Huh.
Anyways,
Oh, whatever he has to do, he has to do, I guess.
Yeah. Could be anything with him. Wow, that's the first time I've seen him be selective, I mean, I didn't even think, I don't like this armor. I should pay a lot of money to make it nicer.
I mean, honestly, with what we've been through, it's not the worst idea. Maybe him being better armored will keep me alive next time. It's a weird way of thinking, but
I could. I mean, yeah, I was gonna get one of those suits of the leathers fitted. It's a little big for me.
it's not a bad idea. I feel like it might be a bit tougher to ride Nightstorm around and such if I were to wear the ones we found, so I'd need to get something fitted too. But with my current time and money expense at fixing an herbalist shop up, not sure I'll be spending a lot. Maybe I'll at least look at my weapons. I grabbed that sword, and I was thinking that after trying to jam spears to those gates, perhaps getting something a little bit more limber, like a javelin or something, would be better suited for me.
Yeah, something, I guess, more throwable. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit easier to, yeah.
How much did the shop repair run you?
2 gold. Well, I gave Gwen 3 gold as I ran out to take Casper to the hospital, so I guess 3 gold. I'm not going to ask for the one back at this point. 3 gold and however many weeks it takes to sand down a shop.
Boy. Look, your quick thinking saved Casper, so he'll dig out 2 gold and hand you 2 of his.
I also quite enjoy Gwen's company, so being stuck there for a couple of weeks isn't the worst thing in the world.
That's why you're only getting 2.
You know, one of those things, right, Mikhail, where you go out at night, you have a few drinks, you see somebody pretty, and you're like, let's have a chat, see whose room, yours or mine, where do we end up tonight? And then you have those people you meet, and it's like, my tongue's a lot heavier than it was yesterday, like, and fumbling all over myself, acting like a fool. How can you be so confident in one situation and so not in another?
I have no idea. I'll be honest with you.
I guess I'm asking someone who produces music for a living, so I guess words play is kind of easy for you.
Yeah, sometimes. But with other people, it's different. Especially, I mean, have you run into a lot of people that made you feel that way?
Never took the time to find out. It was more of a sleep and run,
Well, it's something you're new at. Nobody's good at those.
No, I ran a lot from parents, from other lovers, and so
No. The finding someone you like that makes you feel awkward. That's
yes, it's just it's like when I'm there, I'm battling that feeling, but when I'm here in your guys' presence, obviously it's a fool's errand. We have places to go, things to do. We got to get to Leshev. We've got wherever it was that Aldo had talked about meeting that guy who was getting a caravan of coin to send us somewhere or another, and
I think that's in Leshev too, isn't it?
I'll be honest with you, I don't quite remember. I think
Yeah.
that house with Willie exploding and falling, and then everything that happened in the cave.
Yeah.
Honestly, it feels like we've gone through years' time in the last week.
God, it's only been a week.
Since a week ago, yes.
Yeah. I think that's how that works. It's okay. Well, so I guess we definitely need to go see Jaaek, because that I mean, shit, that whole trade night thing, wasn't that last night?
The last night we well, no, yesterday we talked to Ashara, and the day before we were in the cave and slept at the hospital.
Yeah, the auction was last night.
That, yes, the auction. Yes, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we absolutely need to go check.
No, I agree. I
can't-
should have gone straight there last night. I should have just ridden Night Storm back.
Well, you don't want to be there last night. I mean, none of us are in shape for that. We have to trust Idric and hopefully Jaaek, but they should be there now in that case.
I mean, I agree with you. It just part of me also still just feels a little like a job unfinished not being there for that part of things, but also if we had gone, perhaps we would have missed Ashtar entirely, and it's too bad.
Yeah.
The stuff with her just made it hard to sleep. Letting her get off with everything is a nasty business. I wish Jaaek or someone else could do something, but alas.
I mean, maybe they can. She still has to get to the border and across it.
Well, we cut a deal with her.
We did. We did cut a deal.
That's another thing I was going to do. I was going to tell Aldo, I guess, but if I went up to see my family and the free folk and I don't know, give them some of the coin I'd earned or something, I was going to stop by Varen and report Glub, whatever his name was. Glober, Bloof.
Fucking hell. What the hell was this motherfucker's name? Gleb Meadow.
Gleb Meadow.
Gleb, yeah. That was it.
Yeah, Gleb. That guy.
Glub.
Oh, yeah, that would
Evil
work.
glub.
Sure.
I can hear Tesh's voice saying that too.
I
Right?
can too.
Ooh. Oh my god.
It would have a negative modifier on an intimidation check.
For sure. Fuck. That's in my head now.
And now we're gonna have some like animal character that's Glub.
It's better than that one character whose name I ruined. I've already forgotten what that one was, but there was another one I'd kind of...
Cuntilla?
Never mind, it's back.
That is never going away.
I actually
bad.
forgot that.
Yeah,
I had forgotten it too, but apparently you can remember.
You just ask me.
I still never
It's
remember
never
their
leaving.
actual name. Was that the big
Kethrel!
rock man?
Kethrel! It's Kethrel.
Yeah, the image in my head is not a big rock man.
It's a tiny rock.
Fucking-
No, never mind.
Anyway, I think I don't know who that's for.
Me neither.
I'll just say that's for Tesh. Tesh gonna be nice to the DM.
Enjoy.
Someone redeemed it.
So we got to go check in on that. I want to get him as much of this documentation as we can. That's why I've been trying to copy a bunch of it over. I guess we can let him know that she's going to be heading for the border of Paradel.
Well, she has to stop
Speaking
in
of which-
Harad first, right? She's going from here to Harad and Harad to there.
Yeah. I think whatever business she's conducting, tying up loose ends, burning bridges, whatever she's doing, I think we might actually want her to finish that. You
As long
know?
as it's not executing people like Tor was doing, which I imagine it's not. She seems like the
think
type
so.
who justifies her evil and wickedness by not being the ones to get her hands dirty, so to speak.
Right. He was never going to cut a deal with us. Also, I feel like I think she was trying to tell me something yesterday. I missed it. I don't know. I didn't
What do
quite
you
get
mean you
grasp
missed
of it. It didn't hit me until right before we met back up. It was hours later, but I kept thinking about she was just being weird, and I couldn't put my finger on whatever it was. And
Why don't you pay her a visit and figure it out?
yeah, I could do that.
If
back
you don't
tomorrow.
want to go alone, we can go, but I'm not exactly in a hurry to be in her presence again.
Right.
Yeah, she'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, she'll return tomorrow, so
Wait, where's she? She wasn't leaving town. She wasn't allowed to leave town for like 4 days.
Correct.
yeah. I don't know where where exactly she is today. She's like
She's handling
running
business
around.
around town. Yeah, you have no idea where she is.
So like I could spend a bunch of time figuring out where she is, and try to question her about it, but I know she'll be back here tomorrow to check in at this inn.
Well, maybe try to make sure you figure out what she was trying to tell you more in depth, in case it was important or timely.
Yeah. You don't damn it, now I'm worried about it.
I've been worried about it since that moment. We were at the hospital. I had a weird series of dreams. I don't hardly remember, but there was a spider and then me and eyes and stuff. And
Yeah,
then
you've
last
mentioned
night,
that.
Hmm?
You've mentioned that spider a lot.
haunting is in the vision.
Yeah.
But on top of that, and then last night, just expecting her to show up or send people to slit our throats in our sleep, or running off and starting up another band of lashes, and it wasn't a very pleasant night's sleep. On top of that, I feel guilty for the 3 people that we didn't save. I feel bad for Gwen's shop. I don't know. When we were in Leshev, being called the hero of Leshev and all that, it was like, yeah, let's go out and drink the hero of Leshev, and everyone wanted to party and toast. Here, a lot more of a melancholy feeling.
Yeah. It is. This might be a weird question. It's definitely going to be a weird question. But, you know what? Never mind. It's not important.
I mean, if you have a question, I can't be much weirder than trying to make conversation with someone you like after barging into their place of business, breaking the door, and covering it in blood and former flavor.
I mean, it can. All right, fine. So, when you say that that these things feel bad, what do you mean when you say it?
All right, you've got me on that one. That is a weird question, I think.
Told you.
Does it have to do with what you said about the unconscious fellow who you had to? When we were in that
A
room and
little.
you said it came easy to you.
A little, yeah. A lot.
Well, I suppose for me, I don't feel bad about killing people that were attacking me or that were a threat to me, and I wasn't there. We were, if I remember right, we were still trying to get through the gate, and you knew that they were going to come up behind us. So you took off to make sure that they didn't. And well, there were two of them, one of you, and you did what you had to do. And
Yeah.
you knocked out Xylem and finished off the other one. And perhaps it came easy because you knew that if he stood up, he was just going to run you through with his sword or whatever have you.
So you wouldn't have felt bad in that situation.
Without being there, it's hard to say.
Right, but
At this point,
to the
I've had
best of
to
your
kill a lot
knowledge.
of people, but they're not the ones that keep me up at night. No, it's the ones I failed to save. It's Phil. It's the three that were on the wall.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah,
strange,
that
isn't
makes
it? Like, I
sense.
feel like it's still wrong to have killed those minions to some extent, but at the same time, I mean, a moment's panic. What are you gonna do? You're gonna fight for your life. Anything, person, creature would.
Yeah.
Do you not feel bad for inflicting pain or letting people down?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, gosh, yeah, letting people down. I definitely can feel, disappointed. In myself, or something didn't turn out right. Yeah, of course. Everyone, everyone can feel that. I've never. I mean, before, you know, I've never had to kill anyone. I just. How do I even put it?
It's also fresh. I mean, learning to be a mercenary. Some people took to it very quickly. It was the thrill of the fight, and some occasionally someone will get into one scrap and then they never do it again. They go and they find something else to do. I feel like everyone handles killing a bit of a different way, whether it's in self-defense or in whatever. But perhaps it just hasn't hit you yet. Maybe you're still numb to it all because of everything else that's going on, a job unfinished and all these other stresses and things that we're dealing with, and the aggravation and the continued charade you have to put on with Ashtara.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess you're right. I could still just be processing it, and I'm just, I just, no. You know what? What you're saying makes sense. It doesn't feel over. I mean, we're still this close to one of the worst of them,
I
which
think
I mean upsets me. I mean, I fucking hate doing this, but I can, so I will.
I I'm definitely not super familiar with all this stuff, right? I know my experiences and what I dealt with other people, with you and Aldo and some of the free folk and whatnot. But I think the fact that you're talking to me about it and worried about it, I mean, that says more than what Tor had done, right? Like, he looked them in the eye, me in the eye, slit a throat, and went on to the next one. I actively trying to take him down, and he spent his last breaths making sure he hurt as many people as possible. Whereas, I mean, we're sitting here having a conversation, and obviously this is something that's been eating away at you a bit. So,
Yeah.
that in and of itself tells me that you have some kind of feelings or remorse or concern over it.
He
That
just
says something
nods.
about you, right?
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I I don't know. I kind of started to worry that maybe I was more like him than I thought. you know? But I can't imagine having that same. There was something in his eyes. You know, I saw it the first time I saw him, but it was so much worse in the hideout when he was spending. He was cornered. He spent that time killing helpless people.
I dragged Ashtara down the stairs a bit, and
Yeah.
we were cutting that deal, and I just wanted to smash her face through a wall and drag it through the broken glass and just pummel her until she wasn't recognizable. I had the thought in my head that popped in there, and I couldn't do it. I didn't do it. But
You see his eyes light up a little as you say that. He goes, "What stopped you?"
I guess I don't really know how to describe it. What stopped any of us? What got any of us to take that deal? What stopped any of us from taking her money and turning on the other two, or just joining the Lashes to begin with? Well, there's probably a lot of money to be made there by taking advantage of helpless people. They had a whole ring in place, and obviously a couple of Adric's men were ready to jump the bandwagon, but we didn't. So what stopped us from doing that? I think somewhere inside we know right from wrong, and here in Idir, from what I'm learning, that seems to be a bit rare. And even if our inclinations are to do something terrible sometimes, well, the fact that we aren't doing them hopefully speaks something to our character.
Yeah. I guess we'll see. Doesn't seem like this is the last time any of us are going to run into something unexpected.
Do you want to hurt people? Like, do you feel a want to? And I'm not just talking about, like, getting retribution on Ashtar. I mean, just like a person walking down the street. Do you see yourself shackling them up and selling them, or beating them, or slitting their throat like Tor did?
No. No, that I don't even know. I don't really know what drives a person to do that. Maybe something similar done to them.
Soullessness, callousness, evil, greed,
I guess.
heartlessness. I don't know. I've never encountered anything like Tor before, and that's probably what's been haunting me. Is I have a moment where I imagine myself just hurting Ashtar or whatever have you, and then I feel guilty about having that thought. But Tor, to his dying breath, he would rather just kill as many as he could on the way out than surrender, and that's something I've never encountered or thought could exist before. That doesn't make sense to me.
No.
How could he value one more innocent death more than his own life?
I mean, he seemed to enjoy it. I can't think of any other reason to do that.
Well, I don't think that's the kind of person you or I are. I think that we've all been through things that we've not seen or encountered before, but you're on the right side of it, and if I was in your position, killing a man while he's down is not exactly the will of the gods, but it also was a moment where it wasn't just your life on the line. It was Aldo's, it was mine, it was all the people chained to the wall there. It was Idric, Malik, Joey.
Sure.
You did what you had to do, and I think feeling confusion about it, whether it was easy or hard or how it felt. I'm seeing things in my daydreams, night dreams. I keep seeing the spider, the eyes, but I also keep seeing Tor just looking at me while he... It's haunting.
Yeah, doesn't really let up, does it?
No.
I appreciate you talking to me about it. It's been bothering me.
I mean, chat with me anytime about it, honestly. Nice to get this stuff out a little bit rather than just tough it out and walk around with my normal bravado.
Yeah.
Good to know it's not just me that's facing some demons through all this.
That's what's scary about it is a lot of this is stuff you can't learn just by being introspective or reading a book or even hearing a story. Like, you have to be tested. And I don't know. Have you ever been tested that way and you came out the other side, not liking what you saw?
When we were in the Chev and we went after the bandits in the woods, we knew that there was a gold piece per person alive. But before we left, I talked to Phil's family, and they basically implied not Samir, not the... Well, we didn't know his name at the time, but not the archer. And when we found them, I didn't give him a chance to surrender. I went in recklessly, just swinging my sword wildly, missed him the first few swings, and we got into a scrap. And at that point, he fought back. Never tried to surrender. I never gave him a chance or asked him to, though. I didn't want him to. I wanted revenge for Phil. And during that moment, I just wanted to cut him and hurt him and watch him fall. But looking back now in retrospect, I don't want to be that person. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't think that's who I want to be. So with Ashtara,
Yeah.
I had the same feeling, right? It's like, you've caused all this pain. You're a horrible person. You deserve to be locked away or dead. And instead, we cut that deal. And then I had that moment of, do I drag her down the stairs and just finish the job and consequence be consequence? But I didn't. Maybe that's why. Maybe part of me learned from Samir. So, did I answer your question? I got a bit distracted in my own story there.
I think it did. Actually. Okay. Well,
We decide who we
Gotta-
get to be. I won't let anyone else decide for me.
I hope you're right.
Me too.
Does Aldo come back? Or
Yeah, Aldo's
we
back.
said Aldo just kind of like pieced out to go piss or something like that.
Yeah, he got into an argument with the bartender, something about insurance premiums or something, and got very angry.
You insured your beer, idiot.
I broke something in the bar, and he's carrying on about his premium, and I was saying it's not my problem, it's yours, that type of stuff.
Oh, is that a common thing? Okay, it's new to me. I like
this
it.
is his world, man.
In this world, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
If that becomes canon, I'm quitting.
yeah. Hey,
Right?
I'm like,
I
I
just
don't know
want.
if I
I'm
like
putting
that.
in my 2 weeks notice right now.
Oh, you give notice? Oh, you're nice. Oh, that's
Fucking
right. You're
in
millennial,
our
not Zoomer.
in our hunter game, I had to have a goddamn conversation about like getting a loan to buy a house or some shit, and I'm like, or the fucking warehouse. I'm not doing that again. I'm done with
Jeez.
real world negotiations and fantasy. I'm done. Not
Nice.
doing it. Not getting a lawyer to talk to a realtor. No, we're out.
Oh. Yeah, no thanks.
Funny.
Nope. I'm good.
All right, yeah. Well, I'll come back from wherever I was.
I imagine we look kind of somber when you come back. We're probably like both looking up to say something else, but we're like just kind of like both in our own worlds at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like I missed a riveting conversation.
Dwelling a bit too much on the past instead of looking forward, I think.
For sure.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
that's all I do is look forward. Look to what's next, eh? Can't live in the past.
I've forgotten what we were speaking about at this point. Got distracted talking to Mikhail. It was our plan to go speak to Jaaek, right?
Yeah, over at Jonas Crack.
Really gonna try to make that work, huh?
I don't think that's going to be a thing. That's a terrible name.
I'm gonna keep trying.
All right.
Okay.
You just wait till I hit level 3 and I get rumor mongering. Then we'll really
God.
see what's up.
Oh, man.
This
We're not
tavern
gonna
only
get
has
to
2
level 3.
levels, so I'm not sure what you would do from the top floor.
Well,
Tough crowd.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? The crowd is the same as it always is. They're just eating their breakfast and lunch, whatever have you.
yeah, we're tough. We're all tough. All of us.
I mentioned the mole alchemy thing to Gwen. I was gonna stop by and figure out a plan of coming back to sand down her shop again. Not a euphemism.
It could be.
Somehow, for the first time, I'm struggling to pursue that angle. Normally, it's a beeline, right for the. Anyway, but I figured with her expertise, if she's has the time and is willing, perhaps she could accompany us to meet with Jaaek if we're going there, and she could take a look and see what she can make of the setup. She seemed to have some kind of knowledge or at least interest in the
The alchemy
historical
stuff
nature
was wrong.
of the mole.
Oh.
Oh, so you...
Huh.
Actually. I didn't think
I
that's
do
where you were
too.
going with this.
I'm not sure where you thought I was going.
I thought you might have been wanting to sell her the supplies or something, but...
I figured just trying to help us make heads or tails of it. I don't know what the hell to do with it, especially since it partially burned down. And as she said, the containers or the chemicals themselves might be damaged and dangerous, so we probably can't move them until someone who knows what they're doing takes a look. And I know she's
I'm
good
glad she
people,
told you that, because I definitely would have tried to move it.
so that's why I brought it up. Well, okay, I was trying to make conversation because it was a bit of an awkward moment, covered in blood and water and stuff. But also because I figured it was the right person. I mean, who else do you talk to about that kind of stuff other than someone else who dabbles in it? No.
Yeah, I suppose this all turns around into the same thing, right? I mean, I got offered a job looking into mole ruins. The guy that was that alchemist considered himself to be mole. We heard from the woman that who's looking into the mole. Maybe we check out some of these ruins ourselves.
That's the
I
whole
know the
reason I'm here.
ones. Well, yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, Elliot has given us a job, but it's gonna be winter, so I don't really see that trek happening anytime soon.
That's true. It is. Ugh.
I'm not really
Right.
quite in a hurry to go back into the woods to investigate the place where we were with Kuntilla. Kethrel.
Jesus Christ, sir.
Yeah, so
It made it in
um,
character. Damn. Yeah, not in the winter. We don't want to be traveling. Not in the wilderness while it's snowing.
well, I've got to stick around
I see.
Haudh-Gwenn myself, and it sounds like you are too, Koa. Mikhail, where do you see yourself?
I mean, we've got to get Cleveland back to Leshev.
That
And
we
I know
do.
Koa said he wanted to head to, out to, I think, northeast is what it would be.
To get to Varen, a bit probably. I have to see a map, but the free folk should be wandering around pretty far north of here, and if we were gonna take a moment, I figured maybe going up there and reporting G-Man.
Gleb.
That's it. Gleb.
He's struggling.
Gleb Meadows.
We're gonna report Gleb to the authorities there and stop by. And I figured, well, I'm not gonna have the finances for it now, but I thought maybe I'd pick up a horse or two for you lot, so that way when we're traveling around, we're not, well, me with Nightstorm and you two being
Walking.
dragged behind.
Okay. I mean, that'd be good. Yeah, I assume you want to get there, get out there before winter hits.
Well,
So-
the complication now is that I have to sand down an entire herbalist shop, so I'm not sure if I'll have time to make it up there or not, but, if I do, I will, and if I don't, well, I'll go in the spring, and after we're done, we know of several locations, right? We know of the woods, near where the bandits were. We know of this place that, what was your contact's name? Aldo?
Elliot.
You mentioned that, and,
Like you said though, why with winter coming on, why don't we just all kind of make a bit of a home base in Haudh-Gwenn here, and why don't we check out the ruins that are here?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
wouldn't be the worst idea, though I don't know how in depth they'll be. I mean, they could be close to, well, some of the bandits that are still around, but,
I mean, if they're a dead end or something, I mean, I'm sure I'll find something of interest. But worst case, we settle in Haudh-Gwenn for the winter.
I'm torn on that.
Yeah, there's
I
worse
think
places to be, right?
There are, but Nightstorm really hates it here, so. But
Chev
Gwen is
better?
here, so maybe.
Look, you'll be around more, which means I'm sure Nightstorm will be okay as long as you're paying attention.
I suppose, yes, that's fair. Just, well, she wouldn't eat out of my hand for 2 weeks the last time I was in Haudh-Gwenn with her before. So I'm just. Granted, she was left at the stable for about a week and a half straight, and I didn't stop by because I was a bit occupied.
See, I was gonna just ask if there was anything else happening. So I think it's a good idea. I mean, if we're gonna explore any of these ruins and not just split up forever for some reason, these are the ones that make the most sense.
All right, then. So I'll see if Guinevere wants to come to check out the mole lab. Otherwise, we'll proceed over there, talk to Jaaek. We have to escort her back and then move on to Forvin and Leshev. Get our pay and get everyone back. And then we come back to Haudh-Gwenn and do what we need to do and check out these ruins. Do you think Elliot will be okay putting off the one job?
I don't think he's planning to start it now anyway.
The only real wrinkle there is if we want to make sure that Ashara doesn't stick around longer than our deal said was okay, or do anything untoward, someone's got to be here, me, to make sure she checks in as agreed. It's a 7-day period, 6 more after yesterday.
Well, no, it was 4 days
right
here
for
and then
today.
3 in Harad, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
I don't have to,
Yeah,
Odd.
but yeah.
yeah. Just making sure, like, you don't have to. But I'm trying to be clear. But you guys continue with your thing.
Yeah, that was Mikhail's initial thought, was to be like, I want to make sure she doesn't go somewhere else and actually checks in each time, so she can't go too far.
Provided we've got all the evidence that you promised. I mean, we could delay if you want to. It's only a few days, and then a few days in Harrod. But it's, you know what I mean. I think, I don't know. Maybe it's time for us to move on. We don't have to monitor her. If she goes back on the deal, then we go back on ours.
We do
Right,
already
it's
have the
just-
information she'd told us she was going to give us. We may not have all the documentation, but I think between the guardsmen here in Haudh-Gwenn and then everyone in the Chev, we have enough backers to get trust on our side.
I don't think she
Possibly.
wants to be here now anyway.
No, she shouldn't,
Alright.
because, well, we want to see her brought to justice, and I'm sure we would find a way if she stuck around.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm convinced. I do think I missed something, so
Well, then let's
feel
do.
like I
Let
should
me
get at least
see.
one more check-in, or maybe go
Yes,
find
let me
her
see if
while you guys
Guinevere will
report to
come with
Jaaek.
us to the cave. If she will, we'll go over there and we'll talk to Jaaek. We'll come back. You can check in with her and get the intel. We'll bring Guinevere back.
She checks in every day. Why not just sleep on it till tomorrow? Check in with her tomorrow, and then we'll leave after that.
Well, we still
The
would
auction
have.
was last night.
I wouldn't feel 100% comfortable bringing somebody out there to a slaver camp and then having them travel back alone all the way to Haudh-Gwenn.
Yeah, we can. I assume we can make it to the hideout and back before the day ends.
No, it's like
Or was it midday?
26 miles
Yeah.
there or something. It's like a whole trek there. I mean, you probably could if you all had your own horses, and especially if they were swift horses. But with how you have been traveling, no.
Yeah.
How much
Not
does a
talking about with
normal
a cart,
horse?
Just
A
yeah.
regular riding horse is 8 gold, right? That's not a normal horse. A normal horse is only 2 gold. But
riding horse
but
is
a
8 gold.
riding horse is like, like a proper.
We have one riding horse.
This is
Well,
the one
you
horse
have-
that we got.
Was that a riding
Yeah.
horse? Or was it, no, that was a horse. It wasn't necessarily a riding
Oh.
horse. Yeah.
No, because we sent one. We gave Idric one, right?
Oh
And
wait,
then
how many coins was he? How many copper was he able to get from you? You guys gave him over 20, didn't you? So I think he was able to pluck
Give him
out
a
16.
lot.
Yeah.
yeah, we
Never
gave
mind.
him a
No,
lot.
no, you are correct, Jake. I'm sorry. So he was able to
Okay.
pluck out 16. And more or less, he cast a spell to make the copper look like gold just temporarily. And
We don't know that.
yeah. And but anyways, continue. Sorry.
Okay, so we have a riding horse and we have Nightstorm.
Yeah.
But we even still, we probably can't get there and back in the same day
Yeah.
at this point.
Oh,
If we had 3,
did you bring that
horses,
riding
that's
horse
a-
back to Haudh-Gwenn?
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah, it's with
Yeah.
the cart,
Yeah, we brought
Where's it
the
being
cart.
stabled?
not at the stable that we got it from.
It actually would be with
Definitely
the it would be with the guards right now.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Somebody comes by and you're like, "Hey, I was just wanted to check in about that report that I put about my." Hey, that's one of them. That's one of my horses right there. That's one of them. Where'd that come from? Oh, this like loaded adventurers like murdered a whole bunch of slavers and freed a whole bunch of people, and they're pretty awesome heroes. What were you saying about
I gave him that horse. Yay me!
turn theft into advertisement?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that's fun.
If I could think of it, he could think of it.
That's fun. Well, you're probably a lot smarter than him. My horse, I did that. Nice, Fluffy.
I guess we'll find out. We could All right, so are we talking about trying to do it in one day? Like, is that an RP? Is that the last time we said?
Yeah,
Does it need to be
I
done
was
in
trying
one
to figure
day?
that out.
Not
That's what
necessarily,
I'm
but I
trying to work
think if
out.
we mentioned it,
Just yeah, I just need I need to be back before the check-in. Is the only thing I'm thinking.
I mean, we could put some coins together and get a third horse. We have the one with the cart. And we have Nightstorm. We just need one more. I was hoping to get better ones from up north, but that would take quite a while to, or quite a lot of money. But for 5 or 10 gold coins, we could probably get a decent horse. At least each have one. I'm not sure if Gwen has one or not, but she could always ride it in Nightstorm. But, like, thinking about it,
Well,
he's
we-
like puffing up a little bit.
Sorry, were you saying something, Jake?
I'm just trying to think. Can you just check in with her now?
I'd have to go find her.
She's handling her
She would-
business, as it were.
Yeah, I don't know if she's just at her
Got to
place.
go
or-
home though, right?
I mean, at some point, but she's handling affairs, so she could be anywhere in the city right now.
But this isn't urgent. This going to back to the cave.
Well, I mean, it is if we want to catch Jaaek while he's there. I don't know how long he'll be there before he goes back to Harad, and then it's a much... Well, we'd be going through Harad anyway to go to Forvin.
Yeah.
But I also...
My
would-
main concern is just that the auction was last night, so there was probably a fight. You know?
Well, up to you either way. I don't mind. Yeah.
I mean, I guess they're not necessarily expecting we come right back, but
Well, fuck it, I guess. I can go try to, find one of you a horse, I suppose, and then we'd have 3 horses. Would make all of this travel quite a bit easier. Unless we try to put them on boats, then I guess it's an added expense.
I mean, can myself and Mikhail not just share the horse?
I love it because you guys have had this conversation with Aldo so many times, but he's drunk every time.
I mean, you can get on a horse with 2 people, but the horse can't quite move as fast. If we're trying to move quickly or go on a lot better to each have one.
Seems like I don't know. Feel like we're almost overthinking this. We either take an extra day, or we just leave and whether I don't know. Maybe Gwen can wait at the cave while you and Mikhail spirit yourselves back here really quickly to check in or something. I don't know. Or
Really,
Mikhail
we're
takes the
talking
horse.
about half a day's travel if we're not on a horse.
like, it sounds like the simplest thing is just to wait the day. And if we're gonna be here anyway, I can just go look for.
I will buy the damn horse and we'll have 3 horses. How's that?
I think that's a good idea either way.
If we're gonna go all the way to Leshev, I'd rather not do it on foot.
Yeah.
We
So,
already
yeah,
have another
so
horse.
speaking of which-
We have 2
No, we
horses.
just gotta
and 3
get
of
it.
us. Do you see the numbers, Aldo, whatever your fucking name
But
is?
we're meeting back
2
up
here,
with
1 here.
Idrik. You see? And he has one of our horses. So now we have 4 horses if you buy one, right? See what I'm saying here?
Do you think Idric's gonna give the horse back? Do you think the horse is alive? Do you think? I mean, there's a lot of.
I don't think it was part of the profits from the thing, so I'd say so.
Hey, Idrik, thanks for watching our stuff. Give us our horse back.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the angle you want to try, then it
You
just
know
means
what?
a longer.
Goa, buy the horse. He pats you on the thing. And he just goes back to the bar.
Okay, Mikhail, that was more of one of the ones where I don't know if I believe him or not.
I don't think he thinks buying the horse is the smart choice, but he's done arguing. That's what I got from it.
I'll tell you what, we have a horse here. I've got Nightstorm. He thinks Idric's got another horse for us. He can walk when we go back to the cave.
That'll slow
That could
us
be his
down.
horse.
That'll mean we move slower.
Just one way.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. So that means we are waiting a day. Right?
No fucking idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
really
it's
trying to fixate
mid-afternoon,
on
so
that.
perhaps it's the best idea. I need to go talk to Gwen anyway. She might need some time to prepare.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. I don't think we really have much choice.
All right. Let me go let her know the plan, and then I'll meet back up with you all this evening, and we'll figure it out from there. I need to stop by and get rid of these spears and maybe pick up some javelins instead anyway, so I'm going to take care of that while I'm out.
Okay. I guess I'll see if I can find Ashara.
Oh, good luck.
Wait first. Spears. You looking to sell your spears? Yeah.
Yeah, I got 3 of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 of them.
Oh, no, that's where I wanted to be. Okay.
3 of them.
Spears are usually worth, if you buy a brand new one, 1 silver piece. So if you're selling it, your best hope is for 5 copper. You said you're trying to sell 3 of them?
Yep.
Okay. Roll a diplomacy check for me real quick. Yep, you get let's say for selling them, you get 12 copper for selling them.
Okay.
Which is which to be clear is 1.2 silver. Just so you know.
1.2 silver.
Yeah, 12 copper is the best
I
way to
might
put it.
convert some of this stuff. I might go through and convert some of this stuff.
That's what the bank is for.
I was going to say, is there a bank in Haudh-Gwenn?
We'll make a stop, but then too after I'm done with the javelins. How much are the javelins?
Yep. So the javelins. Oh, I thought I already said this before. I'm so.
You
sorry.
did, but we
forgot.
haven't rolled for
Here
it.
you go, bro. They buy for 1 silver a piece, brand new. Yep, buy for 1 silver a piece. So that costs you. So you gained 1.2. You spent 30. So you spend the total of 18 copper.
Oh, I rolled again for the buying. I didn't know that was a separate roll.
Oh no, so that handles it all. So you're
I
buying
didn't like
at
that
a
for the
flat
first
cost.
one. I wanted to roll again.
You bought it at a flat cost. Don't worry. So
Okay, how much did I buy them for?
Did you ever add money when I told you what you sold for?
Yes.
Then remove 30 copper.
Okay.
Which
I
is
added 12 copper. Now I'm removing 30.
correct.
Okay.
It's 1 silver piece, which I know.
Yeah. Stop by the bank here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were getting a quiver for those too, right? So you can just strap 3 of them onto your back.
Can it only hold 3?
Oh, I'm sorry. How many did you say you were buying?
5.
Spend 20 more copper or 2 silver. My apologies.
Okay, so I have a quiver and 5 javelins, right?
Yep, and the quiver runs you just 2 more copper, nothing crazy.
You had me spend 2 more silver to spend 2 more copper?
I only charged you for 3 javelins, not 5, by accident. So, the third, yeah, cool.
Gotcha.
Yep. So the grand total was 5 silver, 2 copper for the quiver and the yeah. But you're good now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So if I want to go to the bank, I don't know if Mikhail wants to go to the bank and we can just do all this at once.
Well, going back to the are you going to go to the bank first? Or you're going to go to Gwen first?
I just figured for our sake we could knock it out and just be done with that part. I don't really care where it happens in the timeline. I just figured while we're looking at our character sheets, we might as well knock it out.
Bank it is. So you guys go walking up to the bank. It's one of those, where's the bank? Where's the bank? And then you realize, oh, the bank is where you had bumped into, what's his name originally? Idir. That's where you met Idir. It was right outside there. So you finally find out, oh, there's a bank here. And you go there, you go to that place. And you can see there's a couple of dudes that are standing outside the bank that are guarding the place. And as you come walking up, because there were people guarding that bank beforehand, as you come walking up, you recognize 2 of the dudes that are there. Before there were 3, Idir plus 2 others. You recognize 2 of the dudes. They're no longer bound to a cart. So you guys come walking up. It's one of those things where they're standing there with their cudgels doing their job of guarding the bank, and you guys start walking up.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hey, you guys look better than last time we saw you. Must be doing well.
You too.
Oh, fantastic, really. Just here for some business with the bank.
This bank is invite only. It's we're not supposed to let people in except for those that were
Including people whose names are going around town as the ones who stopped a slave trade.
I think know what we did,
It's fine. He's inviting us in. Don't worry.
right?
Thanks. Aldo taps him on the shoulder.
Oh, thank you very much then. And they start to go by.
I don't really have the that's the
They just
protest.
walk in.
One of the other guys, he's off to the side. He just watches the transaction, says nothing. You know what I mean? At one point in time, he just like subconsciously touches the back of his head. Like they say nothing as you guys walk up to the bank door. And
I should take that
Good.
club off my character sheet. I still have it on there, but that was Edric's club.
it was, yeah. Unfortunately, you have to remove it. Unless you find Edric dead, then you can add it back.
I'll leave it just in case.
But either way, what was that? Was that hopeful? Did I hear hope in your voice just now?
Not Koa, but wait. I mean, it was a
Wow.
good club. That was a
Wow.
lucky club, man. It one hit knocked out like 3 or 4 dudes. It was a good club.
Yeah,
Edric
that was
was-
slacking, motherfuckers.
Edric was like MVP.
Hey, and he
Yeah, we like
died
Edric.
doing something great.
The guy's not
He's a
even
great
dead
man,
yet.
and he should be remembered as such.
This is like
Every bonk will be an honor to his memory.
this is like when the memes are going around about Will Smith being dead. Now Edric's just gonna live long enough to slap someone in the mouth. You know, like it's just ugh.
Well, maybe he'll try going to the bank with all of his coin and run to his friends there.
Anyways,
Imagine those dudes telling Edric the bank is invite only.
Oh, they wouldn't.
so
Whole block would go quiet.
They'd all be going clubbing together that night.
oh.
Yeah, we
So-
walk into the bank.
When you walk in, as a reminder, the bank is that kind of stonework that we had mentioned beforehand, right? So you're walking into the bank. I do want to be clear. The bank that you can walking into, the initial thought I want you to have in your mind is it looks very much like what you would think of a, I say modern, but more early 1900s, but modern like New York City bank that you would think of. So it is this like nice, stone building that's there with that like, kind of like the metal that works the stone or what have you. But you walking in, it's like an atrium that you can walking into. In the far wall from where you are, there's like a wall there that actually has windows in front of it. I think it's 3 windows in that wall opposite you. That would be where a teller would normally stand. Pause on that in a second. To the far right, so the right-hand corner, again, opposite wall, you do see a door. That'd be the door to go into or out of the where the tellers would stand behind. You do also have a door that's immediately to your left. That's there. That door that's immediately to your left is very well designed, very sturdy, looks reinforced, so on and so forth. It also looks very, very old. So well maintained, well cared for, but also a very old door, potentially. As old as this building, or at least older than, you guys could think to count, right? It looks, very ornate, very old. As you are walking forward, this like flat stone ceiling overhead, as you start to take a couple of steps forward, one of the things I do want to point out is you'll notice that the ceiling immediately overhead, like I said, it's flat. It doesn't like stretch up as high as you would have thought with how big this building is. But as you step forward, you do see that after say 10 feet or so, 12 feet or so of walking forward, the ceiling then does open up. It opens up properly. So there's this like big, almost like cathedral style ceiling where it's like large, curved at the top, has a beautiful design to it. The architecture in here, the design in here, it shows like a bunch of like carvings that are inside of it. The carvings are kind of worn down. There's a bit of chipping, a bit of cracking to it. But despite that, you can still see like the statues that are carved in, and you can see the carving of hobgoblins that are up there. One in each one of the corners, and they're in different postures, but all of them in some way or another, the design of it makes it look like it's holding up a corner of the ceiling that's overhead. So whether it be like they're actively like trying to hold the corner of the ceiling, or maybe that looks like they're holding like a ledger with one hand, but the ceiling with the other. But don't think statues like these big, full walk around 3D kind of statues. More think of it's embossed off of the wall itself, so carved as part of the wall, but embossed off, right? And then you have so the ceiling itself is absolutely beautiful. It takes your characters a moment to notice you. Maybe somebody who has a higher perception, like I think it's Mikhail, would notice right away, and the others would notice like either through his mention or just at some point in time turning around and looking. At some point in time when you're in the middle of the atrium or the far side and you turn and look back, or maybe you notice it as you're leaving, there's actually, you realize that the flat ceiling you first walk in under, that's because that was the floor to a second floor that's over there. Now, if anybody here has ever been to a cathedral, like a Catholic church or a Catholic cathedral, you'll know when you first walk in, there's that same kind of design that I'm describing right here. You turn around, look up, and there's like extra seats that are up there that usually like a choir or whatever would be inside of. And that choir would, you would sing above and behind you to give you that kind of like ethereal or divine kind of, feeling as they're, you're going through your sermons. You're noticing that here in the bank, which you would think is weird, especially since it does look like there's actual seats up there too, like built-in seats, like you would at a theater. Not a considerable number of them, but there are seats that are up there too, and it's not empty up there. You see that there's two people up there as well. One of them has a crossbow in their hands, like actively, not aiming it anywhere, just like lazily held inside their hands, just kind of like keeping an eye on things. The other one, you don't see the crossbow in their hands, but you do see a strap that suggests there's one over their shoulders, and they're leaning on the railing, like looking down, keeping an eye on things, letting you know, okay, there's two archers up there that definitely could have a clean shot at us unless we were directly underneath the ledge, the floor that they're standing on. Anyways, the other thing that you notice when you come walking in is as you walk in, it's not an empty atrium. When you first walk in, standing to the side of the door, there is, whoa, that's a big boy. There's well over 6 feet tall, maybe 6'4", who knows what. There's a half-orc that's standing there. Again, orcs themselves are not particularly large, but half-orcs, for some reason, when their bloodline mixes with humans, they're big boys. And so this half-orc is next to you looking like, forearms looking like, what's his name? Koa's calves, right? Like he's just a massive person. So he like looks over at you lazily as you come walking in, the three of you, but doesn't say anything, about your coming in. And then across the way, behind those, windows, those teller's windows, there's one window that has a person inside of it. And as you walk in, the door clicks shut behind you. You can see that they look up and notice the three of you there. So, of course, you're going to make your way across over to them. It's very quiet in here. Not a single person speaking. So every step of your boots is just like, you almost become maybe not Koa, but you almost become, or maybe not, what's his name, either, Aldo, because he's drunk. But you almost become self-conscious about how loud it is. Actually, maybe not Mikhail either. He's kind of an egocentric performer. How loud your boot clicks are echoing throughout this quiet chamber. Now I'll throw it to you guys.
Go up to the person that looked up at us.
We get like
I
not
guess
even
we
all the way
stomp or
up.
dance.
This awkward silence of like just walking up with like one person's shoe is squeaking. I don't think it's mine, but one of our shoes is squeaking on the way up. Is it wet or? Come on, dudes. We get like within not shouting distance, but like loud talking distance, and Koa's immediately like, "Good afternoon."
They look at you and they say, afternoon. I don't believe I know you. The person behind the counter is a hobgoblin themselves. And so they're a hobgoblin male. So, they have very thick, dark black hair, tufts of fur on their forearms. They're dressed, they're dressed well, but not like super fancy, so on and so forth. Just like they have nicer clothes than a typical, traveler would have, right? More of like a clerk's outfit. And it seems well enough maintained, but not new by any stretch. You can see there's a ledger before you, but you're not sure what language that it's written in. I don't think any of your characters speak Lin anyways. And they're standing there before you like, welcome, but I don't believe I know you. Do you have an account with us?
No.
Not yet.
Oh.
Yes, not yet.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to say this, but unless you have an account with us, we don't do any business with anybody first arriving. It's this bank works by invite only, so unless you are sponsored by somebody who already has an account with us.
I mean, we're already here. What are the steps to open an account? We have money, obviously.
It's, you see, you are an unknown entity, so any degree of business that we do with one another is going to be to us at the we are the ones taking the risk, and we don't have any collateral for that risk. So, unfortunately, without a sponsor who's willing to place their name and accounts as collateral for you, I can't help you.
Well, what about to mitigate any fears of anyone losing out? What if we were here just for a straight up conversion?
Oh,
Huh?
oh, a conversion. Oh, yes. Typically speaking, we only do that with those that are. Let's take this back a step. You've heard of the bank. I'm glad to hear it. Not many of people know that we're around. Don't want too many people knowing. Occasionally, the fool will come in and try to steal a thing or two. It doesn't end well for them. Who told you about this bank?
Oh, my good friend Elliot told me all about the bank.
Elliot.
In fact, he told me he was coming here himself.
He says Elliot, like looking for a last name.
He did introduce himself. I don't remember out of game what his last name is.
Jaaek the Snake. If these two didn't remember,
His name's Elliot Jake the Snake.
Bingo.
What a weird
if
name.
these two didn't remember,
Is
that's
it
okay.
Elliot Man?
Okay.
Man?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
you got it right before
You got it
Joey
before
said
Snog
it.
said, okay.
Yep.
Okay. I was scared. I was. All right. Cool.
Didn't know.
So I'm calling Josh. No. So
But I
anyways,
still think Cuntilla's an NPC, so don't ask me.
So you say Elliot Mon, and he's like, oh yes. He's flipping through the ledger really quickly, and he checks. He's like, oh, I saw him not too long ago. I am familiar, and you're saying Elliot is your sponsor.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, as previously stated, without Elliot here to put his name on the account, then I'm not going to be able to establish a new one for you. However, as a gesture of good faith, I am willing to extend to you the conversion. There is a small cost to this. It's just going to cost you a copper, but I'm willing to do the conversion for you.
Imagine going to
Thank
a
you very
fucking
much.
bank in the U.S. and being like, "Hey, can I get like 5 singles for this?" And they're like, "Yes, it'll cost you 50 cents."
Actually, some banks do charge you to do convert. Absolutely.
If you don't
Fucking
have an
bank
account.
are you going
Yeah,
to?
if you don't have an account.
If you don't have an account,
Yeah.
a lot of them do.
Yeah,
Percentage.
absolutely.
Since when?
Wade, you've just had an account since you were 18, so you don't realize this. That is 100%.
No, I had
a
an account
thing.
since I was like 4, but I go to other banks. I've just been like, "Hey, can I get like 5 singles for this?"
Yep.
Sometimes they're okay. They'll just do it. But like I went to a bank far away from where I normally
Using a
go,
card, yeah, true. I've done that.
and I was
Bought a
like,
card,
"What
yeah.
the fuck?" It cost me like 5%.
You can go to a
What
goddamn
is
grocery
this?
store with a 20 and be like, "Hey, can I get 2 10s and a 5, or 2 5s and a 10?" They'll be like, "Yeah, sure."
So grocery stores often have banks, and they also will charge fees. Or if you try to cash a check with like the customer service desk, which grocery stores often do, they also charge fees. Yeah,
don't do
I've
that.
had lots of employees that, for whatever reasons, haven't had bank accounts. They just didn't agree with them, whatever the case may be, and they always tell me about the fees that they pay, and I'm like, bro, just open a bank account and leave $100.
So
in
you
that.
saw this bullshit and you're like, "I better put this in my fantasy game."
Yes.
Take your goddamn copper.
So anyways, oh wait, hold on. What's this? Every month I have to withdraw phone. Da, 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 da. It's not yours. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Boom. All right.
God, you are such a goddamn money fucking weasel of a DM.
So
Nickel and dime
Holy
the shit
fuck.
out of us.
8 gold to sand down a goddamn counter and now a copper just to get some fucking singles.
okay, some singles. Oh, you going to the club? So
Not anymore, man. I can't afford it.
So here's the fun part to accentuate Wade's point. They say, and usually you say, yeah, here's the copper, and they put it down like grumbly or whatever. Put down the copper, and they say, are each of you doing a conversion?
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
already
why we're
subtracted the copper.
The one copper, correct?
Yes.
So they say, are each of you doing a conversion?
here. Yes, that's why we're all here.
Then that would be one copper for each of you.
I subtracted a
subtract
copper
some.
already.
Okay, good.
Awesome. Honesty always costs you. So at this point, let's do conversions for your characters. To be clear, if you're trying to, so let's work our way upwards to make things easy. I do suggest keeping slivers on your character because it's just like it's good to have a good number of them there. But
What
slivers,
is a good number?
I don't need 144 of them,
no,
that's for sure.
like 15 might be a good number to have around. But as a reminder, 5 slivers become 1 copper.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm
It's
going
the
to
only
Calculator app. Calculator app.
Okay, so let's just say I'm keeping 13.
Yeah,
That
just
makes it
round,
120.
right? Round somewhere between 10 and 20 off to the side. And then, Jake, I assume you're doing this too?
Yeah.
Cool. Everybody converted that up to copper?
Yep.
All right. 10 copper becomes 1 silver. So again,
Okay.
keeps them on you. It's good to have some copper on you.
Is like 7 copper good?
7's
Because,
great,
like,
yeah. If that's your round.
Okay.
If it's like 3, that might be too little, unless you have a good amount of slivers on you.
You said 10 copper converts into 1 silver?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm still over here fucking doing math. Hold on. Okay.
All right.
All right. Once you're done with that, then 10 silver becomes 1 gold, and that's where it's going to stop.
I've got Moonies on here too.
Oh, well, we can touch on Moonies afterwards. Moonies are great if you want to carry those around. By the way, Wade, when you finish your math, I'll explain Moonies.
My math's done. I've
Okay.
got 36 sovereigns, 94 gold. Did I do this right?
Wait, sovereigns being gold, yeah.
No.
Oh.
I've got
Well,
96
sovereigns are
sovereigns.
platinum. Or no, that's princes.
Yeah, princes. I've got 96
And
of
also
those,
sovereigns.
140 gold, and 2 slivers. Did I do that right?
Wait, how do you get princes?
Yeah.
Have you met me?
Oh, he's lying. Okay.
What? Oh, sorry, Scott. Your sense motive check was too low.
I was like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
Man, what a great bluff I just rolled.
No, you just confused the shit out of me. That's all.
That's how you
It's like
bluff
those people that do
sometimes,
those
man.
conversions.
he's
Oh, can I
lying.
play with a
I see.
50? Oh, actually, I need this. Oh, actually, I need that. You know. Anyway, so Wade, what do you
Not
actually have?
loonies, moonies. Yeah, I'm at 14 gold, 2
Wow.
moonies, 5 silver, 7 copper, 13 slivers.
Cool. A Mooney is worth 5 silver. So 2 Moonies can just turn into a gold piece if you wanted to. Or you could just keep it on you.
Is it worth having them for any reason?
It's 5 silver. Just so if somebody's want 5 silver, it's just what's 1 coin. You know, it has more value than just a silver piece. It's if you try to bribe somebody quick and easy, you can use it as almost like a signal. You know, like it's
I'm not
just
going to
unique
give them
one.
that much. I'm trying to bribe somebody. They get a fucking copper.
Think of a Mooney
I'm
as
going
like
to
a half
swap
dollar.
some silver for a Mooney. They don't have any Moonies.
Okay, you get your Moonies.
Yeah.
So it's 5, 4.
Yeah.
So Wade, think of a Mooney as like a $50 coin. Like they're not common in standard D&D. They're called electrum pieces, but they're just not common, so they can be used for more things than just currency.
Gotcha. All right.
How much gold
All right,
does
I'm all
each of
done.
your characters have?
14.
11.
5.
That's a solid amount of gold for all of your characters. That's pretty cool. All right.
You spent 9, Jake, right? Because you would have also had 14.
Coins.
Yeah, I spent 9. Yeah. Yeah.
And I started. I think the math checks out because I had like 3 more than you guys from the Phil escapade. I think.
Yep.
Mm.
Bill's capade. Cool.
Oh, that's a lot less total coins. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I forgot to do that part.
all those coins weigh what is it? 50 coins weighs a pound. Is how it normally works. Slivers, and in my mind, slivers and gold pieces should weigh less because the gold pieces are going to be smaller, right? And slivers are literally like they're thin, so those should weigh less than 1/50th.
But for simplicity, we're not.
I mean,
I'm assuming.
we can work out the math after the session if you want. And then
Okay.
you put it on your character sheet forevermore.
If I just ever
I mean-
become encumbered again, I'll fight you about it.
We'll take care of it after the session. Just remind me. Cool.
All right.
So after you're done doing these conversions and whatnot, which is a considerable amount. So when you're showing, I'm sorry, Wade.
Yeah, the javelins were 2 pounds, right?
Mhm.
Okay, they're on here is 25.
Oh.
I was way over encumbered. I was
Typoed.
trying to figure out why. Can I change that?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you making sure you have 5 of them on you, and they weigh 2 pounds each. That should equal.
Yeah, so the weight should be 2, and then the quantity should be 5.
Yeah.
There we go.
So back to the game. So after you guys are like doing these heavy conversions, they're like, okay, and they're counting through it. And at first it's like an aggravation, and then it's like, each of you actually has a considerable amount of coin yourselves. Were you looking for a place to have your finances stored, or were you looking to set up a loan?
Just the conversion, I think, for now.
If you would like to begin establishing a relationship with the bank, I'd be more than happy to set that up for you. I didn't realize, if you'll excuse my misjudgment here, I didn't realize how affluent each one of you were. I'd be more than happy to set up an account for each of you. First and foremost, you would get your payment for the conversion back because you'd be members at that point. And after you've been a member with us for some time, several months, or so, we'd be more than happy to work deals of setting up loans for you. This would come at no cost to you.
I mean, he'll look to the other two. There's no reason not to have an account, right?
It might be nice, not having to carry it all around, risking it, especially the places we go. I would like an account.
Certainly. Now, to establish an account, if you'd like to circumvent all of the previously stated red tape, if you will, that we have, if you just want to deposit 5 gold pieces in value or more, and then in a few months' time, we'll be able to start working loans with you.
I don't know if I want to take a loan right now. What do I need a loan on?
Allow me to explain it this way. If you maintain 5 gold pieces with us for a period of 1 year or more, after that you start to accrue interest. Interest pays out monthly.
That sounds much better than taking out a loan. Yes, I would do that.
Great then.
Okay, I'm going to put 6.
Okay.
I have 5 gold.
Koa sees Mikhail do that, and he also puts down 6. He's like, "Oh, is that what we're supposed to do?"
The correct amount. Here it is.
And poor Aldo can't.
Oh, Aldo doesn't care though. He's just like thinking in his mind, yeah, but do I want to store this gold or do I want to spend this gold at the tavern?
I mean, one of these people is like, this is my home. Like, not this city, but like this land. The other one's like, I'm going to be here for a while doing lots of research. And your character's like, I want to get drunk and usually don't stick places very long.
How do you make your notes box longer?
He'll make an account anyway though, I think.
Not sure.
Oh. It does. Oh, if you just... Okay, whenever you return far enough and then you click out of it, it extends.
Oh, okay.
Back to you, Jake. You do so anyways. Do you put the 5 gold in there?
Yeah.
Cool. So he goes through the paperwork. This actually ends up taking an obnoxious amount of time of going through and establishing the paperwork, so on and so forth. At the end of it, there's like the ledger has written down the amount that's on there and the date that was this was established. Which, fun fact, I do have that date for you, even though it doesn't matter for this particular moment. I'm going to look it up anyways. Because after 1 year, so now Chat can hold me accountable for it. It's after 1 year when you start being able to accrue interest if your amount in there does not drop down. It is now, because last night was the thing, it is the 8th. It's Lande. It's the 8th of Ori.
How's Ori spelled?
Orie.
8th of Ori. What year is this?
671.
All right. Let's Scott owes us 30 gold
What?
on the 8th of
What?
Ori,
What?
672.
What? No, that's not what I said. I'm
pretty sure it's what you said.
No. Moving on.
There were 3 of us. 3 is less than 5. 5 times 6 is 30. Scott owes us 30 gold.
I'm ignoring you and moving on. So you guys are so they go through all the paperwork to get the setup, which is honestly like I don't know if your characters would be like, this is exciting because I've never done anything like this before, or if this is boring as shit. What the fuck am I doing this for this long? But after
We just spent an hour on this bank RP, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, it's not been that long.
Killing me, man.
And then
can Aldo convince Mikhail to like test the acoustics in this building?
Oh, if we're just sitting there waiting?
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Hey, we're affluent.
You can. How do you start testing it?
I know a guy. His name is Dan, and we kicked his ass. You know a guy.
He like looks around for like a spot where he thinks, oh, it'll carry well from here. Walks over there, takes out the loot. If anyone's looking at him weird, he kind of just holds up a finger. And then just like one good strum across the strings. Just listens for the note, like the notes to carry.
Yep, you do that, and one of the guys up top goes, "Hey, no."
It's really quiet in here. I don't know if you've noticed. Aldo
He-
yells at him.
The guy goes, "Yeah."
Is it not allowed, or you just don't like that chord?
The other one goes, "We can't hear nothing if you're being loud."
Because there's lots to hear.
The first one calls down. And says, "Shh." And finally, the banker that's over near you says, "Try to think of it this way: you're putting how much of your gold into the bank? You want to ensure that it's going to be here, potentially with interest when you return. They're just doing their security."
Which we appreciate. He's strumming way quieter, but he's still strumming. Just like very quiet, or just enough to be like, fucking this little kid over here, just tip of the iceberg shit, but definitely not enough to like, you know.
Oh, I cancel my bank account. This place isn't any fun.
Oh my god! If after like 2 hours of doing paperwork, he just goes to rip it up.
I don't think Aldo was even opening one.
I was opening one.
Wait, hold on.
I had
After 2
one. I
hours,
was
do you
opening one.
legit or is it one of those that your character was going to be the third one to do the paperwork and you just cancel before it's done?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
He says that. He's like, this place is no fun. He goes, I'm good.
The gentleman trying to dissuade you says, "It's funny. Wade's talking about the length of the RP, and then you guys extend it." He trying to dissuade you. He goes, "With all due respect, this place isn't meant to be fun. It's meant to have quick transactions that are beneficial for both parties.
We've been here for 2 hours. Nothing about this has been quick.
You're establishing your credit with us. You want to ensure that your gold is well looked after. We'll take care of that for you."
Like sliding away from Aldo now.
Nah.
He says, "You do what you feel is best with your coin," and reaches down to where your coins were put. Actually, I say he reaches down and he picks up 5 coins, which I think what you're opening with, and he hands you the coins. Yep. You know what I mean? You might
That'll be
notice that they're
one
not exactly
copper.
your coins. What's that, Wade?
Yeah, Aldo pushes him back and he goes, "Nah, it's okay. We'll do it."
That'll be 1 copper.
I already gave him back to you. We start over.
He starts frowning and he's like,
You convinced me. You did a good job.
he just finishes.
That
the
guy-
We
game.
get
on
our
the other
copper
hand.
back, right? I can put the copper back on my sheet.
Yes, everybody got their copper back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woo!
As you open the account. Yeah.
As Aldo's entertaining himself, I'm like, the playing is getting quieter and quieter, and it stops. It's
Click, click.
like, I'm gonna stop contributing.
No, as soon as Aldo's like changes his mind and like changes it again, and Koa's like, "This is gonna take forever. I better go chat with Gwen before their shop closes," and he'll leave.
The to finish what I was trying to say beforehand. After the paperwork's done, after everything's done, so on and so forth, not only do they show you that what's marked in the ledger, and they mark the date on there, they also give you a writ that says, imagine like a check balance, right? That says what you have inside there. They say this writ is important. I would suggest not losing it, because with this writ, you can bring it to a bank you can bring it to any bank in Bard, and even closely set banks in Paranhia, and they will allow you to withdraw, and we will balance the ledgers afterwards. There is a transactional fee for doing this, but those are for another time. It allows you to travel on the road safely without having to worry about banditry taking something like that from you, or to transport large quantities without having to carry it on your person, but still have access to your finances elsewhere.
Koa pops open the watertight scroll case, pops it in there, looks at the other two, like holding it out.
Yeah, Aldo puts
I'll
his in
add
there as
mine.
well.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. Sense motive,
Expensive
everybody.
scroll case.
Sense motive.
I know what it's for, I'm sure.
Koa runs out. I made 11 gold.
Yeah, definitely, Aldo. You notice that when you're doing that, and maybe your character would it's up to you. Just when you're doing that, you can see there's like a moment of like tension from the bank teller, seeing that you guys just be like, oh, thanks, and like throw your writ into his scroll case on his person. like everybody handing their credit card to their friend. Hey, hold on to this for me. Like,
Oh, was I supposed to roll as well? I didn't roll.
I think he said everybody, but okay, that's
This
fair.
guy loves this idea. Dude,
He just thinks you're so
how
smart.
could you not love Koa's great ideas?
He's mad he didn't think of it first. That's what it is.
Yeah, watertight scroll case.
does Aldo say or do anything, or are we moving on?
No, Aldo doesn't say anything.
Okay. You guys pop it inside there. He says it's a pleasure doing business with the three of you, and you're welcome to leave.
Oh, one last question. If we lose the writ, what does that mean?
Well, your finances are in this account. So as long as the money is not drawn by somebody else somewhere else, and the ledgers aren't balanced back, you will have it. So my suggestion would be don't lose the writ. Rumor is that adventurers, if you want to use that term, will destroy the writs after they've been given them, and nobody can steal their money. It just stays secure here, but is only accessible here.
Oh, that's fair enough. And if somebody else had the writ, could they cash it?
Not here, but another bank. They theoretically could. It's how oftentimes merchants will settle debts with each other and so on.
No, that's fair.
Can we request another one if we need it?
Oh, yes. As long as the ledgers have been balanced, yes.
Huh, okay.
All right.
And you guys got to leave. As you're leaving, you hear the half orc that's standing there, kind of like leans over to you guys, just like leans slightly, catches your eye as it does so, and says, "It's like it's funny because it's almost like practiced." It's the person says to you, "Only open Londay to Thursday. Sunrise,
Thanks.
sunset."
Thanks, Tony.
I'm only open the opposite hours.
I just leave.
You guys leave.
Did he laugh?
Yeah, he will chuckle at you.
Yes!
Yeah, I'll say he'll chuckle at you. Gwen doesn't find you.
Now you gotta date him. I mean,
yeah.
is he
I
15?
might, dude. If someone doesn't appreciate your humor, you can't be with him.
Maybe
All right,
he's a
moving
15.
So you guys leave at this point.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, cool. Now that we've established how the banking works, yay! Yes, sir.
While I was getting the javelins, I forgot I was going to have that cutlass looked at.
Oh, sure. You know what? Honestly, let's just assume your character forgot it, and we can handle that elsewhere, anyways. So that'd be fine. Yeah,
Right.
it can be from RP elsewhere. So I know you wanted to buy a horse, and I know you wanted to go to see Gwen. So why don't we handle these really quickly? Wade, you're going to go to Gwen first to inform her. So you go walk up to. This is the next day. Yes, this is the next day. So the next day, you go into the shop to see if she is there. This is Londe. So yep, she's the shop is open. She's there.
I'll like open the door. Gwen, Guinevere, Koa again. May I come in?
There's like you hear conversation for like a second or so, and then yep.
Looking around, do I see someone else here?
Yep. As you like walk past the initial shuffle or whatever that's there, you can go over to like where the counter is. You can see that yeah, she actually is having a conversation with with an individual. So he's like leaning heavily on the counter, having a conversation with her, and there's a bunch of different supplies, whatever is that's on the counter.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for them to finish.
Okay. So you can go ahead and roll me a sense motive check. But so they're talking about the different herbs that are there, the purpose of them, et cetera, et cetera. You can also tell based off the clothing that they're wearing, they're somebody of some sort of cloth, if you will. But they also have a weapon at their side, like a morning star or mace or what have you, strapped to their side. And a weapon that you don't typically use, but you've seen them before, they're pretty clean, road dusted, but overall their clothes are well enough maintained, pretty clean, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can see that they're having a bit of like a back and forth over cost for buying these different herbs and some incense or whatever it might be. But the sense of motive also allows you to pick up that they're also being flirtatious as well with Gwen, and she's not being what's the word I'm looking for?
She's not reciprocating.
Reciprocating. Thank you.
Or being receptive to.
Or not being receptive. She's not reciprocating. Thank you. Both of those. Receptive. That is actually, she's not being receptive to it. Thank you. I feel like I was halfway to that word, but I was fucking it up. So either way, she's not being receptive to it. She's just business as usual as they continue to lay it on thicker and thicker. But eventually the transaction is completed, and they stand up and say, "All right. Yeah, I'll be back after you close then." Yeah. And then, turns and walks away with like a big toothy grin.
A friend of yours?
No. Oh, one more thing you notice, because you clearly were looking at this person as they were leaving, is a part of the clothes that they were wearing is they actually had a tabard on. And on the tabard, you can see that they had markings of different gods that were on there. You noticed there was the martyr. There was, I'm trying to think of all the gods' names. Kraline. There were a few others on there.
This guy's good with me so far.
Yeah. It was the martyr.
I'm liking it more and
Kraline,
more. Hell, hold on.
A couple of other
talk
gods.
to him.
Yeah, sorry. What would you say?
Those are gods I have, so I like this guy.
A couple of
I
other
changed my
gods.
mind.
You didn't notice all of what they were because they went by so quickly, but you did notice that the tabard that they're wearing, over their shoulders that have the symbols on there, it is like a crimson red color. Anyway, so they turn and they walk out.
Well, if it gives you any trouble, let me know, and I'll be here sanding things down and fend them off. Seem to be laying it on a bit thick.
Trouble? Oh, was he?
Yes.
Oh.
The like try to do an impression of like walking out. I'll be back after you close. Yes.
Oh, I didn't notice. Oh, that's embarrassing.
It's fine. I just want to make sure he wasn't giving you any trouble. Anyway, regardless of that, don't mean to get in your business. I believe tomorrow we're gonna make way back to the cave, if you wish to come with, and we're able.
You mean where the thing just happened?
Yes. That's also where the lab is.
Didn't you say that they were, you know, still fighting there?
Yesterday. Should have been taken care of. So potentially, could it be a little bit dangerous? Yes, but, well, the worst of the worst were already dealt with, and it was, buyers who were showing up yesterday.
And some of them might still be there?
I mean, Captain Jaaek and guardsmen from Harad went along with a couple mercenaries to make
But-
sure they wouldn't be.
But if they're still there, I don't I don't want any of them to know who I am. I don't want any of them to have interest in. What if one of them got away? What if they saw me and I don't know if that's safe. And
Well,
and what if the bodies are still there too?
now that one is possibly more likely. I can't say one way or another on that. As for your safety, it would be the utmost importance to me, so wear a cloak and cover up, and if there is anything left to be there, then I have one of the finer steeds in Idir, Nightstorm, and well, I would send you off on her and take care of whatever riffraff might be left behind, but from everything I've heard of Jaaek, he's an honorable man, and I know Idric would fight to the death. He's a man of his word, and them, along with whatever men they chose to get together from Harad, were there to take out, again, you're talking a few select wealthy merchants, nothing quite like the people that were there before. So, I'm not too worried about it. I would never ask you to go. But I would not let anything happen to you. I can assure you that.
He says, "I'll never. I would never ask you to go while asking." No. I knew what you meant, but it was just funny. So she says,
If he thought it was dangerous, he wouldn't ask
no,
you
I
to
get it.
go.
She says, you can see she's trying to think of like a delicate response, even though she's already very delicate. And then after like a few moments of thinking, she says, I gave you the blood block to ensure your safety. I don't know how well I would do with what you've experienced.
If you're uncomfortable, then forget about it. You don't have to go at all. That being said, I imagine nothing that is left in that cave would be quite the same as when I brought Casper in here, and he'll kind of like look to the spot where he knows he still has to sand everything down to start. Nothing quite like that should be there at that point. And well, there's two entrances to this place, at least two that we know of, and we can always go in first and make sure that it's cleared of anything unsettling before we take you in, as the location of the particular spot is kind of away from where most of the fighting happened anyway.
She doesn't interrupt you. She lets you finish your whole pitch, if you will. And then she says, I'm interested, but now's not a good time. Maybe we should reapproach this when we know that. I just don't think it's the right timing.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to go to the cave. We might make a trip back here, which is why I thought it might be perfect for taking you and making sure you get safely back to Haudh-Gwenn. But I'll have to leave pretty immediately after that to head back to Leshev.
You take care of what you must. That duty is of the utmost importance. I have curiosity, but I don't think that takes precedence here. Besides, there's a shop to run and herbs to prepare for the hospital that's nearby. There'll be time for excitements when there's less herbs to work with. maybe a trip in the winter would be wiser.
Whatever works best. Yes. Just thought I'd let you know because well, there was the fire damage, and I'm not sure what kind of condition everything is in case anything was time sensitive as far as its condition, I thought understood. I'll try to make our trips swift so I can be back to take care of your shop. And I'll like turn awkwardly.
Yeah. And then she'll say, don't worry though. We'll do the standing after closing.
Ah. Right.
As you walk out.
Yeah.
And so you leave. And at this point, you want to go buy a horse. Cool. All right, wait.
Well, I don't know if we need one now because now we'll definitely don't have a fourth. It's just the three of us, and Jake or Aldo rather was pretty adamant about us already having a third one. So it's kind of like, well, if you're right, then I guess we don't need one.
Up to you. You can always have a spare horse. Because think about it this way. Let me be clear about what I mean by spare horse. Because these aren't super high quality horses, so on and so forth, like you, Wade, or in-game Koa wants to acquire for your companions, friends, whatever. These are just horses that you could buy or sell, or maybe they die, whatever the case may be. Sorry, chat. But a benefit of having a fourth horse, if you have one, is the same benefit that you had with Aldo, the ass. It can carry extra stuff. So like all of your camping equipment and whatnot that you have on your character sheet, that you have on your that you ladens down your horse, you don't have to worry about that. You can literally strap it to the donkey and to the extra horse that you have, and then you're much safer. And then that might matter a little bit less for like literally your characters today, but certainly as time progresses and you have more shit that you acquire, not being laden down is kind of nice. So, but that's just me saying so that Aldo could have a horse to ride today. I don't care what you do. He is welcome to walk.
They're 8 gold
For a riding horse specifically, yes. And riding horses are faster, more all the stats are on the World Anvil. Click little hamburger, click other details, click animals, and then we have generic horses. And in generic horses, you have basic horse, and then draft horse and riding horse. And prices for all of them. A basic horse's light carrying load, including like all of your equipment and everything, is 175 pounds. So as long as your character with all their equipment is under 175 pounds, you can actually go on a basic horse. Their speed is still 40 feet. A riding horse's speed's 50 feet. So that's funny. A basic horse, Wade, your character can jog alongside. Short distance, not long distance, right? But and then a riding
the horse
horse
couldn't keep up after a while.
A riding horse has a carrying capacity of 230 pounds. Fun fact, I weigh like about 207 pounds in real life. And then you look at like jeans weigh a few pounds, sneakers weigh like a couple pounds, a hoodie, whatever. Like the bit, bridle, saddle, all that. It's like I would be the upper echelon of a riding horse, if not over. Shut up, Wade. You get a draft horse. You get to ride a Clydesdale.
I have to hold a little bit more than 230.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Just a little though.
So you can totally just go grab a basic horse if it's meant for the because then it's only 2 gold. So you can go there, you talk to them, right? To buy the horse. This doesn't have to be some full-blown RP.
Sure.
But, they show you the different horses, quality as they are. Wade, you're welcome to roll me your handle animal check, because you know horses well.
You need to find the diamond in the rough.
Yeah, so they have a solid riding horse. It's actually, the issue is the coloration of this riding horse suggests that there's a really good chance it's got a bit of the, while not being a proper Idirian like thoroughbred or whatever, it does have a bit of coloration in it that suggests that it's going to be a particularly fast horse, a Rihal. which I think is the kind of horse you have. I don't remember.
Mine's
Rehals
just an
are
Iberian.
they're usually long, slender legs, finely chiseled head, graceful and swift. So they're usually shades of gray with a glossy sheen. So you're looking at this horse, and it is a gray horse, and it does have a bit of a glossy sheen to it, but it does not come off as being a Rahal to you. It probably has some of that bloodline in it. So it's probably a decent Idirian amount of Idirian steed blood into it. So it gets you like, I don't know. That's a pretty good, like, if they're selling this thing for 8 gold, if it actually has some of that blood in it, this could be a good, like, this could legitimately be a good sale here. Whereas the other ones that they're selling are just like, basic, horses. Looks like a plug, whatever it might be. Wade, you rolled well enough there. I want you to roll me a perception check, please. Perception check's high enough because of what you rolled with your handle animal. You spend enough time with the horse, you're like, I don't know, this seems like a really, like 8 gold for this seems like a really good deal. And so you're like really inspecting the thing, checking it out. The guy gets distracted at one point in time, goes to answer a question. And in that time, you're like, petting it and like checking out its, teeth, eyes, whatever. And then at one point, you stroke the horse in like one area, hinds, leg, whatever it might be. And then you take your hand back and you notice like, it's a bit of like I don't know. Feels like there's a bit of like a slickness to your hands. And then after a closer investigation, like run your sleeve along it, you realize like, oh, they've like used something to condition the fur to give it that sheen. This definitely is just a gray horse. Like it's trained to be a riding horse, but it is not quite the deal that they were trying to strike you for. So the guy comes back.
The guy painted the fucking cat. Okay.
Yeah, in fact, yeah. And the guy comes back and he's like, "All right, so listen, you've spent a good amount of time with her. Are you gonna buy Trini here, or are we gonna sell you some beat up mare?"
Oh, you've done a great job dressing her up. She does look like a Rahal, but well, he'll like show his sleeve.
So you say great job dressing her up, and he immediately goes to like, yeah, like, oh, she doesn't need dressing. But then you go to show the sleeve, and he's like, what's that you got there?
Well, I was just petting the horse, and it turns out whatever you're using to condition the fur to make it look like a Rahal wiped off a bit. So it was a excellent attempt at a sale. Almost bought it. And as someone who works with Idirian steeds on the regular,
Hey. Listen here, he says. Trini here's a great horse. You can ride her all day. She's absolutely what you would look for in a steed. It's a good price. 7 gold, okay? 7
the way
gold.
you're speaking and smiling is rather disgusting, to be honest with you.
The chat's yelling at me. He's like, all right.
I'll
fine.
give you a gold for a basic horse, and I won't tell people what a scam artist you are. How's that?
Intimidation check. That's solid. Do you want to use one of those +4s, or are you good?
No, I'm fine with the 19.
Okay. His face goes red, or at least it would if he wasn't a hobgoblin. His face gets flush, and he's like, now, you see here, okay?
I just liberated a slave camp, and I'm pretty well regarded here right now, so my word carries extra weight. So be careful with what you're about to say to me, friend.
How about 12 copper? No, sorry, I meant 12. Sorry, I DM misspoke.
12 copper? Deal.
12, he says, how about 12 silver?
Based on my checks, this horse is at least worth the 2 gold, so 12 silver is a good deal.
Yeah, it's a really good deal. That's almost half off.
12 silver it is.
It's a pleasure doing business with you. Yeah, get that one ready for him. Yep. Yeah, basic sale.
And he'll like point out the saddle he wants to like make sure it's a nicer looking one that's on the wall.
Saddles cost extra.
Take that saddle with it.
He looks at the hold on.
Buying a riding horse, dude. You are fucking milking this, man.
I actually know we have the price for the riding equipment too. I had it written for you.
Just punk him. Just punk him. Feel like I'm taking this saddle and this bag of chips and that belt. Give me those shoes too.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, well, Scott's
Give
looking
me
it
your
up.
shoes.
And I appreciate you throwing in.
Tack literally costs 4 gold because I charged you for your horse.
I'm buying a 1 gold horse and paying 4 gold for the shit that goes on it to sit on.
Yeah, it's an old mare. It's a beat up old mare. Tack includes all the gear required to outfit a riding animal, including saddle, bit and bridle, stirrups if necessary. It requires it's everything that you need for them. Yeah, yep, which makes sense. But you can also just get beat up old tack too, which is fine. I'm fine with that.
How much is beat up old tack?
Just round it back up to the 2 gold, and you got all your tack with it. So 8 more silver. So it comes out to.
He'll put down 4 more silver and just say, for the beat up tack.
You said 4 more silver? I'm not going to argue with you. He's like, actually, make it a deluxe. No, not that one. That one. Looks over at you. Okay, yeah, do the other one. And then you come out. So this horse, God, it's not that it's a terrible horse. It's that it's a bad horse. But when you put it next to Storm Fury, it looks like an absolute terrible horse. Whatever its name is, I don't know. And so you are you come out with this thing, and again, like horses live to what, like 30 something years old. This thing is definitely in the back end of its life. I
swear to God, if you just sold me a 28-year-old horse.
No. It's definitely in the back end of its life, because it's a basic horse. It's definitely in the back end of its life. It probably had, sprained ankles several times throughout the course of its life. Again, it's a basic horse. It's not like
this deal gets worse all the time.
No. I'm just describing why it's only 2 gold. So,
I just bought Achilles, the horse.
We can name it.
We're gonna be in the middle of like Aldo riding away like from danger, and he'd be like, by the way, that shitty saddle, the strap didn't quite lock because of all the wear and tear. He falls off and fucking dies.
So it is a bad bit and bridle and saddle. I do have thoughts about that. We'll worry about it later. So back to you guys. You do rejoin the party and you ride in on the horse. And I'm sure Aldo doesn't know much about horses, right? And so he's like happy to have the horse or whatever. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Jake. You play it however you want to. But what I'm getting to is that when you are eventually like riding it and have it next to the other 2 horses, like you have it next to Night Storm, and you're like, hey, this like okay, well that makes sense. Night Storm's great, and then you have it next to Mikhail's horse, and you're like, okay, yep.
No, Aldo likes this horse. It has personality.
It's the Buick when you light it up, it does like the boom.
So a real quick RP with Aldo.
The horse is, yeah, sure.
Got us another horse. Now, if Idric does give us the other one back, it might be a better riding horse than this one. But at the very least, I thought, well, we sometimes either need to bring a person with us, or we have someone knocked out, or maybe we just need to carry some things that we find, or, a cart or something. So we have an extra horse for that sort of thing. And then 3, hopefully, 2 decent riding horses, and then 1. Well, there's only 1 Night Storm, to be honest.
Well, I agree with you. Thank you for letting me ride this horse. It looks like a Simon. All right, the horse's name is Simon. That settles it. He claps.
Simon? Cool.
Yep.
Koa thinks about telling you that it's a female horse and then bites his tongue. No.
The fact that he can't identify that is
I don't know that Aldo.
Aldo doesn't care.
Aldo doesn't see gender. Good for you, Aldo. Doesn't see sex either.
Well, he does whenever he's at the tavern. He sees it everywhere.
Listen, just because you think you got Gwen now, right? You think you can, start talking that way.
Hey, listen. Koa's a little bit pickier than Aldo, but like he sees it too.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, Aldo just thanks you, and I don't know. We off or what are we doing?
I think I was gonna go try to find Ashara.
Yeah, your character was
We're leaving the
going
next
to
day,
find her.
right?
Yep. I'm just gonna say you probably do not. You're welcome to roll perception for looking for her.
Isn't she checking in with him?
Perception.
It's a new
Okay.
day anyway, so she's checking
The
in
next
with him
day
anyway.
she will check in with him, but he's saying he was doing that
Yeah.
while you guys are doing your other shit.
Yeah, since I've got time. So you said perception, not diplomacy.
It depends if you're asking around or you're looking around.
I'd ask around. We've been seen together at this point, so
Sure.
it's not
Go ahead.
as weird.
Again, it's not an easy check.
That's fair. It's a 1 point difference. It's just
Oh, you rolled very well though.
I did roll very well. How many of them
The
plus
DC
fours we
was the
got?
58.
Right. How many of them hype train bonuses we got?
We have at
Two
least a
plus
plus
fours.
4. One, two plus.
Oh, 2 plus 4s. Jeez. I'm not gonna use it for that. What do you guys think? Is that fine, or do you think I should use one?
I mean, unless you really want to find her right now, I don't know what you'll get out of. Maybe, unless there's more. I don't know. Maybe there's something to be gained from finding her when she's in the middle of her affairs, but I don't know. That's up
Fuck
to you,
it.
man.
You should do it. You should do it.
All right, I'll use a plus 4.
Yeah.
Give me that 28.
All right, that actually made a difference because you caught her in the middle of a meeting as opposed to at the end of it. You catch word that she's having a conversation with somebody. One of the shops, actually not too terribly far from where Gwen is over there. So it is the
What? She meet with Gwen?
it is where the what's the word I'm looking for is the smithy is that's in town. It's not a particularly fancy smithy or anything like that. It's a smithy that's in town. I think I told you, Wade, before that the smith seemed to have a difference. It seemed to be a different smithy or whatever. So you go up to the shop or whatever. When you go, like, you hear, oh no, she's definitely over there. Da, da, da. You even like walk up to somebody that's outside the shop, and they're like, "Hey, did you see Ashara go in there? Describe her or whatever." Like, "Oh, yeah, I did." And so you go up to the shop, and you notice that the shop door is shut, and it has like a closed sign there, and the door is locked.
I'll knock.
Okay, you knock on the door. Roll a perception
Yes.
check.
Okay. There it is.
Okay, you knock on the door. Pause. You don't hear anything. Do you knock again?
Yeah, he waits a second, kind of just like sit there listening. When he realizes there's no immediate noise, and then he'll knock just a little bit louder.
You knock a little bit louder. This time, you actually see somebody, because like the way that a blacksmith shop is going to work is there's going to be like an inside area where they're going to have like their goods or whatever on display, but then the actual anvil is going to be like in an outside, like a covered outside area to stop like rain from coming into it, but where they have their hearth and where they have their anvil and all that stuff kind of like ringing as you do the work outside. And there's going to be a couple of windows to allow for like air to pass through. You actually see somebody like peek through a window to go and see who is knocking on the door. So you actually notice a shape inside the window. They don't make out like any details about whoever they are. They definitely like leaned into the window, took a glance, and by the time you noticed them, looked over, they pulled back in. You say or do anything?
I'll give it a second if it's clear they're not going to try to open it. We'll say, I saw you in the window. Like, just come on.
After a few extra moments, the person walks over, and you hear the footsteps come over, and the door unlocks. The door opens up, and you see a gentleman standing there. Gentleman's wearing clearly like a blacksmith's apron, has like the soot, so on and so forth. They're standing there. Go. The sign says closed.
Understood. I need a word with Ashara. Shouldn't take long. Do I even need to roll sense motive? Like, I know she came
No,
in
you
here.
know. Yeah. You've got a
Yeah.
28, you know.
I just quickly describe her. Like, I saw her come up here. I just need to speak with her.
Shrugs.
Just a couple
Must have
of
been
minutes.
mistaken.
I wasn't.
Friend,
Look,
I think
if you
were.
don't ask any questions, I won't either. Just, seriously, this could go very quickly.
Mikhail
Yes?
opens the door, and she goes, "Hi."
A word?
She looks to him and says, "A moment," and he frowns and walks away.
He turns to speak to someone, but there's no one else there.
Walks away, allowing you to like step into the shop, and you shut the door behind yourself if you'd like.
Yeah.
She says, "Is there a reason you came calling?"
It felt like you were trying to tell me something the other day, and I missed it until later. Wasn't sure if it was important, and I had some time today. Now that we have a moment, what did I miss?
Oh. She frowns and says, "Okay." And then she gets back like her pleasant smile. "I was trying to inform you that that wasn't the rest of the documents that I had told you that you would get. I didn't want you perusing through them and thinking that I was trying to pull you up short. It's just taking a little bit longer to finish getting everything together that we discussed."
I see. How much longer is it gonna take?
She says, "I'm hoping to have them prepared before I leave Haudh-Gwenn, but it is possible I'll have to give you the rest of them in Harad."
That could be an issue.
If you need me to have them left with somebody, I can always do that. In fact, I could have them deposited into the bank. Parceled, of course. Do you have an account with them?
I do.
Perfect. I will deposit it
thinking.
under your name.
I'm trying to think of logistically how that works out because we have so much crap going on. So we leave, go to the thing. Are we supposed to immediately? No, because okay, Koa, we're gonna have to come back to Haudh-Gwenn after we've checked on the ruins or the
That is
hideout.
what Mikhail currently thinks, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, he would just go, "That should work."
Okay.
I think.
I was just trying to inform you. I didn't need your friend asking to dance again. It's very intrusive for somebody to wedge their way in so quickly, she says. And she says it again. It's strange, but not but a second later, you see the guy walk by a doorway, like she had heard them, or pacing, and walk by a doorway, and then they're like, she's doing that thing again. At this point in time, while she's doing that, and you're kind of like confused and then looking around for a sec, roll me a perception check.
Yeah. There.
That is not a small amount of coin she has sitting on a table nearby. Or I should say that is sitting on a table nearby. It is clearly the color of gold. And some silver or moonies or something over there as well. But it is not a small amount of coin. Is that all you wanted to discuss?
I look at the pile of money for a moment, and then there's like the curiosity. And he's like, I don't think I want to know. Yeah, that should be it.
Great.
Wait. I kind of point at the window as if like to say like the blacksmith's like, was he in on this?
As I said, everybody has somebody who's ferreted away that does some sort of a task. The answer to your question is not really. Would occasionally make things that's needed to be made.
Fetters.
Didn't know what they were making them for. At least, not if they didn't think too hard.
Right. Well, have fun, I guess. Or don't. He just leaves.
She all of a sudden bursts out with this like giggling laughter and says, "Oh, you are such a delight. I tell you, that dessert, though, it is going to beat anything that you say that your grandmother could make. Now, please, 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 please. I have important things to get to. Get out of here."
As soon as he's like out the door, he's just like, "Of course, yes. Sorry, sir. I leave you to your tasks." And he bows and backs away.
And the door, she'll shut the door behind you. It's like a gentle shutting of the door as you leave.
Like immediately wipes the look off his face as he gets far enough away.
Cool.
Damn. All right.
All right, let's jump cut forward. Next morning, y'all on horses, and you're riding. You're going to be riding to the ruins. Because you were on a basic horse. Give me 1 second. And obviously, you're going to have your RP of anything that you guys want to discuss on your way there. But we're going to be able to, aside from whatever RP you want to do, we can jump cut there, no problem. For you, on a horse, where are we? Why can't I figure this? Oh, here we go. 1 day. Yeah, so it is on the horse that Aldo has. It can travel without any issues 32 miles in a day with 0 hustling. You can definitely hustle it once without any issues, which adds 4 more miles to that for the total of 36 miles. And this is, give me a moment, I believe it's 26 miles away. It's 24 miles away. That's what it is. And I just said, what, 36? So it's 2/3 the day of travel is what it takes for him to get there.
It wasn't. I swear to God, this trip is getting longer every time we make it. Wasn't it like 3 hours the first time?
No, it was always a long trip.
I can't remember. I remember being long, but it does feel
I'm
like
having
it's
some big
longer now.
flashbacks to The Witcher, where every time we go on this trip, it takes longer.
No. When you guys first went down there, it was many hours of traveling late into the night, and then coming back, it took pretty much the entire day of traveling to get back. And it's the same thing. It's just 24 miles, which, by the way, is now that you're on horses, it's only 2/3 the time to travel. So you get there and you're still have loads of travel left in you, so on and so forth. And then you could also push to get the rest of the way back if you wanted to, if you were going
What
all in
speed
one
do the
day.
horses move at? Because like 24 miles, if you're moving at like 10 miles an hour, it should still only be like 2.5 hours.
His horse is base speed 40, so it moves 32 miles a day without any hustling. If he only hustles for 1 hour, he can move 36 miles in a day. Your horse is different. Your 2 horses are different. Actually, Wade's, yours might be even faster. Keegan's horse, at the very least, moves 40 miles. If he hustles once, he can move 50 miles. So Keegan's horse can get there and back with relative ease. Wade, I think your horse's speed is 55 as its base, not 50. So you go even further than that. So you could get there and back, no problem. It's just Aldo's on a plug. So, all right, back to the game though. So you guys ride the whole way there. Any RP you want to have about details before you get there, or do you just arrive?
Would you guys ask if why Guinevere wasn't there? Because I don't know if Koa would bring it up.
Probably just like
Aldo doesn't
offhand. So Gwen didn't want to come?
She does, just, everything with the shop right now, and then a bit of a fear of running into a bunch of corpses, and possibly if things went south, bad people there, I think.
Oh, she wants us to make sure it's safe first.
Safe, and I got the vibe of maybe corpseless, yes.
Yeah, I can't imagine they'd want to sit around a bunch of just dead bodies, so that shouldn't be hard.
Hopefully, yes, and I understood it, so I think perhaps after we're done with our business in the Chev, and maybe after her shop gets settled, we can bring her back over here.
Oh, after Leshev. Okay.
Based on our timeline, I figured we would want to get everyone out there. We don't want to be making trips back and forth to here rather than getting everyone back home safely, right?
I guess that's true. I did find Ashara. I just forgot.
Again?
I didn't get all the documents yet.
Oh, you forgot. Okay, I see. You forgot to mention it. I thought you meant you forgot what she was trying to tell you again.
No, just forgot to mention it. She didn't have all of the documents ready. So that first set of them we got weren't completed.
Oh. Well,
Oh, so we're delayed again. Hopefully not long.
Well, I told her just to leave the rest at the bank, since I have an account there now. But, yeah. Either we wait until she goes to Herod, or we'll just get them at the bank later.
Right.
well, before we go to Le Chevre and so on and so forth, we might need some of those to,
That's
give
my
to Jaaek.
concern.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it does mess with our timetable a little bit, but
We need to return to Haudh-Gwenn again anyway to pick up Gemsmith's son, right? So
It's true.
Yeah.
It's another couple of days.
all right, well let's try and get this over with as quickly as possible. Although, I've been thinking, talking about those interest rates. If we manage to sell those supplies, we might be sitting pretty and what did they say? 12 months? I'm just saying.
well, now that Jaaek has been there, I'm not sure that it would go quite as well trying to sell them because he sees that it's ill-gotten gains to some extent, so he might not agree with that particular
Well,
pathway.
what concern is it to Jaaek? We're the ones that liberated the cave, sure.
Reputation.
So-
It's our reputation is what I mean. Again, I think that means something. Plus, we're about to have all this business with the ruins and whatnot, and if Mr. Mann is willing to perhaps fund more than one expedition, we have several locations that might interest him based on what you've said.
I mean, it's not wrong. And honestly, a few different times, just having that reputation has helped us out. Plus, that's a lot of big stuff. Trying to
Night
move that
Fury,
is not
dude.
going to be
Night
easy.
Fury again, you dumb fuck. Sorry, back to you. Sorry, Scott. Someone redeemed an insult, Scott. There.
Yeah, he just says trying to actually move that stuff, sell it is not going to be easy.
Yeah,
I don't
but
have any ins with big merchants or anything like that. And what are we going to do? Drag
I mean,
around
what else
a
are we
cart?
gonna do with it though?
I mean, we could let Jack distribute it. Let people know who did it.
Aldo's looking at you both like with a very strange look on his face. He's like,
He's got resources. He's not going to sell it for us. He's a guard captain. But
"Oh, you're talking about just giving it to him, but for nothing?
not for nothing.
Are you?
No, not
For
for
what?
nothing, Aldo. Reputation, again, just like Koa was saying. We got some for defeating these slavers. That helped us out. Tangibly, just now, in Haudh-Gwenn.
You know what reputation you're gonna get by doing things like this?
You think I'm going to be seen as a chump, but we're
I
still the
can
people.
I can see it now. Mikhail performing wherever, I don't know, the Broken Shield or whatever that place was. People just come in and then they ask you to buy them drinks. And they ask you to pay for their meal because Mikhail is the kind that just keeps on giving.
I don't think that's going to happen, Aldo. Like, it's
What
we're
you're
just
saying is
throwing
insane.
money
This is
around. These are goods. If it was just liquid wealth, then yeah, it would be kind of weird. But it's like, okay, fine. Let's entertain your plan. How do we sell this? Who do we sell it to? Who even has enough to buy it that we want to deal with?
Well, Le Chevre, there might
You
be
want to
somebody
move
in Le
all
Chevre
of
we
this
can
shit
speak
to Le
to.
Chevre? We're going to be spending more than what it's worth to get it there.
I mean, you both know that is definitely not true unless you plan on becoming a carpenter, like I said before. Then I could understand that. But let's be real. Each one of those was what? At least 70, 80, 100 gold. So we like
Maybe.
see what
I
we're
mean,
giving
if we
up
find the
now?
right person to sell it with, well, we have to find someone who's going to buy it for that amount. We have to protect it, right?
I understand. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens moving forward. But just to say, oh yeah, Jack will look after it. To me, that it just doesn't sit right.
I think right
We're
now
also going to Herod.
we
Right? I don't mean him just take
helped-
it by himself. Oh, good. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We just helped save a councilman's son from slavers. We brought an end to a slave trade that was not part of one city, 2, 3, but 4 different areas. And our reputation is growing. Now, we could turn around and try to make a profit on these goods, and the money'd be nice, sure, but then we're back to being looked at as mercenaries. Right now, for lack of a better word, we're heroes. And
Which is nice.
I think that going and exploring some of these ruins might be a nice break, but we go and we turn over some rocks for Elliot, and then we come back and try to get some actual decent work. There's going to be coin to be shed for heroes. A mercenary, we're back to the same pay we were at, but if we have that kind of reputation, think of it that way, Aldo. Our cost, our expense just went up. Because not only can you trust us to get the job done, but we're honorable. And we take our pay and whatever else we find goes
Tell me
back
this
to
though, Koa.
the people.
How many jobs are we going to have to go on to be able to get close to what this is worth?
That I couldn't tell you, but
And I mean, who's lining up with this type of money to give us jobs?
again, I'm not quite sure. That's a fair point, but
The bigger our names are, the easier those jobs are to come by. Right? If we're just people who come into a lot of money, you probably know better than I do. That makes us targets.
Well, I mean, as for reputation, look, the only reputation I've seen from anybody is the hero of Chev here, who, didn't even warrant a free meal.
I got a free drink.
Oh. Well done.
He'll realize how ridiculous that sounds after he says it and just kind of like withdraws a little bit.
All the air out of the argument. Just...
I say we put a pause on this because I don't think we see eye to eye, but we'll assess the situation with wherever. You know what? We'll see.
Do you?
No, that's fair.
He'll kind of like make eye contact with Mikhail as he says this next part to Aldo. Do you feel a certain way about it, Aldo? Other than just your initial impulse of wanting more money, don't you feel somewhere inside that there's a better thing to do with it than just take it for yourself? Don't you feel like perhaps the right thing to do is to give it back to the people it was probably plundered from? To make Idir maybe a tiny bit better of a shithole than it is right now? The amount of greed and corruption and evil everywhere is kind of sickening. Perhaps our reputation, not only with the guards and councilmen and so on and so forth, will go up a bit, but I mean, the regular people, seeing us not taking advantage of them for once, maybe it will give them some hope. And the selfish side of things, again, reputation. I think there's a lot of value there that if that's what you need out of it.
I'm gonna be honest, Koa. I'm yet to see it though. I understand what you're saying. Make the place better. You know what I mean? But in my experience, like putting myself out for other people doesn't tend to work. Generally, as far as I've gotten is because I can take what I want to a certain extent. Not physically, I'm not big like you. He taps you on the shoulder. But, there are other ways. The only, there are, and he you see like a thoughtful expression on his face. And he's like, when I was younger, no, a story for another time. Koa, I don't think the everyday man of Idir cares the way you think they do.
Maybe not yet, but what about the next big task and then the next one?
So what I'm getting at is how many big tasks do we need to do and donate, things that may come and go, I understand, I mean, hey, these weren't ours to begin with. These are ill-gotten gains. They're ill-gotten gains that we fought for. Not for exactly, but we ended up with. I understand what you're saying, but I'm yet to see any gratitude ever. Like you said, you got yourself a free drink. You're a chef. Good for you. But the gratitude, for the most part, ain't going to fill your belly.
I think we have to do it more consistently. I mean, right now, we've done a couple of good things, and we're already occasionally someone will kind of look at you twice. When I was buying that horse, the man tried to fleece me and trick me into buying a different horse that he dressed up to look like an Idirian steed. And I told him straight up, I was like, I just helped free however many slaves and killed a bunch of slavers, and I'm looked upon in these parts as a hero, and you think you're going to screw me over on a shitty horse? And he backed up, and I got this for slivers on the gold.
So when you say backed up, did he back up physically, or are you talking like in a...
I mean, instead of charging me 8 gold for a horse that was dressed up to look nice and maybe wasn't nearly as high quality as he was trying to convince me it was, I told him I wasn't going to buy that horse. And this horse, which is probably worth 2 gold, I got for basically half the price, including the saddle and everything else. It was quite a deal.
Seems like 8 gold is definitely a number in a deer.
Really starting to.
Yeah.
But those words carried weight because, well, word is spreading. Our names are getting to be known. And whilst it might still be early in the process, I do think that will mean we'll be trusted with more. More work will come our way. The coin will flow. We're not going to work for free. Now, when it comes to helping someone in need, sure, we can do things like that. But overall, we still need to put food in our bellies and armor on our chests, as you're doing now. And I think people will understand.
Yes, you realize that armor cost me more money than we found. I'm yet to pay it off. Maybe I will have to take one of those loans. We keep giving away things. I see your point, though, Koa. And he looks exhausted. And he says, let's see what we find out in the cave. I just think it's a little short-sighted in a way.
Believe me, man, I do think about what I could spend that money on. But I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to think bigger picture here as to... Mikhail and I were talking the other day, and it got me thinking about who I am, who I've been, and who I want to be to some extent. And you didn't come with us to the hospital, but they gave us some kind of tea that fucked with my head, and I had some horrible nightmares. And
Makes me so glad I didn't go.
Well, I felt a lot better after that, but it was a rough night.
I slept really well.
But I think maybe that's a thought process the three of us need to have. If we're going to keep working together and we're going to have different goals and things we want to do, then, perhaps we need to figure that out now. But at least I'm starting to get an idea of who I want to be.
So in essence, we need to do the right thing, but we need to make some money doing it.
Sounds good to me.
That's fair. Yeah.
And we're not going to feed ourselves. We don't have time to farm crops going from town to town to town. And these weapons aren't going to keep themselves sharp. I mean, Snaga bless them, but even the gods can only do so much when you've pierced the 30th person with the same blade.
Ugh. That'd be a gnarly infection.
I suppose if you're on the receiving end, yes, it would. Maybe it's best we did go to the hospital now that you mention it, because the weapons...
Oh, yeah, your wounds were absolutely going to be infected. It's really good we went there.
Anyway, I don't mean to hop on you, Aldo. I understand your perspective. I'm truly fighting really hard to hold back the me that I've been and continue this me that I'm being. I just feel a bit more purpose-filled than I felt the last few years. I left home to, as you said, story for another day.
You guys act like we don't have an hours-long ride ahead of us.
Some things need more than an hour.
Fair
Or
enough.
several. Koa, I
I'm not
understand.
going to
bro.
rush a story.
Listen, I'm not the same person I was before. And the thing that scares me about that is I don't know why. Because for all of it, I can't see why I'm risking my life for any of this. Once you pass, you're gone. That's it. And do I want to hasten that? No. But yet I did. And like I said, I don't know why. And that scares me.
Well, I'm not a kid anymore, and I'll kind of look at you and start to say something, but he's like, neither are you. So maybe it's just one of those things where we want to leave a mark or be remembered or just have some sort of purpose. And don't get me wrong, going and having some ale and waking up with a stranger you barely remember from the night before is fun. I wouldn't mind doing it again, to be honest with you. But it's not fulfilling. Going town to town, bed to bed, and
Suppose everyone's definition of fulfilling is different though, right?
but maybe that's why you're doing it, Aldo. Maybe you're starting to find that there's some sort of purpose you're fulfilling too.
Don't hasten yourself to an early grave though, Koa.
Well, I haven't fallen yet. Well,
But you
except for the
came
house that exploded, I did
close.
fall there, but I didn't mean literally falling. I meant like dying. It did really hurt.
Yeah. That yet is a little ominous, all things considered.
You ever think that what was his name? Willie got it worse with the sock than we ever did?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Poor guy.
Didn't he get stabbed to death?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
That is yeah. I suppose it's maybe too soon to be laughing about it, but closest
No,
I've
what
ever
he
felt
did
to Captain
mean-
Tor was putting that sock in that man's mouth.
Do we... Never mind. Honestly, I'm glad we're considering not having to sell that stuff. I don't want to deal with it. I mean, it's worth a lot of money, but... God, can you imagine what it would be like trying to find a merchant that would give us a fair price? Someone tried to charge 8 gold for a fake horse. I mean, it was a real horse, but
A fake horse?
It's like a sawhorse.
motions over. It's literally just made of wood. It's like, wait, what the fuck?
Well, don't forget the carpenter trying to charge 8 gold for a bit of polish.
Yeah, we got charged a copper just to convert coins, which I guess is actually normal for a bank, but still, I mean, a lot of people really want to kind of rake you over the coals here.
Well, I think it's because they're used to being raked over the coals. This place has a sickness about it where every single person's trying to fuck the other over, and the people that aren't are the ones that are struggling the most. But I don't know. That's why it feels good, I think, to do a little bit of good around here, because this whole everywhere from the Chev to Haudh-Gwenn so far. I mean, time in Varen, it's like everyone wants to charge you 8 gold for a 2 gold job, or 2 gold item, and I don't know. Maybe maybe just bringing a little bit of good to this place will make a difference.
Maybe.
Plus,
I guess there's only one
a
way
free
to
drink
find
to a
out.
hero when they start charging 8 gold for the drinks will be nice.
Look, when they start, when our
Although-
reputation gets better, we better get more than free drinks.
You'd hope.
Or we could be the ones selling the 8 gold drinks. Eh?
You want to open a tavern?
Oh, maybe.
We could call it
Probably wouldn't-
something clever, like Heroes of Idir Tavern. Nope. I'll let you guys come up with the name.
I don't really want to open a tavern. Just, I mean, it sounds fun, but I'm here to study.
That doesn't really sound that fun. I remember the one that I went to in Rid, where the poor barkeep is always having to replace these shitty chairs. People always get into bar fights and break them. I imagine the man spends more money replacing broken shit from drunken brawls than he makes.
Probably should get onto that insurance the other bar guy was telling me about.
Hire better security.
All right, well.
Cool. I think that
Through
RP is
the
over.
cave.
RP over.
Had a lot of RP this session. It's been nice.
Okay. Y'all get there. And yeah, the place has been properly kind of like cleaned up, if you will. You go in, and there are a good number of people that are locked inside that same place where you were logging people beforehand. So, caged back there. There is a bit of a separation, though. The merchants that were doing the what's what I'm looking for here? The merchants that were actually doing the purchasing and selling are kept inside the smaller cage. The guards that were doing the that were just hired to guard them, whatever it is, are kept inside the larger cage area, if you will. And when you go there to talk to him, you talk to Captain Jaaek. He is happy to see when you guys are walking in. I don't think you guys met him before, so let me describe him. So Captain Jaaek is not a young fella. He is probably in his late 40s, early 50s. He's human, so that definitely shows. His hair is mid-length. It's definitely graying. He keeps a short, kind of like more like stubbled beard, like one of those things where he always looks like it's been a couple days since he shaved last. But that is itself also pretty gray at this point. You can see that, heavy worn face. It's one of those, his hands definitely worn. He's getting older, whatever. But he also has like the posture that suggests he knows his way around, around work. Like he's worked hard his whole life, despite being older and the weight of his armor, weighing him down a bit, or pulling him down a bit. He still keeps pretty straight backed, etc., etc. Indicative of the signs of somebody who's probably a soldier for many years. Either way, when you come walking up and he sees the three of you approaching, it's one of those when somebody notices you're approaching, there's like a call into the caves that people are coming. A bunch of people come rushing out. They've got crossbows, slings, whatever they might be on their hands, and you're kind of surprised to see there's a dozen people that rush out to fight. But by the time you've gotten there and everybody else has come out,
We handled more.
you've already announced kind of like who you are, and so they've kind of like calmed down and informed each of them. So when finally he comes out, which is unfortunate for first meeting of him, he's among one of the last people to come out as like a, if you will, a 13th person stepping out. And so when he comes out and he's kind of informed almost immediately who you guys are, he already has a sword in his hands. He looks across and goes, "Oh, then who'd you send to speak with me?"
Malik and Daedric.
He sheathes his sword, and you can see he's comes walking forward to meet with each of you, so you can dismount and go walking up, if you will. And he walks over and says, "Well then, it's a pleasure to meet each of you. Name's Jaaek. Go by Captain Jaaek. People usually call me, but you can call me Jaaek. It's a hell of a job you did here."
It is.
Honestly, not to pat ourselves on the back, but kind of was. Yeah, it went a lot better than it could have. Seems like you had equal success.
I mean, Cavern Guard. They're not too much. They don't put too much of a fight. We've been able to. We were able to, more show force, and a bunch of them folded pretty quickly. The hardest part was actually catching each one of the merchants. Oh man, if it wasn't for the amount of squealing they did when they went running, we could have lost them in the woods.
I hear the bugbears in the woods, eh?
If only Tor had been so easy.
You guys said two different things. So you call about the bugbears in the woods. I raised an eyebrow at that, but then you said about Tor being so easy. He goes, "Oh yeah, I heard about that. Sounds pretty gruesome."
Sorry about the mess we left behind. We were just trying to get the people kept here out of it as quickly as possible.
Oh no. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to do with them. Senses tell me maybe give them a proper burial, but we didn't know anybody's faith, so just figured put it to a vote for the crew, and the bodies you left behind, they went down the hole.
That's what I thought would happen to them.
He shrugs. He's like,
Simplest
the men were
solution.
gonna. He's like, the men fought hard, and they were gonna have to do the work. So I let them choose. Not all of them, he says, looking at you. Because obviously there was the captured people. Or,
Yeah.
he goes, not all of them, of course. The rest of them, we again, we didn't know who anyone was. There was one Perrin, so we put him on a pyre. Kind of guessing that was the right thing, and the others we buried.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate that, and honestly, that hole might be better than some of them deserved. But your reputation precedes you, Jaaek, and thank you for coming out and assisting with this. We didn't have it to go through two fights like that.
No, hey, listen, I appreciate it. You kidding me? I heard that there was this kind of shit going on this close to my home. I don't want this around. And then, it was awful. I mean, I don't even know how it is that they're maintaining this kind of an operation. How do they move this much cargo without anybody knowing? We have checks. We look through the cargo as it goes through. Not every ship, not every time, but each port has its policies that it goes through. There must have been a considerable amount of coins slipping hands, and I need to know which hand I need to slap irons on back my place.
I'll look to
Funny you should ask.
forward.
Yeah.
It's funny you should say that. Oh no! If Aldo leans forward, he says that and then lets you speak.
Aldo just says, I know these are your men and all, but maybe these conversations should be had in private.
Mm-hmm.
If they must, you see at this point in time, two others come stepping out. You see Idir come stepping out, but Idir himself is not a particularly large person, not tall. But then you also see this other guy come stepping out who is much taller. He stands at about probably like a 6'2", barrel-chested. He's one of those builds where you're not sure if it's fat or muscle, but just big. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of got hairy arms, whatever. Human, right? Decent sized beard. He comes walking out as well. No weapon or anything like that on him. Despite how big and brawny, if you will, despite how big and brawny he is, that gives a suggestion that this could be an intimidating person. It's kind of a funny juxtaposition seeing Idir and his permanent scowl, right? And you made him chuckle, I think, once or twice the entire time you were with him. This other person just kind of has plastered a pleasant face. Just looks pleasant.
Like you, Scott.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome, Ellie.
No, that was real. That was real.
That was
like we
over from
redeemed
like
it.
10 minutes ago. But yeah, man, it was real. You're right.
Oh.
I don't see a redeem in chat right now. That was real. That was
See?
from the heart.
Fuck, I see it 25 minutes ago.
What?
I literally see
Go
it
look
in
at
the
a gift horse in the mouth.
active feed. God damn
You
it.
should never look, man. Just take the compliment.
Well, you told me. Motherfucker. All right, moving on.
Yeah, but only with my mouth.
So the two of them coming out, and he says, "Oh yeah, if matters like that need to be talked about that way," he gestures to the two people that walked out. They be a part of it.
Aldo smiles and says, Idir, it's good to see you.
He gives like an affirmative nod. He says, you too. You got something else you'd want to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He says to Captain Jaaek, he goes, Captain Jaaek, if you need to have a private word with them, you go right ahead. And he's gestures with Aldo. He's like, you want to see it?
Aldo takes a second, and then he looks at the other two and goes, "I'll be back."
Right.
He'll
see it
chuckle.
now.
He'll chuckle and go
No.
walking off. After the two of you go behind, you can see that the large person that you had seen, the brawny man that you had seen,
Gonna
he just kind of like he just shakes
Aldo.
shakes his head disapprovingly. He'll step forward, kind of like clearing his throat to make his presence known, and Jack will chime in and go, "Oh yeah, sorry to not to be rude. This here's Luca Green. He runs a tavern over at back home in Harrod. I don't know if either of you ever met him before. Luca, before either of you chime in, maybe even potentially talking over if you went to go speak quickly, reaches forward and goes, "No, we haven't. I would have remembered these faces. Pleasure to meet you."
Same here. I hope to
Likewise.
make your acquaintance sometime. We do love a time in the tavern.
He says, "You kidding me? You come by my place, you'll be drinking free. Bottom shelf."
Make sure you
already
say that in front
happening.
of Aldo, please.
He says, "That's the one that went inside, right?"
Yeah.
I waited till he left.
Damn it. Smart man.
His reputation precedes him.
As do yours.
Well, I hate to ruin the pleasantries a bit here, but the reason we wanted to speak with you separately here a bit is well, we do know a bit more about how cargo is being moved, and there's a few more nasties out there that need
Jack
to be
will hold
taken
up a
care
hand just to, kind of dissuade you from feeling like you need to go on. He goes, "You can choose the details. If this is something that you feel needs to be confidential, then we'll keep it confidential." Luca here, he keeps an eye on, he leads up the militia that helps out when I'm handling more important matters back in Harad. He's doesn't have to be involved, and I'm sure he'll take no offense. Not too much of an offense, he says jokingly.
Good as a first impression as this is, better safe than sorry,
He shrugs and says, "Well, we're going to be we're going to be celebrating our victories. So maybe you'll find your way to our barrel."
Certainly
That
try.
sounds great.
Jack says, it was his barrel that he brought for the fight to raise the spirits of the men. But when those spirits were drained, they did open up one of your barrels. So don't worry, we've already discussed making sure that you're compensated for it.
Oh, no worries about that.
You did good work here.
But to get down to the chase here, just in case time is a bit of a factor.
He'll turn and walk away with you, so you guys walking into the woods, so you're separated from the others. You can see at some point in time he looks into the trees and goes a path you can imagine avoiding scouts. But continue, go ahead.
We've got a list of names of other people that were involved, and well, we had to cut a deal with one who may end up in Harad, but it was the only way we could get the intel off of her before she. It seemed pretty clear she was going to get away with things. Her name is Ashara. I believe we had some
Ashara
word about her ahead of.
Oh, hold on. Ashtara. I know Ashtara well.
Yes, well, she was the one who lured in the buyers you have locked up.
I want to be clear. Ashtara Walnut.
Yes.
Correct.
Beautiful woman, intelligent.
Yes.
Damn.
About the
About
size
this
of
tall.
three Daelrics.
He says, "It pains me to say this, but I think I may be the problem. If Ashtara was a part of this, and she's the one luring in buyers or what have you, in the name of the gods, I might be turning myself into you boys. Certainly, I don't know if I deserve the mantle of leadership that I've had. She's a friend of mine. She's actually donated a considerable amount of money to the town of Harrod. We're not a particularly large town. We're pretty small, and so the amount of revenue we get coming through taxes, they can be a bit tight. She bought a chunk of land for a fair price and has been building. She built a nice home on it, but then, every year she does donate a considerable amount. It's being a friend of mine to make sure that our town is, going well, and I've always told her it's too much and unnecessary, but no, she's donated because of our friendship, or at least I thought so. I don't mean a small amount. I mean, one year she did 24 gold. It's just a donation. She's a wealthy individual.
You had no reason to be suspicious of an act of charity, especially to someone who has the charisma she does.
I mean,
She had a lot of people fooled.
but I should have known. I did not spend a small amount of. Sometimes I could spend a whole winter, nearly daily or evenings, at the tavern with her. Luca never grew warm to her. He didn't really give me warnings, but I do want to draw a line of division here. He's a good man, and he was never warm to her. Unfortunately,
Not seeing something in front of you like that isn't your fault. She had everyone fooled, like Mikhail here said. And
Yes.
I think you're making your position very clear with how you're helping us now and everything else, so don't beat yourself up too hard, but I'm afraid for you the matters do get a little bit worse. A couple of the names are other people you might be familiar with.
Specifically, the most important, the captain guard in Forvin.
yeah.
I don't think we ever got their name, just they were the captain of the guard.
He's his, not a friend, but long mutual respect.
Is
Inside
that
member of the
part of the
Lashes?
documents I got?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'll take the transcript ones out and say, essentially, within this 10 Lashes organization, they were assigned to keep you from figuring things out. Part of that agreement you had, and I'll hand them to him. So that things from Form didn't get checked the way others did when coming through your city. That was so you didn't know.
Huh.
There was a whole concerted effort to keep you off their trails, so...
There was a Gull, there was a Julius and Forvin, and then there was a Gleb and Varen, along with Ashara.
Don't know anybody in Varen.
Well, you might know this name then. How about Beltran Greris?
Oh, I know Beltran.
He's the bankroll to all of this.
Yeah.
Tor answered directly to him.
I don't think there's much that we're going to be able to do about that one, though.
Right.
I was afraid you might say that. We kind of came to that thought process after having to let Ashtara go.
I mean,
We agreed to, she gave us those names and these documents that Mikhail has, and in exchange, she's taking care of her affairs in Haudh-Gwenn and then Harad in about 2 days' time. And then she's to leave Idir and never come back.
She'll be heading to Paradel, but there's also more documents we don't have yet that we're waiting on.
well, talking about Beltran, that's a Greyrus boy. I don't know what we could do. I just know that family's powerful. I'm not saying I'm not going to try. I'll bring this back to Harad and speak to the council there, and we can see what decision can be made about it. But if you're saying he's a part of this, at the very least, he should be questioned. And if there's any evidence about this, it should be looked into. As for what's in Forvin, I have other friends in Forvin, and I'd be more than happy to draft whatever needed to get you the right conversation started so you can handle the matter at hand there.
Well, we were kind of hoping maybe either the guards there or you guys could do something about that. We also need to get back to Leshev and get Plevin Gemsmith back to his father. He was one of those captured, along with a few others that need to get back over there. And then we need to get to Varen to make sure that Gleb is
Gleb.
taken care of.
He says, well, listen, I have my hands full here. I'm going to be eventually transporting this group back. It's just we don't have we didn't have the means to do so. It takes a wagon fastened with the right things we don't want people just jumping out and running off in the night or sneaking away on us. So we're keeping them locked up here for the next several days while we have the correct supplies brought to us to transport them away. These people all need to be seen through to the end. I'm not sure if they'll be serving time in Harrod and Haudh-Gwenn, or if those in Paradel will be wanting to collect them. We'll figure it out as time goes. This is kind of a new situation, but neither here nor there. I won't bother you with the bureaucracy. We caught a good number of them.
No, I did.
Not everybody that our scouts spotted, but we got a number of them. Enough got away that word will spread amongst whatever network they're a part of. This shop's closed down for business. Do not come here to purchase.
I just hope Ashara doesn't have another one in Paradel. She's gonna go start. She assured us she didn't, but with her charm and ability to just talk her way out of anything, it's hard to know for sure. But it kills me that we're letting her go.
He shrugs and says, Paradel? Those Del don't need a place like this. They do it themselves. It's mandated from the top on down. They like their people in chains.
They have them.
He goes, yeah, they do. He goes, I know it's hard to see it around here. People always forget when you're in Idir, because we have such a freedom-minded sensibilities and all that, and we're far enough from the border, but don't you let those criers' words fall on deaf ears. What they say happens out on the edges of the Del. It's true.
It's awful and disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, either way, you got some stuff for me to go looking into. I'm gonna have to bring all these details to the council, and well, I don't know. I have some thinking I gotta do. I'm not sure if it's a conversation for a different day. He says,
Well, look, if you're tied up here for now, as we said, we do have to go to Leshev. We'll be passing through Forvin. So who would we talk to? Who do you absolutely trust there that we can get this information to?
yeah, if, I saw inside the cavern there's a couple of rooms that had parchments and stuff like that. I can draft together a letter of invitation for you and get that ball rolling for you well before you get there. Well, with the letter of invitation. I can send a rider if need be, but we don't have much by way of horses to spare.
We also have to be prepared for the thought that all of these men have already left. Word got to Ashara from Dan. He was a guardsman up in Leshev. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but he was also a member of the organization.
Shakes his head.
I believe he at least warned Ashara. He may have warned more.
Dan!
This is the song. Yeah, that's what the song's about.
Yeah! Oh, that's funny. Wait. He points at points at your loot case. He goes, oh, I can't wait to tell the boys. They've been singing that song. Oh, that's funny. Oh,
I mean, believe it or not, it was
echoing
Aldo's
through the cave for days, for days now. And we got the author, the author of the song right here. Oh, that's gonna be exciting.
Mikhail here is quite
so conflicted.
Luca,
it will be a
He's
grand
so
show.
conflicted.
He just like
comes
pats you on the
jogging
back
over.
and just tells you to take it. Take the compliment, like take it.
Luca
Aldo
comes
left.
over. He's like, what? Because like he called him. He goes, Luca, hey, listen. Sorry, probably called you too soon. He goes, you know the song Dan? He's like, yeah. That's the guy that wrote it.
This
And he
will be
goes,
the national anthem of Idir one day.
and Luca goes, nah, you twisted my nuts.
Jesus.
Well, no, Dan was in fact the corrupt guardsman in Leshev that we brought to justice, and he's in custody now. And well, Mikhail and Aldo and some other guy Aldo hung out with. I forget the name of.
Tony. I think there's a lot of people named Tony.
One of the Tonys. Yeah. No, they just. Aldo started spitting out the lyrics. Mikhail pulled out the lute, and next thing you know, the song was made.
Exactly. Aldo was singing something. I just extrapolated. It was a bit of a group effort.
Except for me, I just drank and laughed.
But I can play and he can't, so.
Well, he does play your lute sometimes, I think.
He plays with the lute sometimes, yes.
So he goes, "Oh, well, very humble of you. That's nice of you to be honest. So you're not the musician. The other one is."
Oh no, God
Correct.
no! Aldo is not the musician.
He's spontaneous. You could even consider him my inspiration. He's a very inspiring individual.
Yes. I believe Aldo's songwriting days was a one and done.
You can see the bluster has been taken from the moment with like the redirect and the confusion and whatnot. He's
But just wait for the performance. It's going to be a spectacular. You'll get Aldo going in and Mikhail performing. It'll be the best thing you've ever seen.
rolls 91.
Could happen.
And he's like, yeah, that does sound exciting. Listen, you've given me a lot to think about, and I should probably get that letter together. Were there any other details I should be sending Luca away for?
Mikhail is falling into a deep depression, so...
Koa thinks this is going great.
No, just, I guess, send that letter, and we'll act on that when we go through Forvin.
Nods. Oh, hey, Luca. Yeah? Do you have, any contacts out in Varen? Anybody that you're close to? Thinks for a couple seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I know a couple of people out that way. A few of them come, traveling through when they're, bringing by horses, and they'll spend the night at the tavern or what have you. He goes, if I trusted you with a letter, do you think you can see it gets out there safely? He's like, do you need me to go personally? And for that, he actually looks to the two of you. He says, do you want Luca to bring it personally?
Koa will look to Mikhail like, is it okay to bring him in, like, at this point?
He doesn't have to have all the details, just has to deliver a letter. Right?
Koa's giving Mikhail that look of like...
Yeah, I don't see why not. You seem to trust him a lot, and, well, he's made a good impression, so...
Basically, what we've told Jaaek here is that we have a few more names as to the members of the 10 Lashes, they call themselves, the slavers. And there's one in Varen and a couple in Forvin, and we want to make sure we get them in custody before they slip away and disappear.
His look of apprehension or like disinterest in traveling shifts away, and he becomes more serious. Like his resting, like jovial face has completely like kind of like washed off, and now he has like a steeled jaw and a narrow look. He looks like actually imposing. Because of his large size. And he says, yeah, I'll bring it.
You do seem like a good man. I'm excited to have a drink with you.
He says, drinking's for times of happiness.
Well, the man in Varen in question, his name is Gleb Meadows.
He shrugs, he says, I don't know the name. He sounds
I'm
like
glad.
an idiot.
I just want to make sure he wasn't one of the ones you thought you trusted, as a lot of the people in this organization are people that, well, fooled everyone.
Yeah, he says, yeah, well, as soon as he looks to Jaaek, he says, as soon as you have that drafted and you don't need me, I'll head.
Oh. How about that drink?
Lucas says, yeah, why don't you go ahead and have that? I'll drink when it's over. And Jaaek kind of like, trying to break the mood for how serious Luca just got. He says, yeah, how about that? Let's go join the crew downstairs and see if we can make you comfy for the rest of the evening. And so I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, Gleb.
Every
Gosh,
time Gleb
I'm
is
dumb.
mentioned, yeah.
Sorry. All right, I brain farted. Back to game. So you guys go down there, but back to you, Jake, who is separated, right? So you go walking down with what's his name, Edric.
Edric.
And so as you're walking down with Edric, he's like, "Oh man, I wish you were here for the fight. First and foremost, he left this morning, so you won't see him. But trying to find everybody in the woods, it was difficult trying to differentiate the screaming between Melix and those who were hunting. But we got them. Anyways, a couple of them got away. Not such a bad thing. The thought being they'll go spread word that things is done here. Anyways, we took a considerable number of them down. We tried not to kill anybody. We had Captain Jaaek saying that he wanted them to, find justice. But as you guys are walking by the hole, he says, "But don't worry, a couple more made it down there."
Aldo does one of those like, ha
As you laugh, he goes, "Yeah, one of them screamed. It was a long fall."
Oh, he was still alive then.
This is when he chuckles, but he doesn't notice, because now he's on the rope bridge.
Yeah.
He doesn't notice. Yeah. You're like, ooh.
Meanwhile, Mikhail's like frothing. What do you sound like?
I could have kicked him.
Jesus.
I got next.
Eyes start to turn yellow.
It's like, this is Jurda's crack.
Oh, I know this.
Yes, it's sticking. All right.
This is Jurda.
You don't want to be in the sticking crack.
Anyways.
Ooh.
So he brings you over across, and he's like, anyways, so we go whooping their ass, and they go giving up, and, it goes as it goes, and these are just cavern guards. And you know how it is. You slap them around a good bit, they eventually throw down their weapons right quick. They see a couple of people bleeding. I mean, you'd swear they were afraid of blood. So they started folding left and right and rounded them up. A couple of them tried to run. They got the worst beating of them all. You know how it is. So we rounded them up. We grabbed all the merchants we could. Pulled in quite the cargo, I'll tell you that. And then we threw them inside the cells. Now, because these are caravan guards, they may or may not have known what they were in for. Who gives a shit? These are people that aren't too happy with their situation because they have the expectation of being, going through the system as though they were part of it. And then as he walks into the sarcophagus room and brings you over to where the portcullis is or whatever, the bars, you can see what's going on. First of all, it smells like shit. And then you can see that the larger room, which had the guards in it, and then the smaller room, which had the merchants, at some point in time, somebody thought it was a good idea to literally start pissing through the cage and kicking shit through the cage at the merchants, literally treating them like animals, because the guards, which are not the most, educated or, upstanding of individuals themselves, are like, open these bars. Well, look at the shit you're putting. Open these bars. Come on, open the. We'll give them justice. Open the bars. Yeah. They want to. So as you can walk around the corner, realizing this, as you actively see somebody standing up against the bars, pissing through them towards the merchants, and Edric stands there looking at those people being treated like filth, and he's chuckling, and he's like, "Yep, they're all getting locked up. Just a bunch of animals."
Yeah, well, I mean, I tend to agree. Aldo says as he walks over to the bars, and he's like, "Oh man, it's been a long ride." Aldo will start pissing through the bars.
Edric sees that.
Don't cross the streams.
Edric sees that, and he starts chuckling. And then you hear Aldo's ears perk up as he hears somebody holler through the cavern. "Edric, want a pint?"
Oof. Sounds about Sounds like a good time to rejoin the others, hey?
He chuckles. Yeah. No, he's like, yeah, we can go get drinking, but this isn't the only thing I wanted to show you.
Ah, I was hoping you had something else.
Yeah. So after you go chuckling at that, he brings you off to another room.
Yeah.
And he says, like I said, we pulled in a good haul, and I just, you're a smarter one than I am, and you realized the fuck happened before and caught that thief, and then you made sure that I got taken care of and the other guy got taken care of. You're good people, and so I wanted to make sure you didn't get screwed over in this deal too. So a good amount of coin got pulled in from this haul, and I made sure I grabbed a couple of the loose ones to share with you. Yeah?
Aldo looks like genuinely like happy. And he says, thank you, Idrik. I appreciate that.
Yeah. He shrugs and says, you ain't getting as much as I did, but
It's not the amount, it's the thought, or is it the anyway, I get what you mean.
So it brings you over to where there's literally a room with a considerable amount of treasure inside of it, kind of like what you guys had found before. And he's like, there's gems and stuff like that. Like, it's not just coin, but there's a whole bunch of different stuff that's inside there. And he's like, this has already been kind of split up, but this bit here, this is for you. And he pulls out 13 gold.
Aldo laughs like that. He just starts like maniac, like laughing like a maniac. He's like, "Whoo! You did do well, Idrik. Oh my god!" He gets a bit probably too loud before he quiets his voice. He's like, "Oof. Well, you definitely ain't going to be working at the bank anytime soon."
He goes, "You kidding me? I'm going to take a nice long year, maybe 2 off, and then I'm going to go see if I can find some more people chained up. There's nothing like sleeping with a clean conscience, knowing that you murdered some evil fucks."
No, I think I agree with you there, Idrik. That's a rather noble thought.
He chuckles at the idea of being noble.
So does Aldo.
And then he says, anyway, I thought you might be interested in one more thing too.
Do tell.
One of the boys, they got run down by a horse, so I got a bit trampled. But I thought you might like this. And he pulls out a crossbow that unfortunately looks all sorts of fucked up. It would definitely need a considerable amount of repair. But he shows you a crossbow. And he says, I thought you might like this. He hands it over to you. And you take it, and it looks familiar enough that you roll it over in your hands. And then you look for that key signature, that marking that's on it, and you realize, the Stalingrad crossbow.
Been a long time since I had one of these in my hands. This means a lot. It's home. Needs a bit of work, but well, he just nods at Idrik at that point and gets a bit quiet.
Yeah, he goes. He's it's like a moment of silence as he's also getting real for a second. He's like, listen, ain't no one ever gone and patched me up before. So, you need something. You holler. Yeah?
Yeah.
Any more thieves? You use that too, huh? Trying to break the bromance moment.
No doubt. Yeah.
And then
already.
And then we'll start walking out with you as somebody's like, Adrian, you getting this pint? And it's like, and then by the time they come in, you guys are already on your second or third,
Yeah.
We're ahead of Aldo for once. That'll last about 3 seconds.
Yep.
Less than around.
We look down, our drinks are empty. Aldo's got 3 mugs.
Aldo walks over with the triple. Like everybody knows, you get like that carry with the mug where you can put your finger in, and you get the 1. You might be able to get 3, but you can definitely get more with the. Sorry, not on camera. So you hold 1 mug with these 2 fingers, and you hold 2 mugs with these. So you get the 3 carry right there. You might be able to use the thumb for a 4th, but it's probably there for stability. And then he's got a whole other hand to drink from. So you're carrying 3 in one hand, and you're drinking with the other. You know.
Don't fall for it. Scott's gonna make you roll for your alcoholism.
It's too late. You already failed.
208 gold.
He gave you the 13 for a reason. There's no way you get to keep it.
That's cool.
Funny.
I think is there anything else we really need to go over?
Was there anything in the cave that you guys wanted to take care of?
Does Jaaek come to us with some type of thing to do with these supplies? All the stuff that's here.
Yeah, I'll touch on that one.
goods.
So were you about to say something, Keegan, before I?
No,
sorry, I thought I
you're
heard
good.
you
I
say
was-
Did you,
same train of thought.
Me as a PC, I don't care, but the 13 gold, that was 13 gold that Aldo has total, right? That wasn't like a 13 apiece. That was 13 that Aldo has, right?
Aldo got handed 13 gold because he found a thief that was running away, and then because he saved his life, he was like, "I found this crossbow. I thought you might." You know.
I just, as a PC, wanted to make sure I knew. That's fine.
Yeah, in the meta too. You think Idric knows what a fucking Stalingrad crossbow is? He doesn't know what that shit is. Somebody else must have picked it up and be like, "Ooh, too bad this thing's beat up. It's you know what this is? Oh, this is from, blah blah blah." And and it was just one of those things where enough other people said shit around him. He was like, "Hey, that shit's mine," and like he didn't fucking know.
Yeah.
He's an idiot,
Right.
But that's one of those like cutaway scenes, She finds out. It's like, wow, how'd you know? He's like, yeah, I pay attention.
I think Koa's going to have a little bit of a
Yeah,
dream
just smart.
sequence with Idric's club when he sees the club again. And it's like, memories. Will be playing through his head as he's like picturing the back of some dudes' heads. Which sounds weird out loud, I noticed. But but it's all right. It's a fantasy world.
Yeah,
Picture
certain
what
kind
we
of
want.
fantasy.
The kind where I'm going clubbing with some dudes.
Oh my god.
Public and dudes will never not make me think of prepping. As a reminder for those of you that don't know the story, or forget it, in Providence, capital of Rhode Island, in Providence, people would go clubbing, and there was a time where dudes would want to look good while clubbing, so they would buy Preparation H and rub it on their muscles to make their skin tight around their muscles, and it was called prepping. And they would literally rub Preparation H on there.
We call that time period pre-Diddy. Sorry. I
It's like a
apologize.
whole era of time. It's like
My bad.
2022 PD. Just splits the era. Year
Fuck you,
zero
Scott.
was
I
with
told
all,
you I'm the funny one, you bitch.
year zero is when they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Oh God! After these last, 36 hours, it was good to laugh. Oh boy!
Oh yeah,
Oh boy! Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so anyways,
yeah, needed this for sure.
so he'll give you the letters that you need to go and he's like, hey, you're gonna talk to this person, give this to them. This doesn't. He's like, this is an introduction letter. It means that they'll listen to what you have to say. It comes with my weight to it, but you're the one selling the story, so do what you can with that. They're a bigger town. They have their own rules. But I would definitely suggest maybe having this conversation without him in the room, but where he's near enough by, because you don't want him slipping. That's a resourceful man, and I served some time in my day, but there's stories about the crew he used to spend time with. There's stories about the kind of adventures he used to go on. Yeah, like there's a rumor that him and his old mates they once took down a wyvern up in the mountains, for coin. So that's it's not a person that you want to give any amount of leash. You want to make sure you can reel him in quick. If he gets away, goes calling to his friends or something, that could be bad. So just a heads up on that one.
Who is that about?
It's about the captain of Forvin.
Okay, all right.
That task we were hoping to delegate to someone else has fallen back on our plate.
No. They're saying tell the town without blah 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 kind of a thing. Yeah.
They say, talk to this person, make sure he's not in the room, but he's not too far away. Yeah.
And as for the other one there, Julius, he's a worm. He's gonna try to buy his way out of it. Somebody takes the coin. It's not. Listen, if somebody's making deals with these people, those aren't people you're gonna want to trust. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Clearly.
Yeah.
Another reason I felt so dirty taking it from Ashtara. Granted, it was just to get these other people, but still feels slimy.
You say that, and he remembers that now, and he grows a little guilty over what he says. Doesn't back off of the conviction to it, but he grows guilty.
No, like Koa will look at him like, no, you're right. And I don't think we had a choice, but it does feel bad.
But so to the other point, he goes, so with all those matters settled and you guys half cocked, let me it looks over at Aldo. Oh, actually, he holds it pretty well, doesn't he?
Wait till morning.
He says,
got a lot of practice.
So what's your plan with all of this?
Well, we were discussing that on the way here, and I think ultimately, like, he'll kind of look to Aldo as he's talking to make sure it's okay for him to keep talking.
Yeah, Aldo, you can see, even though he's drinking and he's like obviously sitting there paying attention, his face does harden and he just kind of grits his teeth.
If he doesn't say anything actually out loud, Koa will like see that and be like, he's giving in. Good. Feel like he's not happy about it, but he's seeing reason. Excellent. Koa will continue. And I think ultimately
look at him and doesn't hear anything. He's like, oh, he must have gave him the okay.
The right thing to do is probably to give it back to the people. As in, donate it, give it away. It was not ours to begin with. It wasn't theirs to take. And we were talking about it because, obviously it's worth a lot of money, and money is fantastic, but so is having a good reputation. And if you're going to do something good, might as well go all in, right?
Winter's coming soon. It's fall right now. The food supplies down here could certainly help out a good number of families. There's no doubt about that. Everything else that's down here, though, I'm not sure. Well, there was a construction project that they were doing over in Westwood. I had a couple of merchants going back and forth.
Not
friendly with
Westwood.
I'm sorry.
Not Westwood.
Westwood. That's where they were doing their work.
That construction, yeah, that was
construction coming to here, by the way.
Yeah, we're supposed to link the two places underground.
Oh. Okay. I can talk with, those with maybe a bit more know-how than I have, but just kind of coming up with some ideas on the spot if that's what you're looking for. Well,
can I ask something, Jack?
Yeah.
There's construction supplies here, right?
Yeah.
Harrod's not a huge place, but maybe why not take some of it back and build a place for those that maybe don't have a home for whatever reason, somewhere to crash for a night or two or a week till, maybe do something in your own town where you're there to oversee that it's done, that good is done with it.
Yeah, like you said, winter's coming, so it really sucked to be outdoors.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Could even be two-folded. We throw a free inn, for the less fortunate off the back of Luca's Tavern. And it draws a crowd to Luca's. It's good advertisement. Keeps revenue moving in the town and gives them a place to stay. We get enough guard keeping eye around that spot anyways. Two people always sitting at Luca's. That if any of the people end up being riffraff, we can keep an eye on it. So it's that could work. It's not a bad idea.
Stuff be enough?
He shrugs and says, I ain't somebody that does, that kind of building, but this is a considerable amount of supply. It's got to go towards it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I've dug trenches. I've done my part of building up a barracks, but I wasn't leading those projects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only thing I ask is perhaps there was a room that had some fire damage here, and we're gonna bring somebody over in a few weeks' time to take a look at the things in there, as they could be dangerous or they could be used to help in like the hospital in Haudh-Gwenn or elsewhere, so on and so forth. So if we could leave those rooms, the fire damaged ones, alone until we have someone more trained in that field take a look.
Absolutely. That's not an issue. We'll definitely do that. But even all these supplies, I would even suggest keeping them all for Harrod. It almost looked bad. Like I came in, sweeped in, and took it all. I should probably spread some of that out elsewhere as well. Harrod's not the only town that was affected,
Yeah.
I can tell you that there's a considerable amount of gold that's being collected from here. And Harrod's going to be using that to increase its security. I'm thinking about, again, talk to the council. They get to make these decisions. But if we enhance our docks over there and get a proper dock master, we ain't got one of those. Get a proper dock master to oversee what happens at the docks and, check the supplies, make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again or nothing else is slipping through.
Just make sure you vet them.
Yes, a lot of the problems that we've found all the way up to Leshev are people not managing warehouses and storage properly. So much of this happened because someone was paid just enough to look the other way.
Slip through the cracks.
No, that's why we need to enhance the situation we have. We need to get the more people trained for it. He says,
perhaps some cameras don't exist in this world. Yes, that's a good idea.
Funny. He says, well, we saw the hounds, the bodies of the hounds that were here, and talking to the merchants that we had collected. Apparently, those hounds weren't just for guarding; they were for sniffing the goods. They would tell the people that run in this place if stuff being dropped off was what they were looking for, what they were trying to get their hands on. So if hounds can be trained to look for illicit materials, I think we can get our hands on hounds too. There's no reason why these rivers can't be secure. Again, there's a considerable amount of gold that was found.
Well, we trust you to do what's right with it. And whatever we can use these goods for, I think, to help out around here will benefit. Like, look to Aldo again. Benefit everyone in the long run.
Well, in the name of the gods, it's almost as though the martyr laid herself down just for you three to come springing forward. This is incredible. Breaking chains in the name of Roga, sacrificing for those around you, all while traveling across Idir like Thalindra. I mean, you three really get the fire of Kraline in you, don't you? This is Aldo?
Perhaps we do.
Oh, nobody notices anything.
It's like me when I roll my eyes and snort and chortle under my breath in the middle of church ceremonies and nobody notices.
The worst part about that roll is even if I rolled a perfect 20, I couldn't.
That's funny.
I'm getting poisoned tonight, aren't I?
Yes. So anyways, you guys drink, you guys celebrate, and eventually you guys are able to go your separate way. Plan from here. Are you going back to Haudh-Gwenn or are you pushing on?
I
We gotta
think-
go get Gemsmith's kid.
Yeah, we gotta get the people, then we
Yeah,
gotta
we
get
have to
the
go back.
rest of the documents or whatever, right? Or no, those are going to the bank. Are we waiting on those though, so we can give them to the people in Forvin?
You can wait on them if you'd like.
I'd
If
say
you
we go
stay-
back,
if you
wait
spend
a
the
couple
night here
days,
drinking-
and then
If you spend the night here drinking and then just leave tomorrow, it's probably they're waiting for you tomorrow anyways.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so we will do that.
One more night in paradise.
Okay.
Or Jerky's crack. What is it called?
Jurda.
Jurda.
There's the goddesses.
It's crack.
Jerky's crack is a lot worse of a name.
That's so much worse.
Jerky's crack is the place where I went club and I looked at a bunch of the back of dudes' heads.
So,
Old jerkies.
press and fast forward 3 times here. You guys get back to Haudh-Gwenn. The people that are there.
Do we get the other horse back from Edric?
Edric says, the horse that you guys got is in the best shape out of all the horses. So when we sent a runner to go and get the supplies we needed for transporting these people, I'll let him take that horse for the ride. It's not hurt or nothing. It'll come back in good shape soon.
So, okay, in theory, we can get it on the way back to Forvin once we leave Haudh-Gwenn.
Yeah, at some point in the future, you'll be able to get it. Just not super fast. So, back in Haudh-Gwenn, they say... So, the people are, like, fully healed up or looked after. People are getting ready to start wanting to go their separate ways. One of the sergeants doing it for the cock is there who talks to you guys and says, like, you know, you guys did some pretty awesome work. You know what? They really appreciate the stuff that you did here. Those that you had dropped off are absolutely going to be getting sentenced for the crimes that they did. There's more than enough evidence against them, so you don't have to worry about participating in that whatsoever. Blah 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 blah. They do tell you, however, that a bunch of the different people aren't even from around here, and that they feel bad about the fact that they're already all the way displaced down here in Haudh-Gwenn when they're from like many, like potentially even hundreds of miles away from here. They're, you know, and so on. And so I know that your characters, you PCs, discussed off stream, wanting to take a good portion, which I think was 20% of the money that was found originally, you put aside, which is a lot of gold. It was like 12 gold or something like that. It was a whole bunch of money put aside.
Yeah, it was a lot.
To ensure that those people would have enough money to get basic supplies for themselves and pay for various fares that they need to be able to return home, or at least have some degree of like return to comfort if they're staying around here, right? So you guys had were sharing that huge portion of money with amongst all the people that you had saved for that. And there's, of course, this appreciation about this. This is done, you know, probably at the hospital or whatever, where word of other people recovering can, you know, spread. They have witnessed this, et cetera, et cetera. But more importantly, 2 particular individuals, they actually, the sergeant of the guard, when you talk to him at one point in time, he's like, yeah, two of those people, they actually were really hoping to speak with you. I didn't know if you had time to talk to them or...
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
We'll make time.
Of course.
I'd be like, they actually were hoping that one of my, you know, they'd heard that you were going to be speaking to me, so they'd been waiting. So they're actually not far from here. I'll have somebody go collect them and bring them over, right? And so they do exactly that. They go and they collect the 2 other people that wanted to speak to you. Give for me a moment, please. There it is. Yep. So they go and collect these people that wanted to talk to them, and so they come walking in. One of the things that you notice is the two people that come walking in. They are dressed similar to one another. Same kind of. They're wearing the clothes that are the undergarbs of armor, if you will, right? So it's like they kind of like fluffy kind of clothes that you would have underneath armor, and so it's a woman and a guy that come walking in. And they come over and they'll introduce themselves to you. They both have accents on them, accents that are similar but not the same as Aldo's. And Aldo can immediately identify as being Yvonne's accents. Then you also have Koa, who's like, that accent sounds really familiar. Though it's not super obvious at first because of how soft-spoken and mousy Gwen is, compared to this woman here who's much more gruff, or this gentleman here, right? So it's not super obvious to him, but eventually it will come through, like, or maybe somebody says it, or maybe he eventually picks it up, but it's Vance. I don't know if Mikhail would be able to pick up that accent. That's outside of the purview of the language he speaks or anything he studies or so on and so forth. So it doesn't really make sense.
I don't remember what language that is. Yeah.
It's golden, but either way. It's,
I don't have it anyway. Yeah.
So, but the two of you, blah, 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 blah. Cool. So they come walking in, and when they start speaking, and they say to you in Perrin, just like a, it's nice to meet, like, what is it? That's technically supposed to be like Latin-based, their language, but either way. So, like, it's nice to meet you. This is Harveen. I'm Jaden. And they go to shake your hands. And Jaaek, your character immediately picks up the accent, so you're welcome to speak to them in Golden or do whatever you want to do. I'm saying you have to. I just don't know if that's something Aldo would do.
Oh, Aldo 100% would greet them in Golden, but he would suggest they stick, to Perrin for the other two.
Okay, so you greet them in Golden. I did say they're a Maltese, right? Not Yovance.
No, you said
Yvonne's.
I meant a Maltese. I'm sorry. It's just late. It's been long.
I'm just glad our DM's in chat to keep you in line.
Oh, that's yeah. I saw Joe. He was like, "Yovance, not a Maltese. They're a Maltese." And it's funny too because I actually have written on my notes here. It literally says to a Maltese, Arvine and Jaden, in the notes that I shared with you guys, 2 weeks ago, which is funny. But either way, so she says, "This is Harvine. I'm Jaden." And you say some sort of greeting inside of Golden. And so they'll actually turn to you and say we should probably stick to Perrin for them. But before she does so, she'll actually say to you, you all the way down here from Goldaria?
Yeah, I am.
What you coming down for? Were you scouting?
Would you believe I woke up here?
She when you say that, she goes, "Oh, you too?" Yeah. The way that they keep us drugged, Harveen chimes in is like
not like that.
Okay, so you interrupt. Not like that. And she goes, "Oh, what do you mean then?" So you guys, they're just speaking another language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Aldo is just like, I was on a ship, had a few too many, and woke up at the wrong port. That's the short of it.
Oh, she says. Harveen goes, "Oh, you know how to have a good time, huh?"
Aldo looks at him. He's like, "Yep."
He says, "Maybe we should party sometime."
That we should.
We definitely have something to celebrate, he says, and he gives her a nudge. She just turns and gives him like a look of "I'm not amused." She looks at you and says, "Listen, in your travel, did you see anybody else? That any other Maltese?"
No, we had word that some Maltese were taken, but I guess that's you two, right?
Yeah, but we weren't alone when we were traveling. There were 4 of us.
Did they mention how many were taken before? Like, did Dan?
No, they Maltese now.
Yeah. I didn't get I didn't hear an amount of you. I just heard some Maltese were taken.
Damn. All right.
You looking for someone? Someone that didn't come to the cave?
2 people. When I remember the tussle where I got knocked out fucking idiot. But that doesn't change. You sticking around this place?
I'll be back, but we're leaving tomorrow
Which way you heading?
to Leshev,
She shakes her head, doesn't know what that means.
upriver.
You say upriver. She goes, does that flow west? No, it flows east.
He
So Harveen says it flows east, so he means west. I'm looking at you for confirmation.
Yeah, other nods.
She goes, mind if we join?
I don't mind, but we should talk in parent now for the others.
It's like whenever I'm walking around with Mark and someone like interrupts our conversation to like be like, Mark, I'm such a big fan, and we're just like standing there smiling the whole time, like talking about series we don't know. We're like, huh. Mikhail and Enko are just like,
How cultured.
The only reason why I keep Jake around in all these campaigns is that when the post-campaign chatter happens, I have somebody that also doesn't understand what everybody else is talking about. Because like you and Pat will sit there and talk about 75 video games, and I've heard of 0 of them.
No, I love that like Aldo's having this moment. I just also think that Mikhail and Co are probably like, what do we do with ourselves right
They
now?
sound like they're having such a good time.
Yeah. She seems kind of severe, but yeah.
Their language is so pretty.
Bringing it back to Perrin, Aldo does say in Perrin, you want to travel with us to Leshev?
She then does switch to Perrin as well and says, at least that far. Yeah. So we can try to find them.
They're still missing 2 others, Aldo says to Mikhail and Koa.
Oh.
They weren't in the cave, but maybe they got away?
Possibly. Do you know exactly where you were around the time you got separated? Perhaps they're still there?
Harveen chimes in and says, we were in the mountains.
Ooh,
I hope
winter's
they're not
coming
still
too.
there.
It's further that direction. Look, you're absolutely welcome to travel with us. You got your travel fund, right? From the rest of it?
I mean, we'll go with you as far as we can with you, but then we got to keep going. And you're welcome to join us, but we need to go find our companions, she says, seeming kind of severe.
Well, we'll get you as close as we can, but we do have others. We got to get to Leshev, and then unfortunately, there's still some continuing the nasty business that we need to put an end to.
She says, is there more of this?
Just a handful, but we know who they are, and we're gonna put an end to it.
Unfortunately, we don't have our supplies, but both of us are trained soldiers. If you're willing to give us swords, we're willing to fight alongside you.
I don't think there'll be a need for any more bloodshed on our part. We're going to let the guards take care of it, but we need to make sure that we're smart about it so they don't get tipped off and disappear.
She frowns and says, the guards that allowed this to happen?
No. The ones being kept in the dark. We got them the information they needed. That was a lot of our recent efforts. The 3 of us, even with help, we almost didn't make it back here.
Yeah, he chimes in and says, listen, if you don't mind, we would like to travel with you. We are missing our 2 friends, and if they're in danger, we would like to make sure that we can get any answers from anybody. If we could see to it that they're found their way to safety.
Absolutely.
You're putting trust into these locals, and no offense if you're from around here. They say pointedly to the 2 of you, because clearly, he's not. But it seems like this place doesn't know how to handle their own business. So
I'm not sure any of us are exactly from around here, but No, you're right about that, and that's why we're being very careful with how we handle this. We're making
Take a
sure the
bunch of-
people we trust, that are recommending people we can trust, are the only ones we're telling anything to. So believe you me, we have names. We know who we're going for, and we know who we're going to speak to get this done the right way. We've gotten this far. We won't fall short now.
She
all the
chimes in.
same. Oh, he says, all the same. You're more than welcome to travel with us.
Yes, of course.
I'll be more than happy to get you armed as well. I mean, after what you've been through, I imagine you'd hate to feel helpless again.
She'll give you a sharp look instinctively. You know what I mean? Like almost like you accused her of being helpless. She gives you a sharp look instinctively, and he, like, recognizing that look that she's giving you, he actually chimes in and says, certainly nobody thinks that we're helpless, but you have to understand the severity of the situation. Like, this is your fight, and you've already proven you can fight it. So we should back down, he says. And she looks at him and says, no, we shouldn't. This isn't some minor matter. You know how significant this is. He tries to placate her, like throws a hand up to placate her, and she says, no. And then looks at you and trying to, like, give the severity of the situation. She's like, we're not just missing two companions. One of them is somebody of not small importance.
I understand, and if we can help, we will. I mean, is this a person we might know?
Find it unlikely. It's somebody that we've served close to, alongside with for a while. Both of them we have. Yes, both of them we have, but one, and then he cuts her off and says, he's of a noble family. And if we return back, the family will be none too happy. And Malta's nothing but bad news after bad news. And losing somebody to one of the families, even if they are a lesser noble family. She kind of bristles to that, but doesn't, like, look at him or anything. Even if it's a lesser
Are you
noble
here on official business?
family. Sense motive.
All of us or just him?
All of you. You're all there. I think I'm missing one. We are.
Yeah, you are. Of course.
Waiting for Kiken. It's the best time. Waiting for Kiken. Every time.
It's taking
Waiting
extra
for
long.
Kiken. It's about time.
I hate everything.
Okay. So
Wait. We have another +4.
Ooh.
18.
All right. So Koa, you can see that they both kind of clam up with that one. You hear, like, on official business, they both clam up, like they absolutely. It's one of those, like, a nerve was absolutely struck with that one, and
A nerve, as in, like, we shouldn't have asked that, or a nerve as in, like,
not
don't
necessarily
want
you shouldn't
to-
have asked that. You can ask whatever you want. You owe
sure,
nothing to
okay.
them, right? But it's almost like one of those, I don't know, like kid caught in the candy jar, you know what I mean, kind of a things, or cookie jar, sorry, kind of things. And so they clam up quickly, and then she responds and says, yes, we're on official business.
which I read as a
Lie.
look. I can appreciate maybe you're here on something sensitive, and I get that. But if you can trust anybody at this point, it's the three of us.
She clenches her jaw and says, we do trust you. That's why we're looking to travel with you.
Yes, but you're not being entirely truthful here. You're holding something back.
She's
Because
like,
how can we trust you if you don't trust us?
I didn't say I didn't trust you. We've been forthright with you. Where we just want to go and find our companions.
You know what I'm speaking about when you were asked about the official business and you said yes, there's something there that you're not letting us in on.
Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check.
Can I aid him?
Yeah, you can start. You can lead it if you want. Ugh. Oh no, he was the aide. Oh, good. He doesn't aid you. Hey. So
Outstanding.
Harvey chimes in and says, with a big sigh. And you can see like she snaps a look to him like, are you really going to say this right now? He's like, it's not exactly official business. She's like, you shouldn't be telling them. He goes, what are they going to do? Report us? And she leans in and she says with very Irish whisper, he's from Galdaria, who haven't exactly come to our aid. I'm sure he's not exactly going to be walking up to our commanders. She looks very upset, like not cross-armed, but borderline cross-armed. Like she does not want to share this information. He turns to you and says, 2 of the 4 of us were defecting. The other 2 followed out of loyalty to them and to try to convince them to come back. We were defecting not to go to Paradel, but to get away from the war in general. And travel brought us to Idir, which is a safer place. We're traveling through the mountain passes, still trying to decide what was the best path for the 4 of us when we got attacked.
If you got attacked in a place like that, then perhaps... What's your companions' names? We've gotten some documents where certain people were targeted specifically. Perhaps there's some information in there?
Could be.
One of them, his name is Aldred, Harveen says. And you can see she's still clenching her jaw. And he says, and the other one, and she get like narrows her eyes at him. The other one, his name's Rayrin. And
I know that reference.
He looks at her as he does not give a surname, but you can clearly tell that is the one that has a surname.
Aldo just say, I assume he's one of the defectors. Are you 2 the ones trying to bring them back, or?
Neither of them answer.
You've given us this much. Well,
it was me. I was the other one. Rayrin and I were defecting. The other 2 were coming with us.
Are they planning to return?
Wade, because you had the bead on it, you know she's lying.
Come on, then. Honesty, transparency here. We're still helping you. We're not going to turn you into anybody.
He says, I was the other one defecting. She would never defect.
I kind of got that vibe, I'm not going to lie.
Are you 2 siblings, or?
She looks aghast at that. And he's like, oh, no. We've just served a long while together.
Oh, so close enough.
Yeah, he gives that
to stop any more tension from Mikhail saying that, to go, I'll be like, so, anything in the documents about those names, Mikhail, that you've seen?
Mikhail, you're the one that went through the documents. Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. For linguistics, would that work? I'm trained.
It is no intelligence check is to remember, not to search.
Just remember. Okay.
Yeah.
To see if I have to go through them again. Nope. I sure as hell don't. You'll see.
Yeah.
Eventually,
so
Jesus Christ. Okay.
You don't remember. That doesn't mean the name's not. That doesn't mean it's not there. It just means you don't remember it being there. It's one of those like, well, while we're traveling, I can try to breeze through it and see if I can find it again. But off the top of my head,
look again. Yeah, I've slept a lot since then and fought. I'm gonna have to look back through them. They could be mentioned.
We also have more documentation coming in, so we will make sure that while we're traveling, we look through them diligently and see what we can find out. I don't know much about these places or the wars going on there or anything. I'm from the north. We came into Idir when I was a bit younger than I am now.
Well, he says, listen, if you're willing to let us travel with you, that itself is a lot. And so we appreciate that. She says, we do. We appreciate it a lot, of course. But listen, we need to find them. The two of them are missing. They have to be found.
Notice that Roz and Naga both said the exact same sentence about this. Is that a quote?
It's a song
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
that my daughter sings, and I have a T-shirt for.
Wow.
But I get a hazmat suit.
I really feel like I'm missing some key context about
No, you're
Raven.
good. There you go. Better get a hazmat suit before you get addicted to the or get addicted to the beat. Oh, does somebody have the link to that?
Infected by anyway. But, so
Yeah, I don't remember the lyric. Anyway, she says, well, we do appreciate you letting us travel with you. Thank you.
are you listening to it right now?
No. What? Why would you say that? What? What an accusation to make.
Let me play it for chat.
How dare you
My
say this to me?
mistake.
I'll play it for chat. Right now.
How dare I?
Everybody's listening to the song now.
They can hear. Yeah, I'm not listening to it. I can't hear that. Except giggles.
All right. Well, clearly Raven was a beloved figure who everyone enjoys and is glad to hear is back.
I remember it being legitimately catchy, but Scott's fucking dying over here.
Oh my god, I forgot about the laughter in there. There's like in the song, there's like laughter in the background that you could just barely hear. I don't remember whose laughter it was, if it was mine or somebody else's, but anyways, all right. All right, back to the game. So she says, we appreciate your traveling with us. Now, when are you hoping to leave?
Well, we're just waiting on a few more documents and tying up a couple loose ends in Haudh-Gwenn, so hopefully no more than a couple of days at most. Maybe even after tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow at the earliest.
She looks impatient, and he says, "That's great. Thank you."
We would leave sooner, but again, there is still the matter of those that still need to be caught, and well, it's important we get as much evidence as we can to make sure that they're brought to justice.
She says, "Agreed." The whole time you guys have been here, you were introduced. The sergeant of the guard was here the whole time, listening to the thing, and so like before they leave, he says, "Hey,
Well, they said that in front of him.
yeah," he says, "I understand that you need a bit of arming. I think I can spare a couple of swords, because we do like to handle our own matters." And she says, "Thank you." He goes, "Mm-hmm. And will you be needing armor?" She goes, "What are you willing to offer? Leathers? No." Okay, then.
Wade here is tired and does not get the vibe of this conversation. Was that pleasant or was that not?
He was trying to be nice despite being insulted.
Same vibe.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then they will leave. At this point, jump cut. You guys are able to get all the details you need from. Let me know if I'm missing something here. Jump cut. You're able to get everything you need from Haudh-Gwenn. Jump cut. You go to Harrod. She checks in with you that one time while you were in Harrod. She gives you the last bit of paperwork that she might possibly have. She informs you she'll be leaving the next day or day after next.
Koa would stop in to let Gwen know he was leaving.
Cool. She'd be like, "See you soon. What are you gonna do? Okay." Kind of a thing. We don't need to jump into RP right now.
And tired Scott is not as fun. She's not like all blushy and flirty. Okay, bye.
I'm just jump cutting. You guys travel through Harrod. You're gonna get to Forvin, where you are gonna have the meetings. You do have the letters that handle what you need to do, and you are informed this will be taken care of, right? And then eventually you're gonna be able to go to Leshev, where you're able to bring Cleven to speak with his father, and to shore up the details. Now, we're going to do the RP of the Gemsmith family next session. as we like finish out that and go over the next things that happen. But just understands that all of the details along the way are kind of taken care of. Luca did take one of the other horses and rides westward. Oh, you are able to get your horse back in Herod, so you were able to get that on the way back, which is nice.
We would probably leave the slower horse here, or well, I guess we're moving with a crowd of people that don't have them anyway, so we're moving slowly.
Yeah, we have 2 people with us, so
We'll bring it just in case.
extra horse is good.
Which is great. The last thing I would point out, actually no, nothing else to point out. So the 2 that are traveling with you, as you're traveling northward up up the river from Forvin to Leshev, they do stare across the river, and they're like, sometimes, when the skies, when the clouds are clear, you have high visibility, so on and so forth, you can see the mountains to the west, and they're like, we're wasting our time traveling further north. Thank you for coming this far, but we need to go west. But you guys who know this road, especially you, Mikhail, who know this road, are like, there's no way across the river that's safe. You have to go to Leshev because that's where the bridge is. And for them, it's like, it's countless miles of traveling north because the river is not safe to cross down here. But they will eventually follow you through to Leshev, and then you can make decisions of what to do afterwards if you'd like from there. But they do at least follow you through to Leshev, and so on. And so, unless there's any other details we're missing, I think that concludes the session. And with the exception of the conversation with the Gemsmith family, that also concludes this arc. Which means, next week, officially, for the first time this campaign, a knit go live. You can get redemptions, so on and so forth. There are still the daddies that need to be transferred over from Daelric to this channel, and I will do that afterwards. No level up, Rahas. Oh God, no. I will transfer over the daddies from Daelric to here, so you guys can have those. That's the top 100 people, and I'll post a list of who the top 100 is. If other people ping me and be like, "Hey, I want mine too," just let me know. But I'll do the top 100 automatically. Other than it's just a very, very manual process. It's gonna take me hours to do.
If I'm in it, I think you can skip mine.
I'll do it for everybody because you won't be a part of every campaign always, Keegan.
It's true, but
yeah. So top 100. Anybody who
He's already planning on kicking us out.
Anybody who says me too, I'll just do them as well. But cool. Any questions? Anything before we do our outro?
That's good to see the end of this arc, and let's start the next one.
Oh,
I'm curious if Aldo.
Did I find anything about the missing people in the paperwork on the boat ride?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like Joey's asking.
Oh, great question. Let me just think for a second. Make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing here. It's about Rayrin.
I mean, we can open with it since we're starting in Leshev anyway, where we're going to make whatever decisions.
No, that name is not inside the book. That is not a specific name. That is not a specific called for name inside the book. Now, the fact that it is in a Maltese person could have value, but that is not a specific called for name inside the book. No.
None of the documents she provides.
What was that?
None of the documents she provided has any of those names in it.
No, it does not. No. Which means
I got the ledgers. I got Tor's ledgers too, so I'm assuming they're not in that either. Okay.
It means that they're probably not captured either. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Were their names mentioned? These two?
Nope.
Okay.
Wait. Just making sure. I feel like I'm missing one important detail.
Me too. Give us all of them.
No, because that wouldn't be inside those documents. And those documents are burned. So no, there's no there's nothing inside there. No, none of those 4 names: Harveen, Jaden, Aldred, and Rayrin. None of those names are inside there. Cool, awesome. Wade, there's a rumor on the street that you're distractible. Is that true?
Well, yes. In fact,
Keegan, there's a rumor on the
Yeah.
street that you're an unnatural ones.
Yeah.
Is that also true?
It is actually. I am part of a. Did you guys move on?
Jake, there's a rumor on the street that you're New Zealandese.
That is a false rumor.
Oh, that's right. You're Greek. My apologies. Awesome. So,
Check
that-
out Distractable podcast. Is it still my turn?
everybody, I still have the stream that didn't happen twice. So a lot of family stuff happening. I've been taken care of. Do apologize. It's I will catch up. I promise. I'm hoping to actually do it tomorrow night with less than 12 hours heads up of me doing it. I just have to confirm that.
Only
it's gonna be
catch
feasible.
up if you can mustard it.
Okay.
Internet Explorer, everyone.
Yep. Okay. Bye, everybody. Oh,
He's still holding it. All right. It's fine.
what's
I tried.
this?
I couldn't hold it anymore.
Guys.
no, you-
hey,
you did it
folks
long
are-
enough.
Oh, we gotta go
Hey,
for another
guys.
hour. You know the
Guys.
rule.
Are you watching the stream, the three of you?
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey,
Wow.
that's awesome. We just got raided. I thought you were talking about the raid.
No, that is
Yeah,
Welcome,
we got,
Raiders, to the end.
that is a
mysterious figures.
that is
dope
a
art.
an introduction to the next series. we're
Oh, I
getting
hope
into.
one of those two is Gwen. 'Cause either way, she's next to me, baby.
All right, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Let me. All right, I'll click raid. I gotta click a raid button. Let me click a raid button. Hold on. I forgot to raid. I wasn't ready to hit the raid button. No, Wade. Why are you always yelling at me? Pre-Diddy? Jesus Christ, Wade. Oh, I'm reading a DM that looks older than me. That makes me feel good. I hope it's neither a repeat or in Russian. So